Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. And wow, was the NBA trade deadline kind of a blur last night as we lead up into today, where I'm expecting more moves and some big counter moves, especially in the Western Conference. You look at the additions from the West or from the East to the West within the last week here now. Kyrie Irving goes to the Dallas Mavericks. He makes his debut last night and looked very, very good. Doing so in a win against the LA Clippers without Luka Doncic. And then now the big one, right? The really big one. Kevin Durant does somehow end up getting traded, something I did not foresee coming. Honestly, it was insane. The most incredible, crazy turn of events that I just did not expect at all, right? There was not even really a lot of trade buzz about Kevin Durant, especially from some of the most credible sources out there in terms of Adrian Wojnarowski, Shams Charania. They had not tweeted about it until the 11th hour last night. Towards the end of the night, I'm getting ready for bed. Like Michael here is saying, I'm trying to go to bed, get ready for a day of streaming, and all of a sudden it's 1 a.m. and I'm recording a video talking about how Kevin Durant's on his way to Phoenix. And literally it broke right as I was finalizing a video on how Jakob Poeltl was headed back to Toronto. Just an absolutely crazy day that went insane. NBA Escape says, hi, welcome in here, NBA Escape. Glad to have you. Ghostly Jurassic says, good morning. Good morning to everybody out there watching, and also good afternoon to some of you who maybe are watching in a different country, potentially in Europe or Africa. I know we have some viewers from South Africa for sure. Callum says, let's go. Welcome in here, Callum. Glad to have you be a part of the stream today. Billy says, bro, Grizzlies need some tools. Now, we're going to talk about the Memphis Grizzlies quite a bit and their potential avenues to upgrading their roster, specifically on the wing. One key name to watch this trade deadline day now. And it's a guy we've already been monitoring. A lot of you know who I'm talking about, but we're going to talk about him a little bit more later on. So make sure you stick through for that. Xenaholic says, see Spurs making some more moves. Yeah, I definitely think that that's a possibility. Richardson, McDermott probably on the move, I would guess. Ryan with the big flex. Welcome, Ryan, to the chat. Let's get some Ryan hype in here early. He's such a great viewer. Of course, a member on the channel as well. Really appreciate Ryan and all of his efforts to support the channel. So let's get some Ryan hype in there right away. Mary says, wow, crazy yesterday. It was insane. Yesterday, like I said, I was 80 to 90% certain that there'd be something big yesterday. It just took a little bit longer than I originally anticipated, right? I thought maybe during the day we'd get something big. I didn't think it was going to be a little bit after midnight, right? But it was absolutely incredible what we end up going down, and we'll talk about it quite a bit. It's Oko here says, good morning, sir. Good morning. Glad to have you in here again today. Welcome from Germany. Glad to have you in here for this, trade deadline stream. Pretty crazy what we saw go down within the last 7 hours. Honestly, I'm kind of running off of 4 hours of sleep right now. Between recording last night, some of the big trades. If you haven't seen my trade reaction to those, I recommend checking those out after the live stream today. You can see what my initial thoughts were, but also give my kind of a little bit more collected thoughts today. Brady says it just happened out of nowhere. It did. Out of nowhere. Absolutely incredible. Jordan says, happy deadline day, my boys. Everyone comment happy deadline day. It's such a great day to be talking about the NBA. Already 87 of you in here, and we're 4 minutes into the stream. That's how awesome you guys are. Make sure to leave a like on the stream as well so that we can celebrate the deadline together. Absolutely crazy. A11 Gravy says, good morning. Craziest trade deadline ever. Alex now says that the Kyrie trade looks pretty not good for the I almost call them the New York Nets. Whoops. The Brooklyn Nets. I mean, I don't know. Just given the situation there, getting at least an asset for him. And the hard thing is getting Dinwiddie and Finney Smith, right? Because now that you're losing Durant, you have two winning players, which doesn't really fit what they potentially could do. But remember, they still owe picks and pick swaps to Houston, so they might want to stay competitive. So I wouldn't completely berate them. And based on what they've initially gotten here for Brooklyn, they still have the option of being, I think, a pretty good team, although not a great team, which is what they potentially could have been, when they signed Kyrie and Durant 4 years ago. Jared says, major trade alert. I know, absolutely crazy. Just completely changes the landscape of the NBA. Absolute Six says, what does the Pirtle trade do for the Raptors? Are they trying to save their season? To me, potentially, they could be looking to do that. That was my initial reaction in the moment after making a trade like that, just because Pirtle is a good player, right? He's somebody who can help them win right now. But he is only 27. So you think about it, he's got 5-6 years left of his prime, right? So I would just say they're still going to take calls on some of their guys. On Van Vliet, they'll still take calls. I think they'll take calls on Gary Trent Jr., although I'm not certain he's going to get dealt at this point, just given the kind of makeup of his value, where I think it's perceived around the league right now. And then OG Anunoby, we'll talk about him a little bit later on. They're definitely going to continue taking calls on him today. And it's very, very possible that he ends up getting dealt. Liam says, love the streams, man. I'm a big Clippers fan from the UK. Any chance we land Russ? I think the Clippers should be considered the favorite. You think about his relationship with Paul George. The two of them played together in Oklahoma City. It's definitely a unique situation, and one that I think with Russ probably heading toward free agency through the buyout, I think that the Clippers should be considered the favorite for sure. Little Tree here says trades never happen when you go live, but they pop off the moment you get off. They do. Literally yesterday, I got off the live stream. I got in my car to go coach. And literally, the moment I stepped in my car, rumors about D'Angelo Russell to LA break. And I'm like, of course. The moment I get in my car, of course that's going to happen. And then literally last night too, it's kind of funny because we had a little presser live stream where we talked about the potential of D'Lo getting traded to the Lakers in that 3-team deal. And then literally we got off the live and a minute after the trade went down. So I just have bad luck, it seems like. It seems like I'm kind of messing up the market. Papa Luchulu wants to know about his Pistons. I think they're going to be relatively quiet. We'll see what happens with Sadiq Bey. Eric Pacina says, what protection do you see on the Spurs trade? Realistically looking at it, I think that probably a top 10, lottery protection is the most likely thing. Otherwise, it would have probably been labeled as a light protection if it was only like top 4. So my guess is top 10 or top 14 protected. Hoodie Mello says, go sports, go trades. Definitely a lot of trades that I foresee coming today, especially now after the big Kevin Durant bullet has kind of, found the target and it landed in Phoenix. And because of that, now teams are going to have to pivot, try and make a couple moves and see if they can upgrade their rosters as well. Nacho says, what are your thoughts on the Lakers trade? Let's go back over to that now. This was my trade grade for the Los Angeles Lakers. I gave the Lakers an A. I think they positioned themselves fairly well, just given their circumstances. They actually have 3 guys now on the roster that I believe can play basketball at a high level, which is an upgrade for them. And they added 2 shooters, D'Lo, Malik Beasley, both very good shooters from the perimeter. I think both of them will fit well off of LeBron. The Jazz, I gave an A-. I think they could have maybe done better. But given the fact that they were willing to do that deal last night, makes me think that maybe the conversations weren't going as well as what was initially reported. And then the Timberwolves, I gave a B+. I really like Conley. I think that they got better this year. I really do. To me, like, B is like, hey, you made a good trade if you get a B grade. B+ is like, hey, you upgraded. The issue, though, that I don't love, that the reason that they're not in the A tier is just Mike Conley's 35 years old. I like that they got 3 second-round picks. It gives them more flexibility in future trades. I think that creativity that Tim Connolly has as a trade maker is going to help him. But for the most part, I still don't think that they maximize the value in terms of getting 9 years older at the point guard position, even if it is better for this season. Tony here says, let's see if we're crazy or hope Mavs make a splash today. I hope so too. I think last night should be an indication to Dallas that this team is going to be pretty good. Luka, Kyrie Irving are going to be really, really difficult to guard on the perimeter. You guys know I caved already a little bit on the Kyrie Irving situation. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the stream. But if you haven't, go check out on Twitter what I mean, and you'll see pretty quickly what I'm talking about. Brandon here says, I really hope the Pistons can finally get the trade package they wanted for Bogdanovich and or Alec Burks. with teams desperate to do something in the wake of the Kevin Durant trade. Bogdanovic definitely becomes a possibility today. Alec Burks, I'm not sure you're going to get a lot for Alec Burks. Probably, maybe a couple seconds is kind of like the tipping point. I would be surprised to see a team give up a first-round pick for Alec Burks, but a couple second-rounders, he could definitely help kind of fill out a team's rotation heading into the postseason. Unspoken here says, I think the Grizzlies now go after OG is what I'm guessing you mean to say, or if not, can you explain why the Raptors went out and got Jakob? It seems like they are buying rather than selling. Think they will keep their team since no Nets. So again, the trade here for Jakob Poeltl looked like this. Raptors received Jakob Poeltl. The Nets received Khem Birch, a 2024 protected first-round pick, and 2 future second-rounders. And, you look at a deal like this, I think the Spurs did very well in terms of the value. Now, for Toronto, that protected first, like I said, is probably lottery protected or just top 10 protected. For the most part, you get a significant upgrade at center, one that they've badly needed. And he's only 27 years old, so I don't think this necessarily fully moves them into the buyer category for this season. If they get a really good value return for a Fred VanVleet or for an OG Anunoby or a Gary Trent Jr., I still think that there's going to be discussions had on those 3 players. To me, it makes me believe Pascal Siakam for sure is not going anywhere. I had already strongly felt that way, but I think this is confirmation on that. I think they see Siakam and Poeltl as their starting 4 and 5 of the future. So now the question kind of becomes, what are they going to do with those 3 guys, right? Now, I think, breaking them up, maybe adding some more depth. An issue that Toronto's really had the last 2-3 seasons is how much depth they have. Since the 2019 finals run, they've had a little bit of talent drain. You think about guys like Kawhi Leonard leaving in free agency, Serge Ibaka, Marc Gasol aging. They've just lost a little bit of their depth and their rotation starting to pay for it a little bit. Now I know they do have some intriguing young guys that I like. Delano Banton, Precious Achiuwa are 2 of them. But you just need good NBA rotation players. The fact that Otto Porter Jr. this year hasn't been healthy and is missing the season didn't help that situation at all either, in my opinion. Jason says, now what move do the Clippers make? Please don't say Westbrook. Jason, I do feel like it is Westbrook. I know you don't want me to say that. But to be honest with my understanding of the situation, Russ right now is heavily favored to land between the Clippers, Bulls, and Heat. And, I still think that the Heat, who have been very quiet up to this point, have a move or 2 in them yet when it comes to Kyle Lowry and or Duncan Robinson. They did make a move a couple days ago, trading Dwayne Dedmon and a second for, money purposes, but I'm not going to consider that really an important big deal. So you look at the Heat, maybe could be a landing spot if Lowry gets traded for Russ. But again, I still think Clippers, they're valuing point guard. Point guard's got to be the area they improve. And I wouldn't maybe sleep on Terry Rozier as an option from Charlotte. We haven't really talked about Charlotte maybe as much as we should have up to this point. Charlotte has some interesting players, specifically the combination of Terry Rozier, Kelly Oubre. Could they be on their way out to different NBA cities as of today? I think it's very, very possible. Michael says, I saw another YouTuber who said that the Nets didn't get good value for the Kevin Durant trade. What do you think about it? And this is a great time here to talk about it. So, Michael, I'm glad that you're asking here because, again, here's the compensation. Finalized trade. Suns receive Kevin Durant, TJ Warren, 2 good forwards, right? Kevin Durant, obviously, of the superstar variety. TJ Warren is a good rotational forward and one that, honestly, the Phoenix Suns needed to get in this deal so that they have a little bit of depth. The Nets receive Mikal Bridges, who is a all-defense level player, Cam Johnson, who's a really good young forward, Jay Crowder, who they're looking to currently flip, which we're going to talk about that in a second, an unprotected first-round pick in the years 2023, 2025, 27, and 29, plus a pick swap in 2028. To me, this is great value for the Brooklyn Nets. My trade grades here are an A and an A. I don't really see any way that the Brooklyn Nets could have done better. You can argue about the teams that have, 6, 7 tradable firsts and say, why didn't they make those deals? from those teams, you're just not getting a Mikal Bridges and a Cam Johnson back. You look at those two guys, those are two key components to building a good competitive roster both now and for the next 5 to 7 years. Mikal Bridges is a very, very good player. I think one of the most underrated players in the NBA, to be honest. He's only 26 years old. And you look at him, this season he's averaging 17 points per game, 46% from the field, 39% from three, as well as 4 rebounds a game and a career-high 3.6 assists per game, as well as 2 stocks per game, 1.2 steals, 0.8 blocks, combining for, again, 2 stocks per game. So I think that the Nets did very, very well here. You get all the pick swaps that you could potentially want. And, you also set yourself up with that pick swap in 2028, which, by 2028, will Devin Booker still be a Sun? With the way that players move around in the league right now, my guess is probably not. Will Kevin Durant be a Sun? Likely not. He's already 34 years old. By 2028, he'll be 39. And then Chris Paul will probably be well retired at that point. So I think that pick swap is valuable. Again, you see the trade coming through on the bottom. To get 4 unprotected picks is very important. And then the trade call, I think, is something we should talk about real quick. There's almost 400 of you guys watching. I would love for you to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel for more. This is really important what I'm about to say, so make sure you listen. You're not going to get this coverage from any other media platform, really. A trade call, what is it, and what's really its importance? A trade call is when the two teams or the conglomeration of teams that are making a trade decide to actually make the deal official. They call the NBA league office and report it as a finalized trade with all of its components, all of its parts. And then that's when players can start to play. Now, the important thing is there is a recently traded restriction. Because of that, a player can get traded. And if they call it in, if they make the trade call to the league office, that player now is restricted to be traded again due to the recently traded clause or restriction, right? The recently traded restriction. You'll see it on Fanspo as an RT up in the top corner of a player's name. The reason this is important is if the Suns and Nets wait a little bit today to actually make the trade call and make it officially official through the NBA league office, we could see them still reroute some of these pieces. For example, they could include Jay Crowder back into a deal and expand this deal to a 3-team trade where, maybe Milwaukee gets involved. That's the team I've been really favoring to land Jay Crowder. Now discussions become a little bit more different because you have to discuss with Brooklyn what you're going to give Brooklyn instead of your discussions with Phoenix. Teams value players differently. But then you also look at the potential option of, do they flip a Cam Johnson? Does Mikal Bridges become available? If so, who would be interested? I think a bunch of teams would love to call on Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson. Those are 2 good young wings that, again, they can help you now and later. So I think it's very important to talk about this trade call and the fact that the moment that this trade call becomes official, then we have a better idea of who's actually playing where. But as of right now, Mikal Bridges could get rerouted. And to be honest with you, if I had to give Mikal Bridges valuation in terms of draft picks, if we're talking about OG Anunoby for 3 first-round picks, we should be for sure talking about Mikal Bridges worth that as well. And then you also throw in Cam Johnson, who in my opinion is worth 1 to 2 first-rounders, and Jay Crowder's worth a couple of seconds. So realistically, in the value here, I would say the Nets got close to 8, maybe 9 first-round picks of value for Kevin Durant, given the 4 unprotecteds, the 1 pick swap, Mikal Bridges value as well. Plus, then you throw on top Cam Johnson, who I really like as well. I really do like, everything that I'm seeing for the LA Clippers, or excuse me, for the Brooklyn Nets, and kind of everything how it's all playing out. Jason Kimball says, Mavs defense put the clamps on my Clippers. They played really, really well last night. The Mavs had a really nice game, and I really like the fact that they played with a little bit of pace, something they typically don't do. Toko41 says, do you see Olynyk getting traded today? I got him on my fantasy league roster. I'm not certain on if I see him getting traded. I know that they really like him. I feel like they believe he can fit there for the next few years, not just this season type of situation. So I wouldn't rule out him potentially staying in Utah this trade deadline, but I wouldn't rule him out getting dealt either. Raven here says, what would you do if you were Sam Presti today in terms of trades? If I'm Sam Presti, I'm trading Darius Bazley to a team that's willing to take on some money to get under the luxury tax threshold. That's the most important thing for them. See if they can figure that out. Partea Bay here says, can Suns still get OG since they lost on some of their best defenders? No. OG Anunoby is not going to be a Phoenix Sun. They are completely out on those discussions. Cesar here says, is it bad? I want my Mavs to keep this team as is. At least ensure Green and Hardy stay. Yeah, that's how the Mavs should be operating. Josh Green should be borderline untouchable for them right now, just given the other players available. You know, obviously, if an OG Anunoby trade were to open up, that's something you have to reconsider, right? But realistically, for the situation, just given how he played last night with Kyrie Irving, I think the two of them are going to develop a really good chemistry, especially in the open court in transition with the pace that they play with. And then I also think that his athleticism, his verticality is very, very important for the Mavericks this season. Soldiers of God says, come on, Knicks, let's get Bay or OG Anunoby. We'll see what happens with the New York Knicks today. Michael says, if the Raptors don't end up trading anyone, there's going to be a lot of fans with blue balls. Yeah, that's literally the fans have been getting kind of teased all week here, and maybe nothing actually ends up getting sold in terms of players, but I still wouldn't rule out a Van Vliet or Anunoby trade for sure. And Bass for All says, do you think Hornets will make a move? I've got the feeling MJ and Kupchak never do anything to improve the team. I think the Hornets are going to end up selling maybe Terry Rozier and or Kelly Oubre this deadline. We'll see what exactly happens with that situation. Haiti, welcome to the stream. Haiti says, I hope Spurs make another trade. We will see what happens with them. I think McDermott, Josh Richardson, two players that could be on the move elsewhere. Fast Action Hero wants to know about the Raptors. The Raptors made a trade last night surrounding Jakob Poeltl, adding him to their core. Definitely something that does make some sense. Artist here says, win now versus stay irrelevant versus take best chances at Wembanyama. That's really kind of what we're talking about with Toronto. I still think that they have a chance to get there. Stanley here says NBA 2K will be off the chain. Yeah, Chet Holmgren tweeted about that last night and said, if you use the Phoenix Suns, you are part of the problem, which I thought was a pretty funny tweet from the 19 or 20-year-old first-year player who obviously is yet to debut in the NBA, but I think he'll be a nice player once he does. Carmen says, what time does the trade deadline end? It is at 3 p.m. Eastern time. We are just 7 minutes away from 9 a.m. Eastern time, so we're about 6 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. Over 500 of you watching right now, which is really, really awesome. Go ahead, smash the like button if you are enjoying the live stream. John, good morning. With you for the long run today. After last night's embarrassment, my 76ers need to be extra active. We'll see if they can go out there and make any moves. But like Stanley said, again, 3 p.m. Eastern time is the trade deadline. So we'll exactly, be able to monitor everything going on, and we'll be able to see what happens with that. Emmanuel here says, good morning. Good morning, Emmanuel. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Alex says, what do you think about the Suns roster now? They don't have any depth. I know that's part of the problem here. So let's talk about the Phoenix Suns roster a little bit, and we'll see exactly what's going on with them. But when it comes to Phoenix here, that's why it was important for them to get TJ Warren back. Realistically, their starting five probably looks like this: Chris Paul, Devin Booker. Then you also have in there, of course, Kevin Durant, probably TJ Warren at the 4, and DeAndre Ayton as your starting center. Sounds like a really good starting lineup, right? You have Dario Saric off the bench. You have Campaign off the bench. You have Torrey Craig. Bismack Biyombo still your starting or your backup 5. Damian Lee, with the way he's played this year, still a backup for you. Plus, you have Landry Shamet. So, I think they're thinner. They don't have as much length and size off the bench, which I think is one of the big problems. But honestly, though, they're still a really good team, and they're still going to be a problem because that starting lineup is so good. And if Monty Williams staggers things right, throughout the whole course of a game, you're either going to have Kevin Durant or Devin Booker on the floor, which is going to be really, really difficult to beat. Moo here says, who's your unbiased pick to come out of the East as teams currently stand? I think Milwaukee and Boston are the two best still, but depending on what happens with Jaylen Brown after his facial fracture, if he misses like a ton of time and even like some playoff series, that would be scary. But I don't think that'll happen. My guess is he'll be back well before the postseason. So I still like Boston, but Chris Middleton always plays well against the Celtics as well. So I wouldn't rule out the Bucks in that. Potato here says, what are your realistic trades for Dallas, and who's your dream pickup player for the Mavericks? I would really like Denny Avdia for Dallas, and Daniel Gafford if that was a potential move they could make with the Washington Wizards. I'm not sure if that's going to come to fruition. No, I do have a fleeting feeling that the Mavs maybe stay put, but I would like for them to maybe search for one more upgrade specifically on the wing and a big man who can protect the rim a little bit. Welcome everyone who is in here, about 670 of you watching live right now. So make sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel for more as well. Hanson says, hey, and hello to all the new Phoenix fans like me. Cheers from the Italian apps coach. Well, Hanson, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. We'll see exactly what happens today, but the Phoenix situation, there's definitely going to be more Suns fans now walking about in pretty much every city in the United States for sure, and probably other cities around the world as well, like what you're saying here, Hanson. Let's go on to the next one now. Papai Curry here says, do you believe Warriors make any moves today? Ultimately, I don't. It's just not really the Warriors' DNA to make a trade at the deadline. Now, this year's a little bit different for them. Maybe they will. So we'll see exactly what could happen there. View says them Rockets picks they got from the Nets looking real nice right now. Harden trade was a W for the Rockets. Do you think that they deal those picks? Yeah, the Rockets are one of the big winners, right? Because they have all the Brooklyn Nets picks. They have some pick swaps from them as well. So the Nets look like, oh no, well, they trade their stars, right? I would just say one thing. The Nets still have a very good roster. Dinwiddie's a good competitive point guard. Mikal Bridges is a very good competitive wing. Cam Johnson's a good competitive wing. Dorian Finney-Smith's a good competitive wing. Nick Claxton's a defensive player of the year candidate. They still have Ben Simmons, which not saying that's going to help them win a lot right now, but maybe if he ever returns to form, could maybe figure some things out. They kind of have the archetype around him of what it would maybe take to win in terms of 3-and-D wings, shooters, right? So I'm not saying the Nets are going to be great. I definitely think that their ceiling is significantly lower now without Durant. But you compare them to other teams around the league, they're not as bad as, the Houston Rockets or San Antonio Spurs right now either. They're going to be competitive, and I still think that they're going to win quite a number of regular season games this year. JJ here says Pelicans need to trade for Nerlens Noel and Gary Harris. I think Gary Harris would help them. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of Noel for them. I just kind of like Larry Nance as the 5. They're a little bit more switchable, which I think is what they would look to do in the postseason. Anyway, Connor here says, is Jeremy Grant a possibility for the Bucks? Nwora, Grayson, Serge, and Hill gets them their money-wise. I mean, maybe. Jeremy Grant, he is heading into unrestricted free agency, so I think that's a little bit of a flight risk for Milwaukee if they were to make a trade like that. It just kind of scares me a little bit from that perspective of, hey, what is this team going to be? And do they really want to lock themselves in on a Jeremy Grant trade and sacrifice some of their players? Obviously, Nwora, Serge, and Hill probably wouldn't play much in the postseason, but I think Grayson would to a certain extent. So obviously Grant's an upgrade, but and if it takes a decent amount of draft capital and he could leave in free agency, I think that's something Milwaukee should really ponder before doing. James Franklin wants to know, what will the Pelicans do? I think they'll be involved in this guy right here, OG Anunoby trade buzz. I think that's going to be the big thing to talk about today is what's going to happen with OG Anunoby. That's going to be one of the big storylines. Lakers fan for life here says, bye-bye, Russ. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, my guy. It's not Russ's fault that Rob Pelinka built the team he built. I will say that. Ryan said, how many hours left for the trade deadline? We are 6 hours away right now from the NBA trade deadline. I'm expecting a bevy and a flurry of moves today that will shake up the NBA, and probably, some reactive deals about how do we guard Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns in the West. And then teams in the East maybe feel like now is a good time to go in and try and win as well, now that Durant and Irving are both out of Brooklyn as well. It kind of opens things up a little bit more, kind of solidifies the top 4 in the East, in my opinion. Gremlin here says, predicting Spurs will trade Josh Richardson to a playoff team for 2 seconds, which they could get in a 3-way trade for OG, for Dyson Daniels somehow. I think that would be a smart move for them, but again, I just don't think that's super likely. Jared here says, deadline may be over. I don't see many more moves happening with little to no sellers left. I wouldn't completely say that. Utah still has many tradable players. You look at some of the guys still on their roster. They've got guys that they would be willing to move off of. I maintain that Utah is still in the selling category. Portland could emerge in the selling category with Jeremy Grant. We saw them trade off Josh Hart yesterday and basically bring back in 0 rotation players. Some people are going to say, well, they got Cam Reddish. That doesn't mean anything to me. So I wouldn't completely rule out Portland. Just looking at the strength of the West, maybe Portland pivots here and maybe prioritizes draft positioning again this season like they did last trade deadline as well. Then you look at, the Spurs still have some pieces to sell. And then also in the East, the thing here is you have the Toronto Raptors, which are one of the big question marks. Of course, now you could say, are they going to be sellers? Do they have to be sellers? And the answer to that is probably no, they don't have to be, especially after trading for Jakob Poeltl. They are 10th in the Eastern Conference. They do have a chance here to maybe jump up into the real playoff race, maybe move up to a 7 or even a 6 seed if things go really right for them. Now, I don't see that super likely. They're 4.5 games back of 6th right now, and they're 7 games back of 5th. So it's a tough climb. The Nets, who, again, they just made some big trades, but they are significantly further ahead in the standings than Toronto right now. I wouldn't rule out the Raptors making a move of an OG Anunoby or a Fred VanVleet yet at this point if the package makes sense for them in return. Washington, they won't, but they could operate as sellers. And then Indiana, they won't sell anybody, but I could see Orlando with Gary Harris or, again, maybe a Mo Bamba trade coming to fruition. I do want to give us a look at what this trio will look like on the court. So here's one of the first images, of course, photoshopped, of Kevin Durant in a Phoenix Suns jersey. Rate it out of 10. Let me know how heat it is. If you think Kevin Durant's looking fire in that Phoenix Suns jersey or not. Ryan here says how the Lakers pulled off that trade. That made no sense. They did very well for themselves, I think. Edmark wants to know how many hours left before the trade deadline. We are about 6 hours away. The deadline ends at 3 Eastern time, so make sure you guys stay tuned through there. Brian says the Nets can still make the playoffs. They just won't win a series now. That's exactly right. That's exactly how I feel with where they're at in the standings. They're 5th, but they have a lot of, built up room here before some of the teams that are below them. It would take a really bad fall at the end of the season for them to fall out, which with the roster that they have, I just don't really see that. And to be honest, I still think they have a competitive first round if they draw a beneficial matchup for them. Like, again, do they have enough scoring to keep up? Probably not. But they've got, enough length, perimeter defense, and I think a good coach that can make you at least competitive in the playoffs. Even if it means you lose a series, you lose the series, right? But if you can maybe push it 6, maybe 7 games, I don't think 7 games is likely, but 6 I could see. Volcano says, what up, man? You think Memphis makes a trade today? As for the Grizzlies, I think that's a definite possibility. And it really comes down to OG Anunoby and the potential sweepstakes that he could be. Just looking at this here, it's already been reported on it, and this is something we saw coming already. Toronto's talks on forward OG Anunoby are rolling into the final hours of the trade deadline. The landing of Kevin Durant with the Suns could escalate Anunoby's value among Western Conference teams pursuing an elite forward to defend Durant. So again, definitely some value there when it comes to what you could potentially see coming to fruition in a trade market right now where OG Anunoby was already highly valued. Now we have a massive shakeup in terms of an elite offensive forward, switching teams, switching conferences even. And now Western Conference teams are maybe forced to be reactive a little bit. I was talking about how I thought Indiana would be the favorite for OG Anunoby. I now think that is not the truth anymore. I just think that now, since Kevin Durant got traded, I think it changes the landscape of the league enough that a team like the New Orleans Pelicans, a team like the Memphis Grizzlies, maybe feels a little bit more pressure to go out and maybe make a move to add a top-level perimeter defender, an OG Anunoby level type. The Sacramento Kings have been a team that have been interested as well in OG Anunoby. They've been registering a lot of interest. They have some good young players to trade. They have some draft picks that they could move off of, especially if they amend their trade with the Atlanta Hawks. There's deals out here that make a lot of sense. Still, for OG Anunoby to potentially get traded. Teams have a lot up their sleeves. I mean, even the Golden State Warriors, if they were to make a move, they might be a team positioned to make a trade for OG Anunoby. Now, that's not really their DNA. That's not really their MO. But we could see that potentially come to fruition. Bob here wants to know the biggest move I could see the Orlando Magic doing. I realistically think that the biggest trade the Magic may consider would be something including Mo Bamba and Terrence Ross, or potentially Gary Harris as well. So I don't see anything super huge for them in terms of what they're giving up. Maybe, and this is kind of out there, but maybe Markelle Fultz gets moved in a deal where the Magic would bring in Fred VanVleet. But again, I don't feel super confident in that as well. Jared says Nets getting all the assets. They definitely are. And Gizzard says the Nets cannot roster 7 small forwards. They'll make another trade for sure. I mean, if there's any position in the NBA right now that you want to roster 7 of, it is small forwards. You think about the players that they have, the versatility, Dorian Finney-Smith, Mikal Bridges, they can guard 1 through 4 very comfortably. Those two guys can. And they're very switchable. Now you have Nick Claxton on the roster too. Spencer Dinwiddie's kind of playing point guard. Do I think you need to balance out the roster a little? Yes, but you also still do have Cam Thomas. You have some of these other pieces. And to be honest, a lot of these small forwards can play as power forwards as well. I do think they make another trade. I think it's going to be centered around Jay Crowder. They're going to turn this trade with the Suns into a 3-team deal. But I also don't think that the Nets are super concerned about, we have one too many small forwards right now. I think they're worried a little bit more about trade value, trade assets, and really building that way. 73 says, I can see the Lakers making another move today for another wing or an elite shooter like a Gary Trent Jr. That would be something to watch, right? They still have that 2029 first-round pick that they could look to trade. Opens up the avenue for them to go out and do some stuff. Osama here says, all these super teams, my Sixers need to make a move. We need a power forward. I think the Sixers could also use a backup center. That's someone to watch would be like maybe Nerlens Noel, Alex Len from the Sacramento Kings. And maybe if Steph were to come to, ahead with that, maybe even Rashawn Holmes from Sacramento. Although with his contract, I think that's less likely. Here, Gizzard saying, I'm a Sixers fan too, Osama. All we need is backup big. That's exactly what I agree with. Here, some people are saying OG Anunoby needs to come to the Sixers. Brian here says Mikal is better than OG. I agree with that, actually. I think Mikal Bridges is a very underrated player in the league. Alex here says Bridges to the Mavs would be nice if that's possible. It would be nice, just not going to happen, I don't think. I'd be pretty surprised if that came to fruition. Art here wants to know if the Clippers are going to make a move or be quiet. I think that the Clippers are going to definitely make a move. Even if it's just a move through the buyout market, it's still a move, and I think that they're going to definitely make a trade at some point. Adala out of 15 cents says, is Cam Johnson a potential all-star? No, I don't think he's a potential all-star, but I think I think Cam Johnson's a good player. And a player who is a surefire starter in this league for the next 6-7 years, which is really, really valuable. Todd Packer wants to know if Ben Simmons is getting traded. Love the profile there, Todd. And as for Ben Simmons getting traded, I'd be surprised if he ultimately got dealt. Honestly, I'd be very surprised. Little Tree says, remember yesterday when I said the Suns should get into this OG sweepstakes because OG and Mikal Bridges would be fun? Well, now how about Mikal Bridges and Dorian Finney-Smith? Exactly. Like, literally, they are so switchable together. They're really going to be a good defensive team. I mean, the Nets have a lot of defensive players now, and they still have shooting with Curry and Harris. Patty Mills as well, Cam Thomas, Spencer Dinwiddie. They're better than I think people are giving them credit for. Logan here says, do you think Bojan will be moved? I think it's more likely now today, just given the fact that the market's going to heat up for him. The need for a little bit more forward play, a little bit more front court depth, I think is really, really important after the Kevin Durant trade. Teams that they're going to try and beat the Suns are going to try and out-depth them. They're going to try and have more good quality players. I think that's the only real route to trying to beat them right now. Just looking at how the West is going to shake up, the Suns are going to be really, really tough to beat with how everything currently sits. So Bojan is a definite need in a lot of places. 73 here says, I'm calling it right now. Bojan from the Pistons going to the Lakers. Interesting thought there. Blake says, what do you think Portland's next move is? For Portland, I think the next move for them is kind of centered around Jusuf Nurkic. If they want to get off of him in the last, I believe, 5 to 10 games or so, the minutes have been actually almost perfectly split between Jusuf Nurkic and Drew Eubanks, which kind of shows that maybe the front office and the coaching staff there aren't necessarily the biggest believers in Nurkic, despite giving him a new contract this past offseason. So I think Portland smartly would consider trading Nurkic if they could get value for him, which that's a big if, right? Stanley says the Suns will look at buyout players. I think they will. Russ would be a very interesting addition to them. We see that Russ to the Clippers as a possibility. I like it for them as well. I think he really fits their 5-out style of offense. And I think it'd be a really, really good addition to their team. Alex says, what do you think the Bulls will do before the deadline? Alex Caruso became more valuable today as well. For teams worried about Phoenix, Alex Caruso is going to be a guy that teams will look to add and say, okay, we're putting you on Devin Booker. We're going to hope that we have somebody else for Kevin Durant. Usually the answer to that question is no, you do not. But, maybe some team does, right? Osama here says the West is packed with competition. The West is incredible this year. Everyone keeps calling the West weak. I mean, there's no easy series here. There's not a team that, if you're a fan of a team, you're like, oh, well, I'd love to play them. I don't know. It just seems like not a fun matchup. And now with the Phoenix Suns, how good they are, that's even scarier than the normal. 1,500 people watching. That is absolutely incredible. Please leave a like on the stream if you are enjoying this far. Hopefully you feel like I'm answering all your questions and really covering the NBA trade deadline as best as I possibly can. We will be reacting to all of the news. I'll be giving my trade grades out and giving you guys the best analysis I possibly can. So I hope you are enjoying. Alex here wants to know, how does the Josh Hart trade impact Portland? And are they now done at the trade deadline, or do you see them trying to make more moves? This is a great question, Alex. As for Josh Hart, it was a foregone conclusion they were going to trade him. Just given the nature of his contract, he had a player option this summer, but it became a non-guaranteed deal if he opted in. So it just didn't really make sense for him to sign that. It didn't make sense for him to stick with Portland in that situation. So now he actually goes to a better situation, the New York Knicks, where he is reunited with former Villanova teammate Jalen Brunson. And I think the two of them are going to work really well together. Gives you another, kind of wing combo guy like Quentin Grimes. I think that's actually a very good calculated move by the New York Knicks. And for Portland, I think that they are relatively done. Again, I think Jusuf Nurkic is something you consider. Maybe a Jeremy Grant trade, but again, I'm not saying, oh, they're going to trade him, right? I think that there's just going to be a little bit of consideration, maybe not even really that firm of talks with any other team. But you never know, because some team in the West right now might say, holy cow, the Suns just got Kevin Durant. We need a Jeremy Grant type wing on our roster ASAP. Jordan here says, I don't imagine the Pacers will do anything today, but I'd love some type of trade to upgrade the power forward position, particularly on defense. Do you think a player like Jonathan Isaac could be a target? I think it's a little too early for Isaac. He just recently came back from injury. I don't think the Magic are looking to trade him this year. Brandon says the real winner of the trade is the Rockets. Rockets are definitely better positioned now than they were. But the one thing I would argue is Mikal Bridges is 8 years younger than Kevin Durant. Cam Johnson is 9 years younger than Kevin Durant. And the Suns now gave up a bevy of picks to Brooklyn as well. So you could argue that long-term, some of the picks that the Rockets would have had that would have likely been very valuable maybe have become devalued. But at the same time, given what's kind of going on in Brooklyn, it's very possible that those picks do become better in the short term as well. So I think there's a little bit of give and take with that going both ways. So I think it's a really, really good comment there, Brandon. And welcome everyone to the stream as well. If you are new, make sure to leave a like and subscribe as well. Coach says Coach Dreadhead here says the West is a pre-All-Star game every night. The West is stacked with stars. It is. Like, think about it top to bottom, right? You play the Nuggets and you have to go against Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, and then KCP is a great role player, right? Memphis, you have to go against Ja Morant, potential defensive player of the year, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Desmond Bane, who's emerging as a star in this league. Sacramento, you have to go against Sabonis and Fox. Those are two all-star level players this year. Dallas, you've got Kyrie and Luka Doncic. They're currently sitting fourth. The Suns, I mean, you see how talented they are now. They have a quartet that is incredible across Ayton, Durant, Booker, Paul. Clippers, you have that wing duo that has always been there the last 4 years now. Pelicans, they're loaded as well. The Timberwolves, I mean, even when they're healthy, Conley, I think, fits in really well. Ant is emerging into a superstar level player, I think. It might take another year for him to get to that status, but he's getting closer and closer to that. Rudy Gobert is still one of the best defensive players in the league. And once Cat's healthy, you have three legitimate all-star level players. The Warriors, I mean, they're in ninth right now. The Golden State Warriors, who won the title last year, are in ninth. With Steph Curry, Draymond Green. I mean, every night, like you said, I mean, Portland, Dame, right? You got Dame, the Thunder, you have Shea and Jalen Williams and Giddey, who I think are all future stars in this league. Shea's obviously a star right now. Other than the Spurs and Rockets, I mean, even the Lakers, like 13th, you got LeBron and Anthony Davis that you have to deal with, plus D'Angelo Russell and some depth now. The Utah Jazz, Lauri Markkanen's been playing like a star this year. It's just incredible, kind of what we actually see going on. Just a reminder to go give us a follow as well on Twitter. You can also tweet some trades at us too. I would love to look at some of your guys' trade ideas and really get to talk about them on stream. We do have some trades actually coming in right now as well that I'm going to end up sharing on the channel. First of all, here, Marco says a trade here between the Mavs and Hornets. Rozier, Plumlee, and PJ Washington for Hardaway, Bertans, and Ntilikina. Pros, Dallas gets a wing they needed on this trade. Terry Rozier's the third ball handler, and Plumlee played well as Powell's backup, so Wood plays as power forward starter. Interesting. Hornets get assets to tank for Victor, and they value THJ leadership. Cons, Mavs need to put first-round pick in the deal. Yeah, they would need to at least put that 2027 first in there. Realistically, I could see a framework of this getting done. If I had to make an alteration here, I would say likely no Bertans, and I would say no PJ Washington, and I would try and match the money a little bit differently between Rozier and Plumlee for Hardaway, Ntilikina, and maybe another little salary filler going out instead of Bertans' contract, just because I don't think the Hornets would be interested in taking that in. Matthew says, you told me that KD was not going to my Suns. What now? Yeah, I just didn't think it was happening. Usually we don't see trades like that come to fruition that quickly. It's one of those, thief in the night type of trades for the Phoenix Suns. And I actually put out a tweet about it. Remember, go follow me at _utility sports. I said at Matt Ishbia, I'm sorry I was not familiar with your game, because in his first day as owner of the Phoenix Suns, he landed Kevin Durant, which is incredible. Here Marco says, Ben Simmons to the Mavs for Hardaway and Bertans, kind of flipping, bad contracts for bad contracts. It's interesting. I don't know if I love it, though, necessarily. Matthew here as well says, how about this trade? And it's Fred VanVleet to the Clippers for Reggie, Zubats, and 2 second-rounders. I think that if you are the Raptors here, if you're trading VanVleet, you're going to get a first-round pick for him. So that's what I'd have to guess. Thank you to everyone who is hitting that follow button. Better without D'Lo says, to be honest, Nickeil Alexander-Walker is a very underrated piece in the D'Lo trade. I mean, yes, I don't love him, to be honest. Like, you have to understand he's playing 14 minutes a game this year. He hasn't been playing very much. He has not played in the last 10 games. He's played about 20 minutes in the last 10 games. So I get what you're saying here. I do think he's a solid value add as like kind of a throw-in piece in the deal. I think to make the money work. I think it's a very good addition there. But I don't think he ultimately changes what happens to Minnesota this season in terms of postseason play. Renee says we need to trade VanVleet, talking about the Raptors. Todd here says, do you see the Kings making a move? I think so. The player I would circle for them is Fred, or not Fred VanVleet. Sorry, obviously not Fred VanVleet. I think the player I would circle for them is Matisse Thybulle from the 76ers. 73 here says Lakers roster looking nice now. Rob Pelinka hit a splash with that trade yesterday. I think he did. Again, I gave the Lakers an A for that. I think they positioned themselves rather well. They added 2 shooters in D'Lo and Beasley who can both play without the ball in their hands, which I think is important. Deacon here says thoughts on the idea of Rockets giving up Nets Eric Gordon. Giving the Nets Eric Gordon's expiring deal and the Nets 2024 and 2026 picks back to Brooklyn for Bridges. These Nets picks could be super valuable to Brooklyn. To be honest, that's not a bad framework. And for Houston, you get a player who I think would probably be your best player on day one. The moment he steps in, he would be the best player on the roster. Now, he doesn't have the best long-term upside. I think that's still Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün. But Mikal Bridges right now is an all-defense level candidate, which is very, very important and something the Rockets are not good at right now defensively. Ryan here says, so far, who's the best fantasy pickup created by the trades? I grabbed Torrey Craig in my 16T. I mean, yeah. Torrey Craig's pretty solid because he's going to get some more minutes for sure. I mean, just looking at the situation too, I think that if Vando's not on a roster already, obviously Vando probably is, but he's going to grab a lot of rebounds for the Lakers. That's something that they're not very great at, and I think he's going to do a pretty good job of that for them, especially on the offensive glass. I think that'll be important. And then on top of that, I think maybe Jalen Noel, because I think the Wolves are going to kind of lean into him a little bit more. As a scorer without D'Lo now because Mike Conley's there instead. So they might need a little bit more bench punch from Jalen Noel, who did drop a 30 ball last night in his first game without D'Angelo Russell since the trade. Calvin here says, I want Morey to make a move soon before I lose my mind. I know the East is in a crazy spot. Just a reminder, go to @_utility sports on Twitter and tweet at us like we see here. GIJ says, do you think VanVleet will get traded? I do, actually. I have a feeling that he will get traded to either one of Orlando or LA. Talking about the Clippers. Samarai says here, would the Jazz buy out Westbrook soon enough to allow him to be given a contract to a new team? What teams do you think he'd join? Yes, he'll definitely be bought out in time to join another team. I think the favorite to land him is the Clippers, but I would not rule out the Heat or the Chicago Bulls yet either. Those were the 3 teams that I kind of all along thought if he gets traded and bought out, those would be the best landing spots given their current point guard situations in all of those spots. Ardavera, thank you for hitting that follow. Dominic, really appreciate that. As well as Dorian, thank you for the follow. Sean, you as well, thank you so much. And Nate, thank you for all the follows. Continue to tweet at us. Let me know if you have any questions. And remember, here's the profile now, just so you guys can know who to go follow. @_utility sports on Twitter. And I would love for you guys to hit the subscribe button as well on the channel right now if you are new. I know a lot of you have been in here the last couple of days, but I do know that some of you are brand new as well. Some of you I have not seen your profile before popping up in the comment section. So I'd love to get to know you. I'd love to know who your favorite team is. And I would love for you to stick around here at Utility Sports and continue to be a part of what we do here on the channel. Thank you for bearing with my voice here too a little bit. I've been live on the channel for about 20 hours this week already, and I'll be live for about 7.5 hours today. So my voice is at a spot where I'm getting, it's getting sore, but we're working through it. Mello, thanks for the follow on Twitter. Nate Joe says, what do you think the Hawks can do? I think the Hawks are going to still look at potential John Collins trades, but I don't really love anything that's out there for them, honestly, when it comes to that. Ronald says, is OG really that good? Watching the Mavs use Josh Green as a pseudo playmaker at times, do you think OG can be a better version of that? No. So here's the thing. OG is a good player. Josh Green's a better playmaker. than OG Anunoby. Now, is Josh Green a better player than him? No, but I think if it was me, like if you're using Josh Green for playmaking, then I don't think that OG Anunoby's an upgrade in that department. But I think OG Anunoby's a more consistent defender. I think he's a smarter defender. I think he's a better off-ball fit offensively. Now, I know, Green gives the Mavs a lot of things that I really like and I think are very important. He's a very good cutter. I think he's the Mavericks' best cutter, actually. He's extremely athletic, which is something the Mavericks need. And he's also growing as a shooter. He's greatly improved. But I think Anunoby's a little bit more consistent. You look at his career splits, and he kind of hovers right around the same area for that. Better Without D'Lo says, what are your thoughts on the Raps trading a protected first and 2 seconds for a contract year? Pirtle, I think they did pretty well. I think that they're going to plan on keeping Pirtle around, and I don't have any issue with it at all. Here in this one, Real Sheesh sends us a tweet saying, Brooklyn unloading salaries. They also getting young talent in Jaden Hardy and a first-round pick for their future. So in this deal, the Brooklyn Nets would get Wood, Powell, Hardy for Crowder, O'Neal, Claxton. And now, I didn't love it. I wasn't loving it when I was reading some of this, what you put up here. But if you have Nick Claxton in there, this is a oh my gosh, the Dallas Mavericks should do this trade. Nick Claxton is playing at an all defense level, and it's been absolutely incredible. Woo, the investor here says, who should the Grizzlies pick up? The Grizzlies, I think, are going to be interested in OG Anunoby. For Sawyer here, how about the Bucks? I think, again, that's going to be Jeremy Grant. Thank you to everyone who is following here as well. Kite I really appreciate you. NBA Rumors, thank you. Hayden, thank you for the follow. Woo, the investor, thank you. Connor, thank you as well for the follows on Twitter. Really appreciate you guys. Let's keep going through some of these comments here on the channel. Jordan here says, great content, by the way, brother. Watch your mocks often. Fantastic detail. Really appreciate that. Did have a mock draft come out this week. I'm sure you already checked it out, Jordan. But for those of you in here that have not, I really recommend it. If you guys think I know what I'm talking about when it comes to the NBA trade deadline, I know even more about the NBA draft. I spend a ton of time watching the prospects and, learning their games so that I can accurately detail them to you guys. So you know who is the best fit for your teams and who do you like to add. Edward here, who's a big-time Kings fan, by the way. If you guys can't tell, I really do pay attention to who you guys like as a team. I try to really get to know my viewers. So I know here, Edward's a Kings fan, a big one, and he was right about Domantas Sabonis last year at the trade deadline. He told me a lot of important, pertinent information about them that really ended up becoming really important for what that team has become this year. He says it's not smart to forego your future by trading away so many first-round picks. Look what to Brooklyn when they got Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett, and Paul. Well, they didn't even get Ray Allen in that deal, but I understand your point, right? I think the Kevin Durant situation is a little bit different, though. Kite here says, what do you think Toronto's plan is now after acquiring Pirtle? I think it's all about trade value for them. If they can get great value, making a trade of any of the following, Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent Jr., OG Anunoby, they will. But if they're not getting offers that they love, they will not make a trade. Here, TTS sends this trade in. Magic would get David Nwaba, Darius Baisley, second-round pick. Thunder would get Mo Bamba. So one issue I have with this here, the Thunder are not in a spot where they want to take in money. The Thunder are actually over the tax threshold, which is one of the most important things when you consider potential trades, mock trades. The Thunder would want to get under the tax, not add money into the tax. So it's more likely to see them make a trade where they save some money instead. But Connor, thank you for sending that in. I think that the Thunder would like to add Bamba. It's going to be right financially for them. Patrick here sends a deal for the Pacers. They give up in this deal 4 first-round picks. So this is what I'm talking about today. The OG Anunoby sweepstakes are already ramping up. Yesterday everyone was talking about, okay, well, maybe 3 first-rounders, right? Now we're up to 4 already, and it's just top of the morning. B. Willie says day 2 on the job for Matt Ishbia today. I assume he gets Giannis. Honestly, that's a great tweet and something that deserves a retweet there, Willie, because that's hilarious. Honestly, like that's the crazy thing, right? Yesterday I spent all day saying there's no way. I just don't see any way really that Kevin Durant can get traded this quickly, in this short of duration since the Kyrie Irving news, and literally one day on the job, Matt Ishbia says, yeah, hold my beer. Let me go out there and make something happen. And he did. Might go down as the best day one ever for a new owner in the NBA. Nate Joe says, would you trade DeAndre Hunter if you were the Hawks because he's averaging only 10 points in his last 4 games? I mean, I was never high on DeAndre Hunter, so I never really liked him a lot. Thank you to everyone who is following on the channel. Really appreciate you. Dorian here says, I can say that as a Kings fan over the years, I believe that our best chance for the West is getting OG Anunoby. I believe that. Here we have a Harrison Barnes and Chimezi Metu going out for OG Anunoby and Juancho Hernan Gomez, Mr. Bo Cruz himself. For this trade, I'm guessing that you're going to include, at least a couple firsts, because I don't think Toronto would just outright do this deal, obviously. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. 1,700 people watching. It would be absolutely crazy if you guys could go all follow on Twitter right now. Links in the description, as well as the next link down there as well is my actual personal Instagram. On there, I have some videos of me playing basketball myself. I'm a little bit of a hooper, right? I'm not an NBA level guy, obviously, but I like to play. I think I'm pretty decent, especially in pickup. A lot of guys have trouble staying in front of me. So if you guys wanted to follow me on there, I would greatly appreciate it. Typically, I am private on there, but today I will be accepting follow requests throughout the live stream throughout the day so that you guys can, check out my own personal Instagram. And I would love for you guys to follow me on there. Look Alive. Let's get a little bit of Look Alive hype in the chat right now. Everyone comment his username to hype him up a little bit. He definitely deserves it. Became a member yesterday. I also had a great, awesome donation of $20 to the channel. That really goes a long way in helping support what I'm doing here at Utility Sports. So a huge shout out to him, and really, really thankful for having him watching the channel. And like you said, I can't believe the Kevin Durant trade either. It just came together out of nothing, out of thin air, seemingly. Pony Power here says, know what would be the most ironic and biggest payback of all these times? If Russ gets bought out, then signed up by the Celtics or Bucks or Sixers, then ends up with a ring at the end of this season. That would be a pretty good power play by him. Out the Crib here says, it's a great deadline. It is, especially if you're a Suns fan. You got to be really, really excited. And I'm sure some Nets fans are devastated right now. Some of you are hitting that follow button on Instagram and also on Twitter. So really shout out to you, Rambo, and then also Rio, Cotterell, Mariah, and Connor. Thank you as well for hitting those follows on either Instagram or on Twitter. Really appreciate all of you. Let's keep going here now. Unspoken here, who's been hanging out in the streams all week long. Shout out to him. He says, if you were Kevin Pritchard of the Pacers, would you still go after OG, even though the Pacers are now the 12th seed in the East? If they get OG, it'll make them better and be out of the Wemby sweepstakes. They're still really close to being not 12th. And to be honest, like, getting OG Anunoby doesn't mean you're going to automatically win this year. I mean, I think even the fact that you introduce somebody new, your chemistry kind of gets upset on the court. So it might even lead to you losing a little bit more. Plus, they always have the, Tyrese Halliburton's out with a hip strain or something, right? And they have him set for the last couple of weeks of the season to lose some games. Blaine says, do you see Orlando making a move for Van Vliet today? What are our options in Orlando? I think Van Vliet's really the top option for them. Capo here says, salute Utility Sports, salute Knicks gang. It's a beautiful day. If you're a Knicks fan, let's get some hype in the chat. I'd love to know who your guys' favorite team is. So go ahead, get some comments in there telling me who you are a fan of. Jim here says, do you have a first name? I do. My first name, obviously I have a first name. My first name is Sheldon. So welcome everyone to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Go check out my Instagram. Again, link is in the description. Typically, I never, ever tweet or never usually put my Instagram in the bio, but I did today because I thought, why not? It's trade deadline day. Let's celebrate, right? Anthony here says, is Pat Riley and the Miami Heat making any moves? Possibly. I think Miami is going to look around a few different things. I think the big names to watch for guys they could trade out are Kyle Lowry and Duncan Robinson. Zach here says, hello from Australia. Do you think Mavs will make any moves before this trade deadline? I think they'll look around a big man. I think that's really the most likely option. Brian here says, I would start Craig for defense. I think so. I think that'd be a good fit for Phoenix. And then you have TJ Warren off the bench. Definitely a realistic possibility. Don't know here says, according to Philip Rossman, Ross will be traded to the team he prefers. And if that will not happen, they will simply let him finish his contract for him to go to the team he prefers. So definitely doing right by a player. I think that's a good play by the front office. I think if you're looking at it from the perspective of what they've got to do there in Orlando, they've got to set themselves up to be viewed as a decent destination to play for. And treating your players well and doing well by them is a good way to kind of set that up. Edward here says the Western Conference just got really difficult. Yes, it did. The West is kind of on steroids, honestly. So it's absolutely insane. Mobley here says, do you think the Cavs make any moves? I think Kevin Love's really the name to watch and a guy that they could trade away. And I think they're going to look to bring in some depth wings and guys that could fill out their rotation and get a little bit deeper this trade deadline. Any of these trades realistic? So here the Cavaliers would land Cam Johnson. Suns would get Isaac Okoro, making a 3-team deal. And the Nets get 2 second-rounders, and Cedi Osman and Dylan Windler. No. For this situation, this was for Dorian. I see. So you have 3 different trades here. So no, I don't see this very likely because right now the Nets own Cam Johnson's, right? So then you have to do a Coro for Cam, and the Nets just wouldn't do that. As for this one, Dorian for these, I don't know. I think that it's going to take a first rounder to get Dorian Finney-Smith, and since he's recently traded because of that trade call that I talked about earlier, he can't even really get moved. Then the Cavaliers. This one's a little bit more realistic. Royce O'Neal for 2 seconds and Cedi Osman is something that I could actually maybe see, which would be a nice move for Cleveland. So it's pretty well timed with the comment that we just had there. And then Dorian here. This is another good one here. It says by day 15 they're gonna have KD, LeBron, Paul, Curry, Giannis, obviously Tatum as well, Luka, and Klay Thompson, which is really funny. Honestly, can't say it won't happen. That's a really good one there, Dorian. I like it. Matt Ishbia is he's a go-getter. That's one way I'd have to talk about him. Jay here says I get the Nets trading Kyrie and KD, but the Nets got really good players out of those trades. Yeah, I agree. I think that they did very well in that. Thank you to everyone who's following on Instagram as well. ETN, Jared, Arpit Dog, and Mariah. Thank you all so much for hitting that follow button over on Instagram. I would love for you guys to all do that if you don't mind. It just takes a second of your time, completely free. And then that way you guys can DM me on there and get to know my thoughts on certain things going throughout the NBA postseason and everything going on there. John says, who can Boston get to improve their championship odds? With Jakob Poeltl off the board, I think their attention maybe turns to Kelly Olynyk as a extra big man to add to their rotation, to maybe throw at Giannis and to be able to space the floor a little bit. There's definitely value there to that. And maybe Nerlens Noel, but I don't necessarily love that a ton. So that's really kind of my thought on that, and just kind of the direction of where the Celtics are at. They're very, very good. Jorge here says trade Davis Lakers for Zach LaVine and their center and a pick. Anthony Davis for LaVine and who Vooch. I don't know if that I don't know if I love that for the Lakers. Big J says, yikes, bro, these trades jumping off crazy. Still yawning. Who you offering for Denny and Gafford? Yeah, Jay, I knew you were going to ask about this. So let's let's go ahead and get to it. Probably would offer, some salary filler, which I know doesn't sound great. It really doesn't. I understand it. But, I'm thinking something along the lines of Tim Hardaway Jr., which I know, again, isn't great, but we'll throw in a 2027 first-round pick. We'll give you 2 or 3 second-rounders, and I think we're close. I don't want to give up Jaden Hardy. I really don't. But if we have to throw him in there, I'd maybe just think about it for a second. Now, I'm not saying I'd do it. I'm not saying I'd do it. Obviously, my throat, kind of giving me some problem, guys. So thanks for sticking around. But I'd consider it, right? Dorian here says, do you think Clippers are going to make some moves? I think so. I think that Fred VanVleet will ultimately end up being an LA Clipper. Thank you to Richter and T. Carver as well for hitting that follow button on Instagram. Everyone go give me a follow on there. Link is in the description. And go follow on the Twitter as well. As you guys can see, the Twitter is popping off right now. Cards Motor here wants to know, do you see the Warriors moving Wiseman and Moody? I ultimately do not. I think Wiseman stands pat, and I think that Moody definitely does not get traded either. Sean here wants to know, what do I think about this trade? Lakers get Gary Trent Jr., Isaac Okoro. Cavs get OG Anunoby and Lonnie Walker. Raptors get Pat Bev, Karis LeVert, Troy Brown. 6 second-rounders and 1 first. This is, I understand the value and the idea of like the Lakers getting Trent. I think that's a fit. I think the idea of getting Anunoby to the Cavs is a really good fit. Just unfortunately, though, the Cavs don't have the assets to get this done. The Cavs would have to have at least 2 or 3 first-round picks in this deal, and ultimately they don't. So I think the idea of where the players are going is good. I just don't think the Cavaliers, after the Mitchell trade, have enough to ultimately get it done, unfortunately for them. Here, Ant-Man, who's clearly a big Anthony Edwards fan, Timberwolves fan account, wants to know, what do you think the Timberwolves ceiling in the West is? For the Minnesota Timberwolves, I think the big ceiling for them is, a good playoff team. Now, does that mean you win a series? I don't know. The West is loaded. It could really depend on who you play. It depends on how well you play in the postseason. I really like Gobert. I think Gobert is a great player. I think Ant is turning into a phenomenal player, and he's really improving every single day. So I think that they have, a high ceiling long term. I think that they're going to continue to get better and better. But shout out to everyone who is hitting that follow button on Twitter. Really appreciate you guys. Again, the link is in the description for that. The @ is @_utility sports. So make sure to go check it out. Scott says Ben Simmons has accepted his demotion as Nets water boy. He said he welcomes this next chapter. That's a funny comment there. Bryce is right. Thank you for the follow on Instagram. Osama here saying, for real, bro, with laughing emoji. We talked about that one as well. One thing I'm going to say here real quick too. So you guys have been putting awesome comments, and so many awesome comments that I'm running behind, right? So don't spam the same comment over and over. It just makes it more difficult for me to get through all the comments. So I would love for you guys to, put your comment in there. If you have a different comment, go ahead and comment a different one, but just don't put the same one in there, copy paste a bunch, because it makes it hard for me to keep up. Sad wants to know, what time does the NBA trade deadline start? The NBA trade deadline has already begun, obviously, with the Kevin Durant news, but it ends at 3 p.m. Eastern time today. It is now almost 10 a.m. Eastern time, so we're just a little bit over 5 hours away. JDC here, a little critical on the Phoenix Suns, saying they're not going to win this year. We'll see what happens. But Sean G here tweets at me saying, as a Lake Show fan, what about this? Send the first and some seconds for Bridges. Mikal Bridges is worth 2 to 3 first rounders in my eyes. So I don't think the Lakers have enough. Now, I didn't think that they were going to be able to get D'Lo and Vando and also Beasley for what they did. So maybe, but I don't really think it's likely. Here, Potato says Dallas gets Crowder, O'Neal, and Claxton. Brooklyn gets Wood, Powell, Hardy, and a first-round pick. Who says no? What's your proposal for the Mavs to get Claxton? To be honest, I think the Mavs would have to give up more. I do think the Nets really like Claxton, but Gino here says, good morning. Do you think Miami could make a nice upgrade? I do think Miami could look to upgrade. I think that point guard's really the spot that they want to improve for sure. Ryan here says, Gerald McCoy tweets, well, it's been real, Brooklyn. I go where he goes. That's pretty funny, honestly. MB says Minnesota also sends the 3 seconds to the Nets. So in this one, Nikhil, Naz Reid for Cam Johnson and those 3 second rounders. Again, kind of like what we talked about with Cleveland, I just don't think Minnesota has enough, unfortunately, to really get involved in a deal for either of Cam Johnson or Mikal Bridges. I think that you're going to need first round picks to get involved in those discussions. So Cam Johnson, I just don't really see as a possibility at this point, unfortunately for Minnesota, because I do agree with you, MB. He'd be a great fit there for what he could end up becoming. Trey here says trading D'Lo for Mike Conley, who's 36, going on 55. Crazy. Yeah, but it's a fit. One thing about the Timberwolves, and I know a lot of people won't know this, but the Timberwolves give up one of the they're near the worst in the league when it comes to allowing points off turnovers and just points in fast break transition. And Conley is very good at limiting turnovers. He turns the ball over significantly less than D'Angelo Russell, which I think will go a long way in helping Minnesota actually improve this season. Now, does it mean that they're going to be really better long term? I'm not sure. I don't really like the idea of Conley, who's that old. being your addition, right? But at the end of the day, I think he's also going to help Anthony Edwards a lot. Justin here wants to know, I think the KD trade will pressure the Nuggets Grizzlies into making an upgrade at the deadline today. I think it puts pressure on a lot of teams to go out there and make some moves. Unspoken wants to know how long I'm streaming today. I'm streaming all the way through the NBA trade deadline, plus a little bit after. So a lot of content coming out on the channel today for sure. Maurice says, do you think Bulls will make a trade to try to make the playoffs or stand pat? Thanks for streaming so early. Of course, Maurice, glad to be here on the channel. Streaming. Appreciate all of you guys hitting that follow button on Twitter and on Instagram. You guys have been absolutely killing it. Here, Jarvis says, hi from the Czech Republic. Do you think Lakers could trade for Caruso, maybe for Walker and 2 seconds? Keep up the good work. Lakers would have to give up their first to get Caruso back in the building. That's a great question, Jarvis. Thank you for asking. King Connor here says, the Bulls are a team that went all in last season and it didn't pay off. Do you think they'll make any moves today? For the Bulls, I think, maybe Vucevic, he's an expiring contract, but I'm not exactly sure. And when it comes to Caruso, I think it's really dependent on if they're getting good enough offers. Thank you to everyone who is hitting that follow button right now. I'm showing you guys on the screen. Trenur, thank you as well for the follow. Dexter, thank you as well. And then we're back to Angel there. So thank you to all of you who have hit that follow button. Bob Sully here saying Trent the Magic. Joey wants to know if Harden got traded. He did last year. He has not been traded this year. The trade deadline has not passed yet. We have until, again, 3 p.m. Eastern time today for the NBA trade deadline. Clippers are going to likely buy out John Wall. Unspoken says, yo, we got 753 people in here. Everyone subscribe and like up the video. Yeah, everyone go smash the like button. I'm going to check how many likes we're at right now. I would love to see that that number be a really, really high number. So everyone go please smash the like button. Let me know that you guys are enjoying the content by hitting the like button. And again, if you guys keep tweeting at us, we'll keep showing everything that you guys are tweeting at us. So again, it keeps popping up on the screen. So continue to do that. I really do appreciate it. Here 73 here says, I think OG going to the Pelicans. Robert here says, great stream. Can you do a recap every once in a while of what's happened for new viewers? Also, what names you think Cavs or the Nuggets could throw out there to shop? For the Cavs, I think they're going to shop Kevin Love, his contract, and maybe some second rounders with him to get a little bit more depth on the wings for this roster. And for the Nuggets, thank you again for tweeting at me here. I really appreciate it when you guys do that. For the Nuggets, I think their key player to trade is Bones Highland. I think he's really the guy that makes a lot of sense. He said, and don't say Kevin Love. I doubt anybody wants an oversized Duncan that can rebound. So the reason I'm saying Love is I'm talking about, like, okay, you trade him plus second rounders to go get something. So it's not like Kevin Love's the buy option. The reason why he's valuable, and this is a really good point to make here, he's expiring. So, a team that maybe wants to get off of some money, doesn't really feel like they're headed in the direction they want to, they could look at Kevin Love as almost a get out of jail free card, where you get off of his money, you get off of his contract at the end of the year, and maybe you go into the offseason with a little bit of cap space. That's why some teams would be willing to do that. Woo the investor here says, I would like to see Dylan Brooks for Buddy Hield. What do you think? I don't think the Grizzlies would do that. I think especially now with Kevin Durant, the Grizzlies feel like Dylan Brooks is their either Devin Booker answer or their Kevin Durant answer. Brady here sends in a trade. The Miami Heat would land PJ Washington for Caleb Martin and a 2027 first. I'm coming into the season, I think that would have made some sense. With the way Caleb Martin's played, though, I don't know if the Heat feel enough pressure to make a deal like that, just given how he's performed. And, funny enough, the Hornets have had Caleb Martin before, so they know what he's about. So I'm not ruling it out completely, but I don't know if the Heat feel enough pressure to make that deal. MB says plan B with a couple of the seconds sent to Brooklyn, maybe. Timberwolves, Royce O'Neal. Nets get Nickeil Alexander, Walker, Nasri. That's something I think is a little bit more realistic. Just given, he's a little bit older, probably viewed a little bit less valuably. Walton here, thank you for tweeting at us. He says, at Utility Sports, do you think the Bucks are going to make a move? That's a great question. When it comes to the Milwaukee Bucks, I think that they will. I think they're going to be very interested in potentially landing a guy like Jay Crowder if they can pull him away from Brooklyn here in a 3-team deal. Bucks fan wants to know if Bojan to the Bucks is a potential option. My answer to that is no. I don't see Bojan potentially going to Milwaukee. I think that would take a pretty sizable, change in what I'm expecting to happen this deadline for something like that to come to fruition. But thank you for tweeting at us. Please continue to do that. I do want to send a thanks to Jared for following on Instagram as well. Really appreciate you, Jared. I know how much you've been sticking around here on the channel, and it's been a lot of fun having you. Bucks fan, don't spam here, all right? I'm going to get to everybody's comments. I'm going to get through every little bit here. So thank you, though, for tweeting at us. Smith says, is Darius Baisley on the block? I think so. I think he gets traded for cash, to be honest. And they're going to try and save some money because they are a little bit over the luxury tax. I would be shocked. I would be really, really shocked, to be honest, if the Thunder don't make a trade today. Blaine here says, bro, talk about Orlando. For the Magic, I think realistically Fred VanVleet is the biggest option for them, although I wouldn't hate Luke Kennard either. Venkata, who is absolutely awesome here, wants to know about this potential trade that they are sharing. Let's pull it up on the stream now. I'll read it out loud to what they've got going on here. So it is a successful trade in terms of money. The trade, the Clippers would receive Christian Wood and Fred VanVleet. The Raptors would get Luke Kennard, Amir Coffey, Brandon Boston, a pick swap in 2028 as well, a 2028 first and a 2029 second. The Mavs would receive Robert Covington and 2 second rounders. I don't think the Mavs would do that. I don't think the Mavs would trade Wood for Covington. I think that they view Wood as a valuable bench scorer for them now at this spot, which is obviously an interesting turn of events from where we were, before the Kyrie Irving trade. Callum here says, hey, at Utility Sports, any Houston Rockets trade ideas? I think that it really comes down to trading Eric Gordon for a second rounder or 2 if you can get that. And then also seeing what Jae'Sean Tate's value really looks like. I think that's really one of the biggest things that I'm watching for. And if he gets moved, he could help some teams. I think, maybe Cleveland could be an option for Jae'Sean Tate, and maybe the Rockets take in some of that Kevin Love contract as well as a potential option. Maybe this is kind of a trade I like. Eric Gordon, Jae'Sean Tate, and maybe a little bit more money going out to Cleveland for Kevin Love. And, maybe the Cavs give up a second round pick or 2 in that deal. Lachlan here. Thanks, Lachlan, for tweeting at us. Says, at Utility Sports, thoughts on this trade? Thoughts on a trade like this for the Heat, maybe a pick or 2 as well to get it done. I don't see the Heat trading Lowry, maybe having him run the second unit and bringing Gabe Vincent into the starting lineup. Interesting. So dumping Duncan Robinson, Caleb Martin, and then you're using Nikola Jovic as your value piece in a trade for John Collins. Giving Collins contract, I see the value here in what you're giving up, but at the same time, I don't think the Hawks would want to take in Duncan Robinson's contract, given how they operated last year with Kevin Huerter trading him to Sacramento. And then for Miami here, you have OG Anunoby going to the Heat for Robinson, Jovic, and Haywood Highsmith. Again, the money works here, but I don't know if the Heat have enough draft capital to go get something like this done. But Lachlan, thank you for sending those in. I do think that, realistically, Miami would be a lot better after making those trades, but I'm not sure if they have enough to ultimately get it done. Seven wants to know what's my take on the Cavs. They're really, really good. I told people this offseason they were going to be great. Everyone was worried about their defense because of the 2 small guards. And I said, look, in a vacuum, yes, that's not good. That's not what you want. But this team is different. They have Jared Allen. They have Evan Mobley. They have Isaac Okoro. They have all this length and defense around those 2 guys that with JB Bickerstaff, I can trust that they will build a system to work. And so far it has been. They have the highest net rating in the NBA this season. They've been really good. And I think they are a sleeper team for sure. Zach here says Jeremy Grant will not be trading the deadline. Per Grant himself, he's looking forward to long-term plans with the Blazers. Yeah, I mean, that's what he's supposed to say, though. I agree, Zach, that he likely will not get traded. I'm just floating his name out there as an option. I wouldn't be completely shocked if he did. But like I said earlier, too, I don't think it's super likely, but I don't think it's completely impossible either. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Art, it's funny. You guys have to understand that, I'm trying to go through all these comments. You guys are absolutely great and putting great comments out there. But it takes a while to get through all of them. So I hope you guys have been enjoying. Ben Conley wants to know about Clippers rumors. I think the one big one is, Fred VanVleet and then Russell Westbrook, the guard play. Bucks fan wants to know, do you think the Bucks have enough to compete with Boston? I do. I think that they're maybe one like buy move away, maybe a Jay Crowder away from really having a good shot at knocking off Boston this year. I think that the Bucks are a very good team and a team that's going to be dangerous. Johnny here says, I'm still not sold on the Suns. I understand that completely, just because of their depth. That's the one concern I have. Just a reminder, too, you can go ahead and follow on Instagram as well as our Twitter. Links are in the description for those. Jalen here says, will the Raptors trade to OG? And if so, what team is the most likely to trade for him? When it comes to OG Anunoby, I think the answer to that for the Raptors is dependent on the value they get. I think the most likely team would be the New Orleans Pelicans. I think they have the best offers to send. But all in all, I think it's going to be a really competitive market for OG Anunoby. I could see a number of teams getting involved in on him. And ultimately, I could see, maybe 2-3 first-round picks actually dealt in a trade for OG Anunoby, a guy who's never been an all-star. That's very, very good compensation for Toronto. Ryan says, shaking my head, I forgot what the actual deadline date comes to super casuals that spam their terrible idea. Yeah, please don't spam in the chat. But look, guys, Anthony Edwards is in the chat. Thoughts on our trade for Conley? Conley's going to fit really well, both with Anthony Edwards and Rudy Gobert. I think it's a good addition for them, just given the fact that he fits. I think he definitely has improved their team for this year. Fantasy Machine here saying Booker's trash. I don't necessarily agree with that. Troy here says need to switch to subscribers only, getting spammed here in the chat. Yeah, we will be making that adjustment here in just a little bit. Gremlin with the 5 says Sheldon equals relentless live stream demigod. Yeah, we've been going live on the channel all week long. You guys have been absolutely rocking it as well with me the entire process here. So it's crazy. 1,600 people here watching. And it's been a lot of fun. Gremlin, thank you again for the $5. The donations or joining as a member go a long way in really supporting what we do and helps continue doing streams like this in the future. According to Michael Scotto, we do have a report here. Mikal Bridges continues to draw trade interest after being dealt to the Nets in the Kevin Durant trade. So that'll be something that we have to monitor. If Mikal Bridges could potentially get flipped somewhere else, he enters the market as another OG Anunoby level player that could be on the way out somewhere else. Potentially we could see something like OG Anunoby to New Orleans, maybe Mikal to Memphis. There's options out there now. Callum says, hey, Utility Sports, another one. Any Warriors trade ideas? For Golden State, it's just kind of hard to see them making a move. They just typically don't do that. Now, it's really hard because Curry's out as well. So what do they do? Do they actually bottom out somehow and find a way to maybe tank for Victor? Could you imagine that if somehow, some way the Warriors miss the playoffs and end up winning the first overall pick in the draft? That would be nuts. Here we have a trade from Venkata sent in where the Clippers would get Rashawn Holmes, Fred VanVleet, and 2 second-rounders from the Kings. The Kings would get Robert Covington. The Raptors would get Kennard, Amir Coffey, Terrence Mann, 2028 first and 2029 second. To be honest, it's not bad. I think Covington for Holmes and 2 seconds is pretty good. And there the Raptors get compensated very well with Kennard, Coffey, Mann, a first and a second. That's a lot to give up from the Clippers perspective. I could see maybe a little bit less from what they're giving up. Maybe no Amir Coffey in there. But I do understand kind of the whole component there of everything going on and kind of how it's all playing out. Cody here, thanks for tweeting at us. Cody says, you think the Lakers can trade for Mikal Bridges? Ultimately, I do not think they can. I don't think that they have enough. Bucks fan says, last one, sorry to bother you. No worries, Bucks fan. I'm hoping that I'm answering your questions the way that you're looking for them. It says, do you think a Middleton trade is possible? I really don't. It just would really shock me if something came together on that today. Maybe in the offseason if he does opt in, but he does have that opt-out. So anything is possible, I guess, but I would be surprised. Makai wants to know if this is too much to give up for Dorian. It's not. Dorian's a really good player. I just don't know ultimately if the Nets would be willing to do this, especially since Dorian's recently traded, and because of that, they already shopped him around. They couldn't really find a suitor for him, so ultimately we're at a spot where Dorian Finney-Smith is probably going to be playing this year for the Brooklyn Nets, I would guess. Jaden here says Jay Williams, trash source, claimed that he's heard AD might get moved today. Well, I don't believe that. I think these trades could honestly raise the floor for the Lakers. On these deals, Anthony Davis and Bryant to the Hawks for Capella, Collins, a bevy of picks as well, some first, some seconds. To be honest, not bad value for Anthony Davis. And this one with the Nets, AD, Schroeder, Christie for Harris, Royce, Claxton, Cam, and a bunch of picks. My one thing here is I don't really think the Nets have a reason to make this trade. To be honest, I mean, with Anthony Davis, his injury history, with where the Nets are currently at, I don't think that they should sign up for another star player. And to be honest, Anthony Davis from time to time doesn't play like one either. At times he does. At times he plays really, really great, but sometimes he doesn't. Cooking with Alex and Laya says, how you doing? I'm doing really well. Having a lot of fun here with you guys. I hope you guys are having just as much fun as I am. Jalen here doing a little bit of weird commenting. Kind of funny, though. Osama says, yeah, we need another big, though, at summer. So you guys are obviously free to talk to each other quite a bit, too. I'm having a lot of fun here in the live today, answering your guys' questions. Just a reminder, please go follow on Instagram. Link is in the description. Go follow me on there. There's videos of me playing basketball, showing that I'm somewhat of a hooper, right? Videos of a picture of me and my girlfriend, that kind of stuff's on there. So if you want to see a little bit more about me, get to know me a little bit better, that's a great place to go follow me. Deadly Content wants to know, does Damian Lillard request a trade? My answer to that is an astounding no. Mark, welcome to the stream, Mark. Glad to see you in here. He says, who do you think, what do you think Miami will do with all the players going to different teams? You do a great job. Glad your voice is back. Yeah, it's much better today. I didn't really get to rest it last night. I had to record videos on both Jakob Poeltl and Kevin Durant. I swear NBA GMs are trying to put me through the ringer here. But no, it's been really good. It's been much better today. And for the Heat, I think, you have to watch for any power forward additions or any point guards. I think, Russell Westbrook's a realistic option and one that I would not rule out completely. I think that's a pretty strong option for sure. Let's go ahead and hop back in here. Walton here says, what player will the Bucks have to trade to get Crowder? My guess would be Grayson Allen is the player that ultimately will get dealt with a couple of second-round picks likely. Brady here says, here's a trade that I like for both teams. I don't think it'll happen, but if the Warriors decide to trade one of the young guys. So it's Wiseman to the Spurs, which has been very heavily discussed, for Zach Collins, Blake Wesley, and the 2025 second. For me, if I'm Golden State, I just don't think I can do this. If I trade Wiseman for Zach Collins, I feel really sick to my stomach, to be honest. I think that they wait on that. Callum wants to know my thoughts on the Poeltl trade. I think that both teams did very well. Toronto got the big man that they wanted, and that fits them. And then also, likewise, when it comes to San Antonio, they got the draft picks they were looking for. So I think both teams did very, very well and did a great job. Got a message request here from NBA Rumors. Patty Mills is a bad player. Yeah, I'm not a big Patty Mills guy. I know, but he's a shooter. So that's all I talked about him. Here, Nets would get Moses Moody in a 2026 first for Edmund Sumner and Yuta Watanabe. The Warriors will not make that trade. I would just be shocked about that. I get Watanabe's playing really well this year, but that's not going to happen. Here, Thunder Plug or Art Plug says, OG to OKC package. What do you think? Lou Dort. We got trade exception. Marquise Chris salary. Miami first, second. I don't know. I don't think Oklahoma City should be buying right now on OG Anunoby. I think that they should just sit pat. Their lineups, they've been finding a lot of success, and once they add Chet Holmgren in next year, they're going to be really good. To be honest, I think they're going to be really, really good. Let's look at this Venkata trade here. Again, Venkata's been sending in a lot of awesome trades. Everyone go follow on Instagram. I know a lot of you already have. But it'd be awesome to get all of you to go over and hit that follow button on my Instagram so you can see me playing a little bit of basketball, being a little bit of a hooper, and some of what I do in my own personal life as well. If you are interested in that, again, no pressure. But definitely go follow us on Twitter, right? There's no reason not to. It's completely free. Raptors get Luke Kennard, Terrence Mann, 2028 first, 2029 second. Clippers would get Van Vliet and Collins. Hawks would get Morris, Coffee, Boston in 2 seconds. I think that ultimately they'd want something more for Collins, but given his contract, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. So maybe that's the going price for him. But I think if that's the case, that ultimately the Hawks just keep him. Ahmed here says he's super happy about the Pirtle trade. I would be too. Levi wants to know who I think will be buyouts this year. The biggest one, the most important one is Russell Westbrook. He will be the best player on the buyout market, not even close. He's still a starting level player in my eyes. Now, in the right situation, that is. The Lakers were not the right spot for him. That was a terrible fit on that roster, and it was a disaster from day one. Cassier says Pelicans should go for Lauri Markkanen. He would definitely help that team, right? The Pelicans would be a lot better with Lauri, but I don't see the Utah Jazz trading him. Shout out to everyone who has followed us today. Make sure to go through and hit that follow. Charles, thank you. Blue Stew, thank you. Sam, thank you as well, all for the follows. Really appreciate each and every one of you. Absolutely awesome to have your guys' support on the channel and also on Twitter. Mark here says, does Nurk have trade value for the Blazers? I think he has a little bit, but I'm not a big Nurk guy myself. So I don't think I'm the best source for that, honestly, because I don't like Yusuf Nurkic that much. What do you think of this trade, says Jay? OG Anunoby to the Pistons for Boyan, Nerlens, Hamadou, and 2 first-round picks. I think it's a little premature for the Pistons. I think that the Pistons should be patient, see what happens for them this draft, and then go from there. I don't think that they should make a trade at this point for anything. Johnny here says OG for all of the Magic starters. It's kind of some of the discussions that we've been having, honestly. But like Stanley here saying, I just don't think Utah is trading Lauri. AJ show Magic better do something this trade deadline. 6 more hours. We are 6 hours away. Thank you for everyone who is in here. If you're having any issues with latency, maybe just try hitting refresh on the stream. Just reload it back up. Ahmed says that OG needs to go to the Mavs. Legend says, does Bones still get traded? I think the answer to that is yes. Logan says, going to the Pistons Spurs game tomorrow, I wonder how different their rosters will look. Very, very different potentially. We'll see. Obviously, no Jakob Poeltl in that game. Possible we don't see any Doug McDermott then either, for sure. Ross Davison, thank you for the follow on Instagram, as well as Jonah Ramirez. Thank you for the follow over there. Really appreciate that from you guys. So thank you so much for that. And let's continue going here. Jay wants to know what's Masai's plan now after getting Poeltl back. It's maximize value. Make trades for that make sense for you in terms of assets you're getting back. Trade players for value if you're going to do it. Otherwise, don't trade them and keep them. Jared here says, what happens to the Hawks? I thought they were going to be active. I haven't seen any buzz. This happens every single year when it comes to the Atlanta Hawks. They always shop everybody, and then they realize nobody around the league really values their players as much as they do. So they never trade them. It happens every year. Perpetually, John Collins is on the trade block, and he never actually gets dealt. Sam wants to know if I think the Warriors will do something. I really don't see it, to be honest. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I'd be kind of surprised if the Warriors actually go out and make a move, at least a sizable, important move. Cody wants to know if I reckon Miami makes any moves. I think possibly Miami will make a move for sure. Mr. Jashim says Jay Crowder to the Bulls. Could be an option. Unlimited Range, welcome to the stream. Always watching a lot of our content here. Unlimited Range, really appreciate you. He says, dude, this is crazy. It's crazy that we have 1,500 people in here, but we don't have 1,500 likes. Please, please, please go smash the like button. Let's see if we can get that number of likes up to 1,500. I know that's a high number. Last year we got to really close to 1,000. I want to smash it this year, and I really think we can. We've already got over 1,500 people in here, and I don't see any reason we can't get to 1,500 likes. We're already at 364 likes, and I would love for that number to get higher and higher and higher as the day goes on. So please smash that like button, and also subscribe to Utility Sports if you haven't already. One thing I do want to say here, it is completely free to subscribe to Utility Sports. It takes $0, 0 cents. It takes 1 second of your time, and you're always free to unsubscribe later. You always are, right? So make sure you guys please go hit that subscribe button. It lets me know I'm doing a really good job here. I am also going to here now at this point, I'm going to make a change to the comments, what's going on. I'm not changing it to subscribers only mode yet. I am just putting slow mode on. So every comment can only be sent in once every 30 seconds. So it is just a small change, but hopefully it'll help me get through all the comments as best as I can. And let's go ahead and jump to some of these other comments here. So Brandon here saying Suns have zero defense. Yeah, that is one of the issues. Obviously, Basic, thank you for following on Instagram. Appreciate that. Coach Dreadhead says, do you think Jordan and Hornets will make a move here? A lot of movable pieces. I think they can. The Magic make, or excuse me, not the Magic. Terry Rozier makes a lot of sense. MJ, it would make sense for him to consider some trades this year, just with where they're at. They're more in the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes than they are anything else. And if they can maximize some value on some of their okay players on the roster, I think they should do that. Ben here wants to know if I think the Bucks will do something. I think possibly. I think the Milwaukee Bucks could do something. I think Jay Crowder is really the player that they'd love to have. MMA Skip here, thank you for following. Jonah, thank you for following as well on the channel. Really appreciate you. Tree70, thanks for the follow as well as Iserman. Appreciate all of you guys for hitting that follow button on Twitter. You guys are absolutely killing it. Travion here says, when do we get a Russ buyout update? So that'll probably take a little bit of time here. I don't think we would get that today. They'll probably come within the next week or so, if anything, which always takes a little bit of time. Adrian here says, who do you think your Mavs will go for? I think Nerlens Noel's an option for them. JaVale McGee actually played very well last night, actually impacted shots around the rim for the first time all season. If he keeps playing like that, he'd just be a solid backup option, but he hasn't been, so we'll see what happens there. But again, 1,500 of you in here is awesome. Ryan says, as a Raptors fan, he says, I'd love to see Suggs involved in a Fred VanVleet trade. Definitely would be nice for Toronto. If that were to happen, they would have 2 of the top 5 picks from the 2021 draft. Of course, that being Scotty Barnes and Jalen Suggs, which would be, pretty funny, pretty interesting, just looking at, the old discussion back. Edward says, looks like the Kings will do nothing while the West improved. That's okay, Edward. You look at your core, Fox is still young. Sabonis is rather young. They don't have to push their chips in right now. Depending on what happens with Luka, depending on what happens with Kyrie, KD, Chris Paul are old. The Clippers aren't getting any younger. I mean, maybe the Kings are smart for kind of holding on to some of their stuff right now and saying, hey, we're just going to focus on ourselves and operate that way. No, here saying Suns just trying to sell jerseys. Yeah, Matt Ishbia definitely came in and said, wow, I kind of spent a lot of money on this team. It'd be awesome if I could get some revenue back. And he's like, let's go trade for Kevin Durant. That way we'll sell some jerseys. But one important thing about the Nets-Suns trade that people aren't talking about, as of right now, if it were to be finalized the way that it's currently sitting, the Nets actually save $7 million, which when it comes to luxury tax money means they save about $28 million from their owner's pocket, which I think is relatively important to note. Brandon here says Suns are the new Nets. It's kind of funny. Raps Love says, I don't think that trade made the Suns better. I think it did for this season and probably for next year as well. You could argue that down the road they'll be worse because of it, but that's the thing. For some of you who weren't here, I'm a Mavs fan. I don't, as you can tell, I don't really talk about them that much. I talk about every team in the league. That's what I love to do. I love the NBA more than I love the Mavericks, even though I really do love the Mavericks. But last night, I was watching the game, and I wasn't a big fan of the Kyrie Irving trade. But as you can tell, after 2 quarters, I changed my mind a little bit, where there was maybe a little bit of a purchase on a potential jersey of Kyrie Irving coming to to my location. Coincidentally, it's definitely not something I did, but I recommend go leave a like on that tweet if you think that's funny that I already kind of switched up on my initial take there, because it was a lot of fun watching Kyrie Irving in Mavs threads. I'm not gonna lie. Here, Better Without D'Lo tweets at Utility Sports, teams with serious interest in Bojan Bogdanovic include the Lakers, Knicks, and Bucks, according to NBA Central. All of those teams do make sense as destinations for him. I think the Bucks would be good with him. I just don't know if it's really realistic that they get there. David says, could Cavs get a wing from Nets if they used Love to take Simmons off a contract? I mean, yeah, maybe. Like, that's a great point. Now, maybe to do that, now it depends on what happens, right? And do the Cavs want to take in Simmons' contract? Actually, no. One thing here, they can't. The Cavs cannot take in Simmons' contract, actually. And again, it goes back to the designated rookie max extension rules. Since they have Donovan Mitchell on a rookie max extension and they traded for him, they can actually not trade for Ben Simmons as well. So, David, that's a great question. I'm glad that I remembered that. But ultimately, no, that is not a potential avenue for them to improve. Update on the Jakob deal. Per Mike Scotto, Toronto's 2024 first is protected 1 through 6 only in 24, 25 and 26, and the Raptors sent unprotected 23 and 25 seconds as part of the trade. I love that a little bit less for Toronto. The fact that there's backup protections all the way through means that they can now not trade a first rounder until 2028, which isn't ideal. To be honest, I don't really love that. Kind of what I said about the Kings this offseason too when they got Herter. I think it's a good player, good fit, but again, you sacrifice all your flexibility to do it. Michael here says, do you think the Lakers trade for Ben Simmons? No. I think if they were going to do that, he was going to be included in the I just don't think that's going to happen. Ben Cotta says Fred VanVleet is more likely to move than Gary Trent, and the Clippers are probably the team best equipped to land him. That's exactly the way I feel about it. Bryce is right says, will the Pistons get rid of anyone? I know it won't be anything huge, but what are your thoughts? I could maybe see like Marvin Bagley. Obviously the Bojan Bogdanovic rumors are out there. I don't know if that's going to happen though. Raul says, do you have any other teams in mind that could have made a better offer for Kevin Durant? I think the Pelicans are a team that could have made a better offer, right? You could have started with Ingram, which is a really, really strong starting point. And then you have all the picks. You have some of those Bucks picks. You got some of those Lakers picks. So, they have options, right? The Pelicans do. The Grizzlies could have made a very strong offer as well. But, I think the Nets did very good in it still. I want to be clear about that. Like, getting Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson is phenomenal value. And 4 unprotected first and a pick swap. I think for a 34-year-old player, yes, KD's still at the top of the game, one of the best players in the league still, no question about that. But to get a player of his caliber, traded that quickly and to get that good of value on it where you're not basically just cutting ties with the guy, I think they did really, really well, honestly. MVG wants to know if I think the Heat can land Davion Mitchell. My answer to that is no. Mastulin says Klay Thompson for Buddy Hield and Miles Turner and 2 second-round picks. That did not happen, and that will not happen. Trinidad wants to know if I anticipate Clarkson getting traded before the deadline. My answer to that is no as of right now, but he could be a sneaky Milwaukee Bucks pickup, so I'm not completely certain on that. I think the Bucks would be the team to trade for him if he is traded, though. CCBF says, what do you think about OKC? Any trades? One small trade. They're going to trade one player away. Probably that player will be Darius Bazley. Just looking at the money, that's what I'd have to guess. Cards Motor here says the Pistons have made it clear they have zero intentions of moving Bogdanovic. That's exactly why I just don't see it very likely that he gets traded. They typically do not like to trade their players unless they're getting really good value for them. M. Walton here says, are the Bucks trying to land D. Rose as well as Crowder? I think Rose, I think Rose is a possibility, to be honest. I think that's good that you mentioned that because I kind of, forgot about Rose as a potential option for the Bucks. I've heard reports about that, and with everything, I'm keeping track of all 30 teams, so a couple things are gonna, fall through the cracks a little bit, but yeah, hopefully that's working well. Sugar Ray here says Clippers move. Yeah, I think Fred VanVleet is the player to watch for them there. I'm gonna go ahead and put this guy in the timeout because he's been spamming a trade that's not happening. Raps Love here says Toronto will pick up some shooting and point guard help. Besides that, they're not doing anything. It's interesting. Raps Love here thinking they're gonna kind of more approach this as buyers. Obviously, the Acapurdo trade kind of highlights that as a possibility. But I think if they do get blown away with an offer from somebody else for a Fred VanVleet or an OG Anunoby, I don't think that they're going to completely rule that out either. And to be honest, you could address the shooting in a deal, right? Like, let's say you make a move where you trade, say a guy like OG Anunoby. Maybe you're able to land a good amount of shooting and you add some depth in that as well. A trade that, I would like that for them there is, the Pelicans. If you're able to get, some of the guys there that are shooting the ball rather well this season, you get a fat stack of depth onto the roster and a bunch of young wings that the Pelicans have to offer. I mean, that would make some sense for me. Forever Money Cam wants to know how far I think that a healthy Suns could go. Forever Money Cam, make sure you hit that follow button too. When it comes to how far they can go, I think they could go all the way. It's going to be a tough battle, especially in the finals if they get there, but I think they have a shot at it. Clemente says, what do you think about Miami getting OG and signing Russ? I don't see them getting OG and Anunoby, but signing Russ would be nice for them. I think he would help their team, especially in the playoffs, actually. Which I know sounds a little contradictory about Russ, but I'm serious. Mobley Season says the Blazers, Pelicans, and Grizzlies have expressed interest in OG Anunoby. I would be surprised if the Blazers get anything done for him. Now, they did add a tradable first-round pick yesterday from New York that conveys to 4 second-rounders, but ultimately, I'd be kind of surprised. Here we have a hypothetical trade. Clippers get VanVleet, Wood. Raptors get Mann, Kennard, Hardaway, Hardy, 2028 first and a 2025 second. Mavs get Gary Trent and Robert Covington. Not brutal. I don't love it for Dallas as much. Gary Trent's good, but I'm not sure if I love it. Let's keep rolling here. Let's keep rolling forward with some of these other comments now. Casey Mack here says, is the Suns the new favorite to be in the NBA Finals? Thank God the NBA West playoffs. Oh God, the NBA West playoffs are going to be crazy. Yeah, the NBA West playoffs are going to be absolutely nuts. It's going to be unbelievable how competitive the Western Conference is this year. Nathan here says, what does the Mikal price look like for the Pacers? For the Pacers, the Mikal price is going to be probably 2 first-round picks, at least maybe 3, honestly. Marcus here says AD, Bev for DeRozan, Levine, and Vooch. Now we're talking a little bit. The money there, I'm not sure if that perfectly lines up. I don't think it does because of Levine's contract. So I think like maybe 80 for DeRozan and Vooch is more likely than even, AD and Bev with Levine in there as well. Raz here says, did Golden State make any trades? Not yet, Raz, but thanks for stopping in the stream again today. Appreciate having you in here. Mary Ortiz says, no Suggs. Mary Ortiz is one of the biggest Jalen Suggs fans I know. So she does not want to see Suggs go out the door in a deal. Venkata here says the LA Clippers are big fans of Fred VanVleet and have been watching him closely per Michael Grange. So definitely good reporting there. He is a Raptors reporter. So I do think that there is a little bit of reality to what he is reporting here on this in that one. Let's go ahead and keep rolling here through the comments. Clipper Nation says Clippers will sign Ross. Definitely a possibility. Aquino here says, Aquino here now says, yo, you think the Nets are looking to keep Mikal in DFS or continue to sell for picks? I think that they are going to, if I were them, I'd keep Mikal. Just you think about the situation, they owe their pick. So like if they bottom out, it doesn't really help them. It helps Houston. So I think that they should keep Mikal Bridges. And I would keep Dorian unless you could get like maybe 1 or a good first for him, or maybe 2 firsts in a deal for a team that's really needy now, trying to stop Kevin Durant in the West. And I think a lot of Western Conference teams should look at those players. Sonny here says, is there a chance to get Bojan and Dorian Finney-Smith, or Jay Crowder, and trade Drew or Middleton for Dame? So Dame's a no. Dame's not going to go to Milwaukee at all. When it comes to Bojan, I don't think it's super likely. Finney-Smith would be more likely. Jay Crowder, I think, is the most likely. And I think he'd be the best option to get in terms of how much they have to give up. I think he would fit really well with what they're looking to do. Tropa, thank you for the follow there. My guess is you're either from Brazil or Portugal, which is pretty cool. So welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Nicky says, why did Durant leave the Nets? I thought the Nets were fighting to keep Durant. They were. Ultimately, though, it just seems like he was going to publicly demand a trade again. And they handled it right by trading him early and getting ahead of the news, which is very tough to do in the NBA. But they did it, and they executed very well, I think. Beam Team here, Pete says, Sacramento trading for a wing like Oubre or Royce. Royce would be a great option. I think the Nets now kind of, we talked about how the Raptors seemingly held the cards this year, right? Well, now the Nets do. They have all the wing talent. They have all the defensive pieces to go stop Kevin Durant. They just traded Kevin Durant, and they have all the wing pieces to stop him. I think there's a very, very good chance that they could ultimately get to a spot where they make a good number of trades, and we see the market really fluctuate based on what's all going on there, based on some of those moves. Raps Love says nobody wants the New York Knicks draft picks. They suck, way too protected. I understand, but that's why the Knicks are smart, though. They're trading protected picks instead of unprotected ones. Casey Mack wants to know, why would the Clippers even want Russ? Because they play a very 5-out heavy style of offense, especially in the postseason. They like to space the floor. And the one big issue with the LA Clippers is putting pressure on the rim. Outside of Paul George and Norm Powell and Kawhi Leonard, obviously you say, oh, that's 3 guys, but they need another guy who can dribble and get to the rim. That was supposed to be what John Wall was going to do for them. He just clearly could not do that. He was not very good at it. So the Clippers here would get a guy in Russ who still can do that. The other night, in LeBron's record-setting night, Russ had 14 points in the fourth quarter and kind of kept LA afloat in that game. Down the stretch of it, he was very competitive. I still think he's going to have a role in this league for a while. I know a lot of other analysts and people who work for ESPN are going to say he's done. They don't understand the nuances of the game. They don't understand where he could potentially fit and the type of, added boost he could give a team. Yes, I know he's not a great three-point shooter. Yes, I know he turns the ball over a little bit too much. But it's really hard to keep that guy in front of you, especially in transition or in a spaced court situation, which the Lakers never had that. The Clippers always have that, and that's why he'd be a really good value pick for them in free agency if he gets bought out. Rashad wants to know about the Clippers. Again, I think Russ is kind of the main players. That Russ and Van Vliet, I think would be a very possible option. Marco here says, sorry, buddy, welcome Lowry to LA, maybe. No Van Vliet for the Clippers. So the Heat are focused on trading Kyle Lowry potentially in a deal to the Clippers per Florida Sports Buzz, which is, interesting for sure. Make sure you guys continue to follow us. Of course, the duo between Lowry and Leonard did ultimately lead them to an NBA Finals win. So there's been some success there in the past. At Utility Sports says, why not make a big 3 in Dallas per Jay Williams sources? So here is the deal. This is what this looks like. Anthony Davis and Troy Brown to the Mavericks. And in return, the Mavericks would send back Reggie Bullock, Dwight Powell, Christian Wood, Jaden Hardy, and the remaining first-round picks with what I'm guessing he would have as a swap option here. The reason why you don't do this if you're Dallas is because you just don't believe in Anthony Davis's availability. I just don't like this. I'd rather keep the depth. I know that sounds crazy. I'm just not the biggest Anthony Davis guy. The guy gets a paper cut and he misses 4 games. I just don't know. I understand the idea. I think it's a good framework. For that, to be honest, I can't actually do a poll on a I don't know why I can't do a poll on a quote tweet, because that's what I was gonna do there. But Jay, thanks for sending that to me. Unfortunately, though, I just don't think it's a likely situation anyway. Cards here says, I still think that they won't move them unless they're blown away. When it comes to Boyan, yeah, exactly. That's what I think as well. I don't see it very likely that a deal gets done surrounding Boyan Bogdanovic. I do want to thank here Cards Motor as well for the little shout out on Twitter. When you have a little bit of a following, I really do appreciate it, and it goes a long way in helping support the channel, as do donations and joining as members. Those types of things really are appreciated a ton in terms of helping me continue to do this every year for the NBA trade deadline. I also stream for the NBA draft, NBA free agency. A lot of work goes in for those events on the channel. Troy Dilworth here says, get McHale to Houston, probably more of an offseason move. Eric Gordon has a team option next year. Hate to give up Kenyon, but McHale is that good. Yeah. So here we see Eric Gordon, Kenyon Martin, and then some of those first from Brooklyn for Mikal Bridges. Definitely is a framework that I could see working out, and see Houston being interested in. And for Brooklyn, if they could get some of their picks back, they'd maybe be willing to bottom it out this year a little bit more, and maybe they make some other selling moves to kind of help their own lottery odds, not only for this year but maybe even for next year if they were to get those picks back. Better Without D'Lo says, I think the Wolves make one more move today, probably for Bones. When it comes to the Wolves making one more move today, Bones does make sense. Tim Connolly is the one who drafted him in Denver. So I understand naturally that that connection, especially after trading D'Angelo Russell. Seemingly that would be a fit. Brian, thanks for hitting that follow button. The Bride Guy 14, appreciate you. Pete, thank you for following as well. You guys have all been super awesome. So I hope you're having a fun trade deadline day. And I do want to say, hey, happy deadline day. Let's get some of that in the chat as well. Josh said, I still like Denver's chances. I think Denver is still really good, right? Denver has been very impressive. Jamal Murray has looked like Jamal Murray as of late, which is a really big deal. Chari Film says, let's go Mavs. Chari, glad to have you in here. Thank you to everyone who is in here for the live stream today. Very, very happy to have all of you. I'm going to check how many likes the stream is at now. Again, remember, I want that to be up over 1,000 likes at least. That's where we have to be. So if you haven't liked the stream already and you're enjoying it, please, please, please smash that like button. It goes a long way in terms of letting me know that I'm doing a good job here at Utility Sports. And we're up to just about 500 already. So we've gotten over 100 since the last time I looked, which is absolutely awesome and phenomenal. Josh here says LMAO. Creed with the Pelicans as well needs some more shooting. Yes, they do. I thought Malik Beasley would have been a nice option for them before he got dealt to the Lakers. DeMarcus here says Kevin Durant trade just guaranteed a ring for KD. This stops all the KD hating. Facts. I mean, yeah, until Chris Paul pulls his hamstring in the postseason, they have to start a campaign. That's really the only thing that's one of the few things that I think can stop them, though, right? Is injuries. They have injury-prone players, guys who are a little bit older. Booker's missed a lot of time in the last year with some injuries. Kevin Durant's missed a lot of time with injuries in the last 3-4 years. And Chris Paul is infamous for getting injured, especially in the postseason. Venkata says, even though Kyle Lowry reports came out, I still think we end up with Fred. Crazy here because you look at some of the trending in certain places, about 2,700 tweets. Let's see if we can get to that number. Let's see if we can get trending on Twitter. That would be absolutely crazy. Bucket says, do you think the Suns have any moves left in them? No, probably not. Maybe a small move, but I would be kind of surprised by it. Josh here wants to know, is this realistic? Devontae Graham, Jackson Hayes, and 3 firsts and a second. And the Pelicans receive, let me guess, Mikal Bridges. Okay. Yeah, I think that's not terrible, right? You're getting 3 picks. One of them is the Lakers' first this year, although that probably is viewed less valuably now after they made the trade they made yesterday. But for the most part, 3 firsts for Mikal Bridges, kind of around the price point that I was thinking, just given some of the reports we've heard about OG Anunoby. And I think Mikal Bridges is a better player than OG. Marco says, Blazers lose Josh Hart to be replaced by OG. Seems pretty cool. if Pelicans or Grizzlies get OG, pair them with Zion or Josh himself for their next 5 years. Yeah, I mean, these, we knew the Pelicans and Grizzlies would have interest for sure. We've been talking about them on the channel all week long. The Blazers, it always feels like the Trailblazers are doing something weird, but it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility to see that. Nacho here says, do you think Kyrie will sign back with the Mavs next season? That's a big question, and one that I don't have the answer to, which is why I'm a little pessimistic about it. But I did buy the jersey, as Ryan said. So you're going to love Kyrie until the offseason. I know, and it's going to be a meme. It'll be a meme on the channel. Every trade deadline, I'll break it out, and we'll reminisce and laugh. I'll put my Rajon Rondo jersey for the Mavs up here. I'll put my Kyrie Mavs jersey over here if things don't go well. Here we have a trade from Miggs. He sends Orlando gets Mikal Bridges and Amir Coffey. The Clippers would get Spencer Dinwiddie and RJ Hampton. Dinwiddie does help their point guard situation. The Nets get Terrence Ross, Luke Kennard, Mo Bamba, Cole Anthony, 2 firsts and a second. I just think, given the value of Bridges and Dinwiddie, they probably have to get a little bit more in terms of draft pick compensation. Maybe see a first rounder go out from the Clippers, because as of right now, the only thing they're giving up is Amir Coffey and Kennard to get Dinwiddie and Hampton. So I think maybe a little bit more draft picks going to Brooklyn, probably for from the Clippers perspective, but that's kind of what I'm seeing there. Venkata here, all the players linked to the Clippers and trade rumors. Let's go ahead and look at this. This is according to Yahoo Sports. I'm in here. Fred VanVleet, we already knew was going to be in this list. D'Lo, who's already been traded. And looking at the rest of the story, Mike Conley's been dealt already. Christian Wood, we knew. Isaiah Hartenstein makes sense because he played there last year and they really liked him. Kind of all the players we've been talking about for the most part. I haven't mentioned Hartenstein. I don't think he's going to get traded, honestly. But you never really know, right? I didn't think Durant was going to get traded. I'll tell you that for sure. So it's absolutely crazy. Phoenix here says Lakers making a move. They already made a big one, and they do have the potential of making another one. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to or not, but there's definitely the possibility to do that. Tobin here says Eric Gordon getting traded. If yes, where? I think the Clippers are an option for that as well. I also could see Milwaukee, a couple other teams that would maybe have some interest in Eric Gordon. You could potentially include the Suns. I wouldn't rule that out. Maybe if it comes down to it, maybe Shamet and some money matching to get Eric Gordon there in Phoenix for this postseason run. I could see that. Cleveland makes a little bit of sense, although not a ton. And I think Philly, the Daryl Morey, James Harden connection is another thing to watch for a little bit in terms of potential trade destinations for a guy like Eric Gordon. But I do think he'll get traded. Gold just says, sorry, I just joined. Do you think Mavs are mailing any moves? What is the value of Wood? Wood right now, I don't think he's valued very well around the league. Honestly, what the Mavs gave up for him before the draft is kind of the maximum you could expect to get for him. And it felt like a steal when the Mavs did that, so it's going to feel like a steal for whatever team goes out and gets Wood as well. Right now, Wood's just not viewed very valuably around the league. Here, Cam ESPN says, thank you for the consistency. Great day for Suns fans. It's an incredible day for Suns fans. 8 years from now, it might not be an incredible day, but if you get a finals, if you go and win a title, oh my goodness, right? Bruce here says you're going to have to get a D'Lo jersey next year because Kyrie going to the Lakers, buddy. I'm hearing it. That's what kind of makes the Kyrie jersey funny, right? Because I'm a Mavs fan, and if Kyrie leaves, then it's like dramatic and kind of funny. So, I'm not one of those people that gets like super mad about it. If anything, I should be sad because my Dorian Finney-Smith jersey that I have hanging up is now void, right? And no, I appreciated him and his time in Dallas. It doesn't make the jersey less important to me or anything like that. Sean here tweets, Danny Green, Dylan Brooks, Zaire Williams, and a bunch of picks for Mikal Bridges. To be honest, I don't hate that. Mikal Bridges is an upgrade over Dylan Brooks offensively. He's an upgrade over him defensively. I kind of really like that, Sean. Now, 3 first-round picks is kind of a lot to give up with Zaire Williams. And all those seconds, but if the Grizzlies were really, interested in making a move like that, Bridges maybe becomes the Kevin Durant stopper in a funny turn of events, right? Ben kind of says, is Wood in talks to come to the Clippers? I didn't see anything about it. I've been trying to watch for any trade rumors focused on centers for the Clippers too. Only trade rumors I've heard were Kyrie, Van Vliet, D'Lo, and possibly Serge. I think out of anything, the situation, I would be surprised if we see Serge back. I think Van Vliet's really the most likely. I don't think Wood's going to get traded to the Clippers. As for this situation, Anthony Davis, I don't know if they're for sure trying to trade him. I wouldn't listen to Jason McIntyre. To be honest, I'm not really. I don't know. I wouldn't take his as firm reporting is what I'm trying to say here. But obviously that it's not a great video, and one that obviously doesn't look good for him. Should have been smarter. Should have probably celebrated one of the craziest achievements of all time, but he didn't. So that's kind of 80s MO though. Elite Clip says Bucks doing anything. I think again you could look at Jordan Clarkson, Eric Gordon, and Jay Crowder as some of their main targets. Magic Hand says, how about OG for Wiseman, Kuminga, and PI? I'm not sure. I don't know if he meant PBJ, but ultimately, I don't see OG Anunoby being a Warrior. Chris here says, LOL, SGA is untouchable. The Thunder aren't moving him. Yeah, he's not getting traded. Shea will not be available. Rap says, you're sadly mistaken if you think Toronto is trading anybody. I mean, okay. If they get 4 first-round picks offered to them for OG Anunoby, I think that they'd be sadly mistaken for not taking it. A guy who's never been an all-star will never be an all-star. If you get offered 4 first-rounders, like, think about it. Donovan Mitchell got traded for 3 firsts. So if you get offered 4 firsts for OG Anunoby in a desperation move to try and win the finals this year, you better take that deal. You better take it, honestly. Juan wants to know if the Bulls have done anything. Not yet, but we will keep our eyes on him. Norin, welcome to the stream. He's been here for a long time. Says Russ, I think gets bought out and goes to the Bulls with Billy Donovan again. He'll reignite his reputation as a good player. I hope he does. I want to see him successful for sure. Raps here says you're going to have to blow the doors off Toronto to get anybody. That's what I think, but I think the thing I'm saying here is I think it's possible that they do that, right? I think that it's possible New Orleans or Indiana or Memphis go out and make an offer that blows the doors off of Masai Ujiri and forces him to accept a trade that maybe he didn't even want to make. Maybe he didn't even want to trade any of these guys. But at some point, if there's an offer that's good enough to get a deal done, then I wouldn't rule it out at all. In fact, I would welcome it for them. Illuminati with the 2 says, where can you see Richardson and McDermott go? As for Richardson and McDermott, McDermott could be a fit with the Raptors as well. The fact that he was not included in the deal is interesting to me, just given the fact that they could, really use a shooter like him. But money-wise, it would have been tough to work out. So it makes sense. I understand the kind of the situation with that. But as of right now, I think that there's value around for both of them around the league. And to be honest, I don't have a good concrete answer. So I don't want to just, throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have the landing spot for them as of right now. Marco here says Kings get guard. They can play defense to play with Herter. Also, Reggie can shoot corner threes. And they get Holmes upgrade from Wood. Besides Mavs. Okay, so first of all, the Kings are not trading Malik Monk, and Rashawn Holmes is not an upgrade over Christian Wood. Rashawn Holmes is not better than Christian Wood, in my opinion. So, but Illuminati, thank you again for the 2. I wish I had better answers for you, but I really do appreciate the donation. It does go a long way in helping support the channel. Ninja says, do you think the Kings could trade for Lauri Markkanen, maybe Harrison Barnes' expiring contract, and 2 future firsts? I do think it's something that would be interesting to see, but ultimately I don't think the Utah Jazz will make a trade containing Lauri Markkanen in it. Boys Toy Reviews wants to know, Bulls make any moves today or nah? I'm kind of leaning towards nah for them. If they make one, I think it would be centered on Caruso, but I'm not exactly sure. The Lakers trading their picks kind of took away some of the options. Illuminati here sent us something on Twitter. Spurs would get Duncan Robinson and the Heat first this year for Josh Richardson. We know the Heat do like Richardson a lot. This would be a helpful addition for them to kind of a wing backcourt hybrid type player in Richardson. To be honest, not a terrible trade. I think maybe the Heat would have to give up a little bit more in terms of second round picks to get off of this Robinson contract, and to kind of match the value for Richardson. But that's kind of how I feel. Venkata wants to know what percentage do I think Clippers will land Fred VanVleet. I'm going to say about 50%. I still think the Magic are involved, and I still think that there's a chance that the Raptors just do keep him now after the Jakob Poeltl trade, which does change some things a little bit here as well. Here, Honest Run and Dunk Man, who's been following for a really long time on Twitter, by the way. So Tens Burner, thank you so much for that. He wants to know my thoughts on this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, that's not what I was expecting it to be. He's trying to catch me lacking on stream. Let's get some Meep hype in the chat. Everyone comment Meep right now. I'm going to throw it in there myself. Everyone spam Meep in the chat. Let's get some hype for Meep going on right now. Rajil wants to know, what do you think about Warriors? Any trades? As of right now, nothing that I completely see. Turner wants to know, how much do you think it'll cost the Raptors to re-sign Poeltl? My guess is it'll be about $15 million a year, kind of in that range. Ryan says, oh, that guy got put in timeout. Yeah, he did. He needed to. John Suarez says, Raps love comments make sense. PG and shooting needs will be addressed if deals done today by Masai. Exactly. I agree. I completely agree with that. And again, it just depends on if a team really offers something that Masai can't resist, right? That's too good, too strong of an offer in terms of setting up the Raptors for the future, which I think is a possibility. Here now we have an offer that came in from Jay. The Pistons get Jeff Green and Bones Highland. The Nuggets get Corey Joseph, Hamidou Diallo, and a 2027 first. It's really good, strong value for the Nuggets in terms of getting off of Highland for a first rounder. I just don't think the Pistons should do this, to be honest. I think that's a lot to give up for a guy that realistically, I really like Bones. I just don't ever see him being a starter for the Pistons because of, Cade, Ivy. I just don't really know. Said wrong one. I was going to say, I don't know what that was. Try catching me lacking. Okay, here we go. Are they realistically getting more than this? Okay, so Kyle Lowry to the Heat or Kyle Lowry to the Clippers for Reggie Jackson, Robert Covington. To be honest, to get off of Lowry, I don't think the Clippers would be the ones giving up picks, honestly. It's kind of tricky because, to me, Kyle Lowry's a huge negative contract. So it's a great question. It's kind of funny that you take me in the wrong one. It happens. It's kind of funny. Cars Motors wants to know about Primo. I hope not. Josh Primo, there's no room in the league for people like that doing stupid stuff, and I don't want to hear the, he's young and stupid thing. I'm only a couple years older than him. And when I was 19, 20 years old, I knew not to be an idiot. So there's just not room in the league for a guy like that. There's too many talented players out there that can replace what Josh Primo can do anyway. So no, I don't think Primo will ever play again. Paul here says Nets trading Simmons. Unlikely, I would say. Miami says, Miami just gets some height. Sick of Smurfs. Call Orlando. Orlando has a ton of height. They really do. J-Rock says, love you, bro, and thanks. Yeah, thank you guys all for sticking in here. 1,400 of you. Please go smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and also don't forget to turn on the notification bell. That way you don't miss out on any of our future uploads. We will be uploading a ton on the channel. Sal here says the stream is popping. It definitely is. There is a lot of content coming out on the channel, and the stream is going crazy right now. Mr. Majestic said, good or bad trade? Atlanta Hawks, John Collins to include Tyrese Martin and Donovan Williams to the Golden State Warriors for James Wiseman, Moody, Warriors 2026 first-round pick. I don't think that happens. Massimo says, Gary Trent Jr. leave Toronto. I don't think so at this point. Ryan, you were right. I'm starting to get this feeling that what you were saying has been right, and that there's not anything going to come to fruition through that Gary Trent Jr. vein. Julian here says, I would like the Lakers to go after Gary Trent, Boyan, Mason Plumlee, Mo Bamba. Anyone you think they should go after? If so, who? Those are all okay options. I don't hate any of them specifically. I don't know. I think with Beverly, I think keeping Beverly's not a terrible idea either, honestly. I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world if they keep him. Boston's trade offer for Pirtle was, which by the way, NBA Central misspelled Pirtle. Nice job. Peyton Pritchard, Danilo Gallinari, multiple future seconds. Spurs declined. Yeah, I mean, the Spurs did much better. Waiting and getting a much stronger offer from the Raptors. It was significantly better, and ultimately is what they ended up landing. BTB says, what teams do you think will want Matisse Thybulle? Too good of a defender to not be getting any play time. I think the Kings would want him. I think the Mavericks could use him now. I think that around the league, there's a lot of teams, especially Matisse Thybulle's value goes up by Kevin Durant getting traded to the Suns. Teams are scared now. Denver could really use Matisse Thybulle. Maybe we see a Highland Thybulle kind of swap, or maybe there's a third team involved taking Highland, and then maybe the 76ers get a center back because they really need a backup big. That's kind of a framework I really like. Maybe the Bulls get in on Bones Highland and instead send Andre Drummond to Philly. That's something I think makes sense with a second round pick or something. Memphis could use a Matisse Thybulle now, just given the situation. Sacramento, like I said, Dallas could use him. I don't think the Clippers really have that big of a need for him, but the Timberwolves, I'm sure, would love to have him as well, especially now that they have all these extra new second-round picks. I think it becomes possible. Sam here says, what do the Warriors have to do to become better contenders? They have to start playing defense. To be honest, they could use a wing defender as well, like Matisse Thybulle, but I'm not sure if I see that as super likely. Danny here says, any big rumored Knick trades coming before 3 today? As of right now, no. They already made their big move in Josh Hart. Josh Hart was kind of the guy that I think they wanted. I'd been reporting on. I talked about it quite a bit yesterday. They got their guy, and I think he's a really good fit on their team. Shane says, why won't the Pistons trade Boyan? So why won't they trade Bogdanovic? Because next year they want to be good. And I know that sounds kind of astronomical, but let's say they get lucky in the lottery, maybe get the first overall pick. Cade Cunningham comes back healthy for the first time of his pro career. They're going to be better than they are right now, that's for sure. Especially with some of these young guys with a little bit of time under their belt. Make sure you guys all go follow on Twitter as well. I'm going to shout out everybody who does. Josh, thank you for the follow. Julian, thank you for the follow. Bernardo as well. Boys Toy Reviews, and also Labuka Ethereum. Thank you for the follows. You guys are all making this really awesome. Plus, my own personal Instagram is in the description as well. If you want to see some of these posts, what's on there, go hit that follow button right now. Link is in the description for that as well. Carson here liked the tweet that I was mentioned in, and then Cards Motor says sources confirmed that is in fact how his name is spelled, Jakob Poeltl. With an L. But if you go back and look at this one here, there's 2 L's, right? But look at this one. There's not 2 L's, right? There's only 1 L. They misspelled it. See? Which is, it's funny. It doesn't actually matter. Obviously, the message comes across either way. I was just trying to be a little nitpicky. It doesn't really matter. Don LePage, welcome to the channel. Thank you for hitting that follow button, Don. Really appreciate you. Glad to have you in the stream as well today. Thank you to everyone in here. You guys are making this a lot of fun. 3 teams still eyeing the Knicks. Those are the Lakers, Bucks, and Knicks for Boyan Bogdanovic. Raps Love here says Clippers are not getting Fred. You do not have the assets. They have a tradable first, and they got Terrence Mann. So we'll see. Buddy Albrechtson with the follow. Thank you, Buddy, for hitting that follow button as well. You guys are the best. I disagree with this take here from Mega. I think that SGA is the better player. Joseph here says Kyle Lowry, Max Strus, and 3 first-round picks for Trae Young. That's not a today discussion. That's this offseason discussion. Plus, I wouldn't rule out Karl Anthony Towns for Trae Young. We got a lot of follows coming in on Twitter. So let's get over Air Hoodlum. Thank you for the follow. TL, which is Kyla Wren. Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate you guys. Hanson here says about 1,000 bad GMs in here not trading alike for great content. Exactly. You guys I'm providing great content, at least trying to. that's the offer I'm putting on the table. You guys just have to give me 1 like. That's all you have to do. Smash that like button, and then the great content keeps on flowing. So go ahead, smash the like. I'm updating right now to see how many likes the stream is at. I'm expecting a lot of likes. It better be a lot of likes, guys. I'm going to be a little disappointed. I'm going to have to pull up the dad card and say I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. We're over 500 finally. But come on, we can do better than that. There's 1,400 of you in here. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 likes. I know that we can do it really, really quickly. And Troy Dilworth here says more meat pipe. Yes, we do have a lot of meat pipe in here. David says he should have at least 800 likes. You guys heard the man. Go smash the like button. At least 800, he says. Go hit the like button. Sir Grizz says anything happened since the Kevin Durant trade? Not really. It's been, I think the league, it's like the aftershocks of an earthquake, right? Where it takes a little bit of time to recover. I think that's these early morning hours where it takes a while. I don't know if any of you are hunters or anything, but I was talking with one of my buddies and I said, hey, streaming for the trade deadline is kind of like hunting. You sit there and you wait and you wait and you wait and you're just gonna, are we ever gonna see anything? Is anything ever gonna happen? And if you look away, that's when something big happens. That's when the deer runs right across your stand, right? So you have to stay ready at all times. DM says Mavs want Thibault. What would they give to get him? So that's where you have to, find somebody who matches money. So it's just salary filler. Could be JaVale McGee, although I don't think the 76ers would want him, although he would help address the backup big spot for them a little bit. And then maybe like 3 second rounders or something to get a deal done. But again, I don't love that. For the Sixers perspective, I do like it for Dallas's, but I just don't think they have enough to really go out and get Thibault, although they would want him. I think they would be a landing spot if they could find a way to get a deal done. Joseph says Miami Heat waiting for the buyout market. Yeah, they I mean, it's just hard because they always just don't have all their picks, so it's kind of a tricky idea for them. Here, Marco says the idea is pretty simple. We're making Tim Hardaway Jr. Going home to Miami and take back contract to Duncan and taking 2023 second-round picks to get young talent wing like Jovic not getting minutes in Yurtseven, one of promising young setters alongside Wood. I don't hate that. I also just wouldn't hate for instead of Jovic and Yurtseven to just have this be a first-round pick in here. If they want to really get off of Robinson that bad, I would prefer that. But I'm not mad about that outcome either, to be honest, Marco. Illuminati says this will add shooting and then add Westbrook, put Craig in the starting lineup in the starting 3. Okay, Paul Booker, Craig, Kevin Durant, Ayton with Westbrook, Shamet, McDermott, Sarge, and Jock Landale off the bench. I think this is a championship caliber team. Let's see if we can actually get this to load. Doesn't look like it is, but anyway, we can look at the deal here. Spurs get Dario Saric, campaign, and a 2023 second for McDermott. So kind of the going price for McDermott, right, is a second rounder. Maybe if a team's interested in Saric, they could get another team involved as well, but I'm sure there's not a lot of Saric interest in the league right now. Utility Sports says Warriors do need defense, so why not? And it's JaMychal Green and a 2028 second, plus a 2027 second for Matisse. Maybe move those assets up a year. And then I think the Warriors probably would have a better shot at getting Thibault. But I do think it makes some sense. The Warriors always do a good job of turning non-shooters into good offensive players for them. I do want to shout out here to Tyree, TMU wide receiver 2021. Shout out to him. Thanks for being in the stream. Raekwon, thanks for being in here too. Obviously a big Alper and Şengün fan. One of my favorite players in that 2021 draft. Looking at our other follows here, we have Basketaholic. Shout out to you. Thanks for hitting that follow button. Lou, thank you for hitting the follow. And Latom James, thank you for that as well. If you think this is over, it ain't over. Kyrie really was interested in being in Phoenix, so just start thinking about that. If that happens, dude, you're scaring me. You're scaring me. I need to quote tweet this. I do see. I'm not going to quote tweet yours just because when you quote tweet something, then this tweet wouldn't pop up. So I'm going to quote tweet this one. But thank you for sending that to me. I'm gonna put it in all caps. It's funnier than that. Funnier if I do that. I just bought his jersey yesterday. Yo, let's do scary. Let's just put a Kyrie Irving one. Let's do the little Earth one after Jamal Murray 40 or 50 piece basically the Boston Celtics years ago. That was a good moment in NBA history. It was. Shout out to Son Boy too for hitting the follow button as well. Here, Carrie says that's the biggest fools of the NBA. Ben Simmons, Grange is very unreliable. I would say, yeah, he's not a. I don't know. He had reported on the Jakob stuff though, and I believe he was right about that, if I'm not mistaken. So, I don't know. I don't really follow. I don't follow him, so I don't really see all of his stuff. But I know he's. I was sent something about Jakob Poeltl from him yesterday. So, in the basement says, "Am I correct that teams can't flip a player from a trade until a certain time is allocated after the trade?" Yeah. So it's like it depends on when the trade call is set up and everything. So it really just depends. To be honest, the situation with Dorian and Dinwiddie at this point, I think they're not tradable, but I don't have like firm, it depends on like, cause I haven't done the math on when they like did the trade call and stuff on if everything's finalized there or not, or if they're not tradable, if the actual trade restriction applies to them. Here on Handy Train says you did your stream in the wrong 6 hours of the day yesterday. I know, it was incredible. I literally streamed for an extra 2 hours last night, so it was just a nightmare. Raps Love, it says it's sad your management can't run their own team. They just copy another one. In terms of the LA Raptors, Raps Love, I get it though, because I'm pretty sure. Like I get why you don't like the Clippers so much, because they did steal the guy that won you a championship away. So I do understand kind of the I do understand some of the salt there. ATG Rico says, do you think the Pacers should get Cam Johnson? I mean, yeah, if they could. Cam Johnson's very good. Runner Flash says, is there a chance we can make a trade center around Thibault, Milton, Harrell, and picks for Oubre? Like theoretically, yes, but I don't think Oubre is what the 76ers need. I think they need a backup big. So I'd prefer them going in that direction. Ninja here says, I want my Kings to make a move, but I love my roster besides Holmes, Len, and Metu, which don't have much value. Don't want to make a desperate move, but the West has definitely improved. Yeah, I would say the best thing for the Kings to do is make a minor addition. Like a Matisse Thybulle, I think is good. Realistically, coming into the season, did anyone expect the Kings to win a playoff series? I think the answer to that's probably no. And I'm not saying that they haven't been great. They have been. But at the same time, like, don't jeopardize everything. Don't be reactive to something like a Kevin Durant trade if you're Sacramento. I think the best thing you can do is be patient and say, look, our two best players are young. We want to keep them around long term. How do we continue to put players around them that fit, which is what they've done so far, and they've done a really good job of doing that. Chris says, does Ben Simmons get a legit chance to work through his issues without all the pressure? Thoughts? Yeah, maybe. Now that there's no Durant and Kyrie, the eyes will not be bright. The lights are not as bright in Brooklyn anymore, so very possible. Josh says, trade for Zach LaVine to the Pistons for a second round pick. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Get a fake Woj here. I'm not a fan of that. Let's not be doing this. Okay, I am not a fan of seeing all that. Make sure you guys go hit that follow button on Twitter. We've gotten a ton of followers today. I do want to shout out James Chang, also Lil Brissy as well. Thank you. And back to the Tom. Spurs will be willing to get Simmons if Nets put 2 first. What do you think? So McDermott, Richardson, Collins for Simmons and the Phoenix first this year, and the Nets own first, which is a swap option actually already owed. So that the Nets actually can't trade that 2023 first because of the Stepien rule. So it would maybe have to be that 2027 first from Philly instead. But realistically, what I could maybe see is like instead of this first, maybe like 3 or 4 second rounders. Just to kind of avoid some of the drama with the Stepien rule. That could make some sense. I know Spurs fans are going to say, no, we don't want Simmons. I don't think it's terrible. Raph says, how do you say that's how they're rebuilding their team? Kawhi should have just stayed if he loves the team so much. No, I just think he's adding the pieces that he liked. I don't know. Mike said he didn't like Toronto's tax rate. I can tell you that. Mike says, what do you think of this current constructed Nets team? There's still a lot of good players. They're not a terrible team. I think people are gonna underrate them. I think they can be competitive if they were to keep everybody. Now I think if they're smart, they'll make some moves and move some guys around. Because right now, I think they have a lot of depth, and I think that's very valuable this deadline. I think they could trade guys around. Martin, thank you for the follow as well. He's a new Twitter user, according to his bio. Their 2023 pick is a swap. You think they're too high in the standings for it to be worth bottoming out? They can't bottom out in time here. They'd have to lose like 20 straight games. And even then, like, think about it. They already have, let's look at them. They have 32 wins, right? Like the Hornets and Pistons combined have 29. Like you'd have to lose every single game the rest of the year. And you probably still don't even get top 4 or 5 odds, just given where the Rockets, Spurs, Pistons and Hornets are, as well as the Magic. So it's kind of tough. It's tough for me to see them doing that. Lil Brissy here says next move for the Raptors. Jakob was a buy now move, but with the offseason we can't re-sign Gary Trent, Van Vliet, and Jakob. Does OG get moved for picks and young players, or Van Vliet to Orlando still? What do you think? I think Van Vliet's still a possibility elsewhere. I really do. For the right price. And I still think OG Anunoby's available again for the right price. Right now, the fact that Mikal Bridges is likely available on the market kind of balances things a little bit about what OG Anunoby's value should be perceived as. But imagine a team goes out and, if you have 4 first-round picks right now and say you're a team trying to maybe go out there and compete with Phoenix. Like, what if you do have 4 firsts, like the Memphis Grizzlies do? What if you do go out there and you say, okay, not only are we going to get OG Anunoby, we're also going to go get Mikal Bridges, which would be a really interesting dynamic where you had not 1, but 2 phenomenal defensive wings who can disrupt stuff, get in the passing lane. It'd be great. Here we have a question from Gooner wanting to know how long until the NBA trade deadline. We are about a little bit under 4 hours away at the current time here. Ryan's really Ryan's pointing out how mad Raps Lovich is very true. It's funny, but it's quite funny. Cupcake here wants to know about Golden State. I don't think Golden State ultimately ends up making a move. Real Bro says trade for street clothes. Yeah, the whole paper cut thing I thought was pretty funny. Ghostly Jurassic send in a super sticker. Thank you so much, Ghostly. I know you've been in here since the very start of the stream, so huge shout out to you for watching. Let's get some Ghostly hype in the chat right now. For sure, definitely deserves it. Hank Bart says, for me, the Raptors moving Siakam makes the most sense roster-wise. Pirtle at center, Siakam, Barnes, Boucher, Achua at power forward is an overcrowded position. I think Siakam and Pirtle are a really good combination. I think Barnes is kind of your hybrid do-it-all type wing. Like, I don't think that you need to overreact in terms of like, oh, Pirtle, Siakam, Barnes is too much. Like, Siakam and Barnes are creative enough to make it work, in my opinion. So I'm not super worried about that. Here, Better Without D-Lo says, I know these are far-fetched, but take a look at them. The first one here is Clippers getting Tobias Harris, Tyrese Maxey, a first for PG. Like you're saying, it's far-fetched. And to be honest, the Sixers, I think that's kind of more of a risk to even make that trade anyway, with how well they've been playing. I understand, like, hey, maybe they could win a title, but you also do trade 2 for 1, which is risky as well. And then the Clippers here, we get for Kawhi Leonard to the Blazers, they get Jeremy Grant, Justice Winslow, Keon, Shaden Sharp, and 3 first-rounders. It's not going to happen. Those deals are just not actually on the table at all. The Clippers are not going to entertain any offers for any of those guys. Jace here says, do you think Suns will make another trade for depth or a small forward? They don't really have a lot to trade yet. They've got second-rounders. So I think they probably have 1 trade left in them. It's probably around Landry Shamet's money. If you can trade him in a pick for kind of a bigger wing, somebody who can defend a bit, that's what really makes sense to me. But outside of that, I don't really think they have a lot of other optionality. Anthony Edwards here says, I think the Wolves make another move probably for Bones. Definitely a possibility. Chaz here says Spicy P and Jakob are best friends. Definitely an important part of that as well. Ryan Hillier says happy deadline day, as does Noran Rad. DM says happy deadline day. Sheldon tried to take a nap so we get more trades. Dude, I swear to God, if I even hover over the end stream button, I bet a trade goes down, because that's how it's been the last couple days for me. State of the Pelicans says, what are the Pelicans doing? I think they're waiting to figure out what's going on with OG Anunoby and where he could potentially go. Brad says, I still like the Kings' chances. I think the Kings are going to be very competitive this season. I really do. They've been awesome all year, and there's no signs of slowing down, right? Gabriel says, thanks, mate, for your hard work. Greetings from Colombia. Well, glad to have you watching. Gabrielle, probably, is how you probably say your name. I really appreciate you being in the comment section here watching, and I really appreciate the kind words as well. Nikki here says happy deadline day as well. Tyler says Thunder about to blow the deadline up. I don't think so. I think the Thunder are going to be nice and reserved this deadline, which is what I think they should do. Nicola says happy deadline day. Happy deadline day to you guys too. I hope you guys are having a good one. I am. It's been a lot of fun here. Marcella says, you think that Mavs can make a move for OG Anunoby? Probably not. I don't think they have enough assets left in their asset pool to go get a deal done. Timothy here says Suns need to justify an aging Chris Paul. So they pair him with Kevin Durant, and we'll build around Booker and Ayton in the future. Good move. Yeah, I like it for them. I mean, they gave up a lot, but they got a lot back in Kevin Durant and also TJ Warren, who I think is a notable player in that deal. Mile High says all these trades just to beat Jokic and the Nuggets. You know, they're going to try. They're going to try. The Nuggets are really good, but it's going to be tough to slow down Phoenix. I don't know if I like the Nuggets matchup in that one. I'm not going to lie. Michael says it is going to be seriously hard for the Kings to hold on to the number 3 spot. It's going to be a challenge, especially when we look at the standings. I mean, the Suns are only 2 games back of Sacramento. The Mavs are only 2 games back of Sacramento. The Clippers are only 2 games back of Sacramento. Pelicans 3 games back. The Timberwolves 3 games back of Sac. So anything's a possibility. The Kings could realistically fall to 8th within 2 weeks if they don't play well. So there is a little bit of pressure on them. Jace here says, hey, man, I always get let down by my Hawks, and we always say we're going to do something, they never do. What do you think we should do? I think they should try and get off of John Collins. I think his contract's a real negative. Even if it means not getting a first rounder, I think it's worth doing. But ultimately, that's kind of what I see. Mile High says, you think the Nuggets make a move today? Oh, my gosh, I was wrong again. Holy cow. Oh, no, never mind. I was not wrong. I got clickbaited by one of those stupid troll accounts that changed their name. I got live on stream. I got everyone commented saying utility got. Wow, that was bad. Do not clip that off and put that on you on Twitter or anything, because that was not great. But yeah, Nuggets will make a move. Bones Highland will get traded today. I'd be shocked if he doesn't. Travion says, do you see the Grizzlies making any moves? Yes, possibly OG Anunoby. Steven says, what's going on with the 76ers? I think they're really looking at Matisse Thybulle trade. That's really the one that I'm watching for. Reed here says, when does the trade deadline end? The trade deadline ends at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so a little bit less than 4 hours left. Samuel here sends in a trade. So interesting. Draymond Green and Wiseman to the Timberwolves for Karl Anthony Towns. So Cat's actually not trade eligible this season because he signed a Supermax extension. So he cannot be traded. And I don't think the Timberwolves would do that anyway, even if he could be. Grizzlies have called the Nets to gauge the potential availability of Mikal Bridges. Yeah, the Grizzlies are the team that the Grizzlies and the Pelicans are the teams that would say have interest hypothetically in Bridges and OG Anunoby. So that's really what to kind of watch for in that. Jeremy says, what are some options for the Nuggets with Bones being available? What about MPJ and Bones for Bridges and a future first? I just don't really think that's super likely. I'd be kind of surprised by that, honestly. Mr. Ray says Grizzlies and Pelicans would be fun landing spots. They definitely would be. JT says Mikal not better than OG. Are you good? Here, let's pull up OG Anunoby's let's see this about OG Anunoby. Let me look at this. OG Anunoby the last 2 years played 48 and 43 games. He has no career accolades. Whereas, how about Mikal Bridges? Well, Mikal Bridges has never missed a game in his NBA career. He has never missed a game. And by the way, he's an all defense member last season. So, but sure. Am I good? Yeah, I am. I am good. Thank you. Mikal Bridges plays more, and he's been more productive, and he's been a part of teams that have won more. So, it's always the Raptors fans, man. Jay Conda said, only thing CP is getting is a handicap sticker. Very possible. That's a funny comment. Timothy says, who are the teams that can take the Simmons contract? The Spurs, the Rockets, I could see them taking it. The Pacers had reported interest in him a while ago, right? But I don't think that's going to happen. Marco says, here we go. Mock trade here. The Heat and Raptors are closing in on a deal that'll send both Fred VanVleet and Siakam to the Heat, per Miami Herald. That's not happening. I would be shocked. My guess is that is not real. I'd be pretty surprised if it is. Continue to tweet at me. I'm going to continue to respond to all tweets. Cards Motor here says OG is the most overrated player in the league, just like Siakam. These dudes are the king of the mids. Well, Siakam's great. Siakam's really good. I mean, he made All NBA last year. Siakam's incredible. But OG Anunoby probably. I mean, I don't think he's like. Here's the issue. If I say I agree with this, people will think that I will say that I think he sucks. I don't think he sucks. I think OG Anunoby's a very, 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 very good player. But is he worth 4 first-round picks? No. Is he better than Mikal Bridges? No. Isabel says, Kyrie for sure going with the Lakers. Yeah, I think so too, probably, unfortunately. Young here says, LA Clippers aren't making moves. Why can't people listen to me? Well, we'll see. If you're right, you're right. But I don't know. It's kind of weird to buy out your backup point guard with no plans of bringing in a point guard. Ethan, thanks for following. He says he's a basketball junkie and a basketball card collector, so that's pretty cool. Glad to have you in the stream today. Mr. Ray says Mikal is greater than OG. It's notice the people who are not Suns fans or Raptors fans are the ones who are getting this right. The people who are Raptors fans are getting it wrong. Nikki here says, hopefully Durant will be healthy enough for Chris Paul to get a ring. As a Mavs fan myself, I'm going to say hopefully not. I hope that the Suns fail to win, and I hope it really sets back their franchise because I do not like the Phoenix Suns that much. But that's it is what it is. Michael says Nets can't combine their newly acquired pieces in a trade. They can with Bridges and OG Anunoby because there's no trade call yet, so they can. Sam says I like Mikal and OG, but I think I'd prefer OG this season. OG would get more stops on the better than Mikal. Mikal was all defense last year. Like OG Anunoby's never been all defense, and Mikal Bridges deserved all. Like it wasn't just like I'm looking at if I had a vote last year, like if I was part of media and I could vote, I would have literally voted for him to be all defense, and I probably would have voted for him to be defensive player of the year. Mikal Bridges had a better case last year than Marcus Smart to be defensive player of the year. Marcus Smart did not deserve that award last season. Nono Ryan says, do Mavs fans love Wood or do they want to move him? It's kind of half and half. Some really like him. Some don't like him at all. I like Wood. I think Wood's pretty good. I've liked Wood even since he was in Detroit, though. Trenton here says, how do you feel about this 3-team trade between the Hawks, Heat, and Clippers? I think this goes well if Miami picks up Westbrook in the buyout market. So the offer here is Heat get Batum, Reggie, and John Collins. Clippers get Lowry, Vincent, Onyeka Okongwu, which is kind of like that, and a 2027 first. The Hawks get Wall, Martin, Duncan Robinson's contract, a first in 2023, and seconds in 26 and 23. My guess is this first that goes to the Clippers would probably have to go to Atlanta instead. But it's not a terrible framework. It's kind of far-fetched, but Isabel saying no one's thinking about the Clippers anymore after yesterday. The one thing, Isabel, that I'm going to say is the Clippers typically win more games than the Lakers. like almost every single year, like all the time. Santiago says, yes, I think we should keep Wood. Justin says, my prediction is Toronto gets Sharp and a pick from Portland for OG. That would be interesting. We'll see if Sharp gets, or if Shadon gets traded. Will W says CP0 never gets a ring. Maximus says, how about the referees get traded? That would be a weird way to work. RPR says, I've been gone from stream for about 30 minutes. Any rumors or trades I missed? Not really anything brand new. Kind of a lot of stuff. We've been talking mostly OG Anunoby, a little bit of Mikal Bridges as well. But obviously, now at this point you're back. So I'm way behind. So at that point it was an hour ago. So I'm trying to catch back up. We're gonna go quick through here. Chronicle after this week, Sheldon might need a voice box transplant. LL, man, you're built for this. I'm trying to be. I've got vocal cords of steel, and I've also got a bladder of iron. So. I'm sitting here all day long. Just can't think about it while I'm drinking my water. RPR loses said, is Eric Gordon worth a first rounder? No. He's probably worth like a pretty near second round pick. A soon-ish second. Michael here says Mavs are so silent because the remaining players don't have much value and they only have a 2029 first. So they don't have a 2029 first. They have a 2027 first. And if they were to negotiate with the Knicks, they would have a 2025 first available as well. Here he says, I should buy a PS5 to play NBA 2K now with the Lakers. That's a funny comment. We got some more follows coming in as well on the Twitter. Mr. Nuke here says, Hornets doing anything today at Utility Sports? The answer to that is a likely yes. Could be Kelly Oubre, could be potentially Terry Rozier. Both, I think, are pretty decent options to be traded. Card says it would be a terrible idea for the Nuggets to keep Bones. He's not getting any minutes these days and has solid value. I'm not sure about the solid value. I think that usually when you hear a report about how much a team's getting offered, and it sounds like they're getting offered a lot for him, that means it's cap because otherwise the team would have just accepted it. Like if the Nuggets were actually getting a first round pick offered for him, they would have said yes instead of just not playing him for no reason. They're trying to inflate his value, and people from the team are leaking that to reporters. Michael here says, Hawks say no. As a Clippers fan, yes, please. Talking about the trade. Here, SHJ wants to, and it seems like that doesn't actually work. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. Yeah, I think that maybe that got deleted. What are they cooking? Honest Run and Dunk Man wants to know. Miami unwilling to trade, willing to include assets to move on from Duncan or Kyle. Team has interest in Russ should he secure a buyout in Utah as they're running out of trade options. That's it's an interesting way to go about it. Not sure I would necessarily do that. Huge thank you to Mr. Nuke for the follow, as well as MC and also Anthony. Make sure you guys all hit that follow button right now. Who would you rather have? Oh, look at that. 6 minutes ago. I swear to God, they must be listening. They must be listening. And look at that. Mikal Bridges, the winner. The winner. Duh. I like that. Mikal Bridges is the answer. Should be the answer. That's actually, I swear to God, with that timing 6 minutes ago, dude, I swear to God, they're listening. Like, we've been talking about that for like 10 minutes now. So, I don't know. It's kind of funny. I'm going to refresh the Twitter here and see if we got anything new coming in. I do want to thank you guys as well. The amount of follows today has been incredible. I do tweet quite a bit. We're up to almost 500 followers. Usually I don't preach to follow us on Twitter so much. I would say go look at this tweet. I do think it's pretty funny. As somebody who hated the Kyrie Irving trade a couple days ago. Freaking Kyrie, man. I hate and now love Kyrie Irving as well. We do have a donation here to get to that just came in. So let's go ahead and get to that now. It is from Ghostly Jurassic with another $1.49 super sticker. Huge thank you to you again. It really does mean a lot. Jazz says, Lindsay, yeah, but that's not enough for them. And now Harrison, welcome to the stream. Harrison, I know you've been in here all week long. I've seen you in for a while here. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying. I've had a lot of fun. Harrison wants to know which players the Mavs eyeing. As of right now, it's not really clear. With the way they played last night, they might actually feel decent about their squad. Now, I think that's a little bit of false confidence, not necessarily something I would suggest, but Anthony wants to know, do I think Oklahoma City makes any moves today? Maybe for some rim protection. They have a treasure chest of picks and some movable players. They will make a move. I can tell you're a big OKC Thunder fan, but the move that they're going to make is not going to be the most exciting one. They're going to trade a guy away. They're going to give up a little bit of money to get off of a player in terms of cash considerations in order to, help themselves get under the tax. That's really the biggest thing. Eric here says, Mikal Bridges, you are a Memphis Grizzly. That's what we're going to have to watch for sure. It's really weird seeing Memphis Grizzlies spelled out this way with like the Y, because, I'm used to seeing Grizzlies with the IES, so it just looks a little funky to me. John says, should the Pelicans go for someone with a 6-man mindset, a boost off the bench? No, I don't think that the Pelicans need that as much. I think that the Bucks really need that. Maybe a Jordan Clarkson type or a Jalen Noel type, Eric Gordon potentially. No, Ryan says, I saw Jakob and he had like 3 huge bags in the Toronto airport. Knew he wasn't coming home. Yeah, he definitely was not coming home. He's out to Toronto and he's sticking there a while. Big J says, hey, somebody goofy was saying he get Fred and Siakam. How? It's not going to happen. I would be very surprised. Robert Davis hit the like button on my tweet. Junelle, thank you for the follow, as well as Tim Preston. Thank you for the follow as well. Really appreciate you guys. Top to bottom, I've had a lot of fun here on this trade deadline stream. I hope you guys have been enjoying. Brisket says, just got in here, man. Don't know if you have talked about this, but in your opinion, what's Raptors' next move due to cap space, OG or Fred, and get picks back from the Pirtle deal or another small buy move? I think that they can address some of their needs by trading away some of their guys. Like if you trade away OG in a deal to the Clippers, you probably, or not OG to the Clippers, sorry, Fred VanVleet to the Clippers, you probably end up with Kennard, which gives you your shooting that you need and another playmaker to add. Obviously, you need to figure out the point guard spot then, but they can address some of their needs by trading away some of their good players, honestly. So it's an interesting kind of component that is true right now for Toronto. Jazz here says Grizzlies need perimeter defender or 3-and-D type player who can run half-court offense. That's where Bridges would come into play. Mikal Bridges would be a really good addition. Steven says Suns just got scary. Yes, they did. They're going to be pretty nice, honestly, in my honest opinion. I think they're going to be somewhat of a problem in the West. They're going to be a little tough to stop. Jazz here says, please get Caruso or Trent Jr. Grizzlies, please. Now West is too tough. And here says Sixers better make some moves. They're trash. This run made us believe we can do something. I don't think the Sixers are trash. I think they're really good. I think they're a tough team to match up with too. NBA Escape was literally the first comment on the stream today saying Raptors interested in Mikal Bridges. That'd be wow. Could you imagine a get for them of Mikal Bridges? He'd be perfect there. I wonder how Raptors fans would feel about him. Denson says all 3-and-D are on Brooklyn, Bridges, DFS, Royce O'Neal. Playoff teams need any of these players. Yeah, the Nets kind of control the market right now, which is very, very interesting. Kiefer, thanks for the follow on Twitter. Really appreciate it. Cards Motor says Cam Thomas hype real. He's good. He's a good player. I knew he was a good player. I've always thought that. Even when he was at LSU, I thought he would be a good player. According to Chris Haynes, teams inquiring about Portland Trailblazer star Damian Lillard are being told unequivocally that he is not available, as I would have guessed. Sam says all these trades in the West to get sent home in 6 by Steph. A healthy Warriors team is still a scary Warriors team, in my opinion. 490 Bluff says Warriors need to make a move. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens, but Hype here says, can you talk about Russ for Russell Westbrook? I think he lands with the Clippers. Honestly, that's what I'm feeling. But supposedly, too, here on Twitter, we've got a couple tweets coming in. Kiefer here says VanVleet trade still makes sense. Let Barnes handle the one. They've been trying to give him a little bit more and more of that responsibility. Now, does he have enough shot making? Is he enough of a shot creator to be the point guard of the team? That's one of those questions, right? Is that what he's meant to do? Is that what he's built to do? I know that he's got the playmaking feel for it. I know that he's a good passer, but That's really the question. Dylan here sends Jake Fisher reporting that Ayton's future with Phoenix is uncertain. I mean, they could always look to make another move. That's a potential option for sure, if something were to kind of arise in that. Jonah wants to know, how do pick swaps work? It's very simple. Let's say that, well, here for an example, the Clippers and Thunder have a swap this year, and the one team gets the favorable swap. So, for example, Oklahoma City has the favorable swap this year. They get to decide whether they get which pick they want, right? So obviously they're going to choose the higher draft pick. Now, some years where, like this year, Oklahoma City's worse than the Clippers. Now, not very much, but they are as of right now. They would choose to just keep their own pick. So basically, the swap is not that good of an asset for them this year. But theoretically, if the Clippers fall off in the second half of the season, the Clippers end up getting a top pick in the draft, the Thunder have the right to exercise the swap and take the Clippers pick, and the Clippers would have the Thunder's pick instead, which would be lower. Finesse says they can't flip a player with another player. That is right about the trade rules. M says, any updates on what you think the Pacers will do today? Any updates? So for the Pacers, again, I thought that they would maybe look around OG and Anunoby. I think they'll maybe have some interest in Mikal Bridges now. But at the same time, realistically, the most likely outcome is maybe they would sniff around some former first-round guys who just haven't really caught on yet. So I thought one guy they would look at would maybe be Cam Reddish, but that's just not happening. Colin here says, with the Wolves having to cut/trade a player, what do you think they do? Still need depth and shooting off the bench. Any trades you see happening? I don't know if maybe the only trade I could see is like trade two of your guys on minimums for Bones Highland. That way you get a 2-for-1 again. You move off of a player and make the money work with Bones' contract. That's kind of what I think would work relatively well. Here we got a couple of things on Twitter. Slim Reaper here says, where do the Nets go now? Blow it all up. They have to be careful about that because they don't have their own picks. So they have to be careful. Ethan says, I think the Knicks should go for OG with this trade and get rid of Fournier. So the Knicks get OG and Anunoby. The Raptors would get Fournier quickly. 2 firsts and let me guess, 2 firsts and how many seconds? 3. That's not enough. The Raptors would say no. I think OG and Anunoby would be awesome there. But if anything, I feel like the Knicks would be more likely to go get Mikal Bridges and build the Villanova team all over again. L10 Nicholas says, do you think Cavs will trade for Royce O'Neal or Finney Smith? Cavs, I think Royce O'Neal would be the likely one there. He would really help them. Here, this tweet. That's funny. I'm not going to show that on stream, but that's funny. Yeah, that's a no. I just don't think that's going to end up coming to fruition. Raptors fan, he's like, no way. He's trying to deny that, like Kawhi Leonard denying Jamal Murray at the rim a few years ago in the bubble. Zodiac GM says, Nets getting Bridges, Cam Johnson, Crowder, Finney Smith will definitely let Ben Simmons take lead. These players around Simmons are better suited for him. Expect Ben Simmons to elevate his play. I like that. Lillard is not going to get traded, Josh. I promise you that will not happen. Urigali says, hey, bro, haven't seen you since draft videos, excluding the last couple of days. Not much time to watch the whole content, but definitely good to hear you talking B-ball. Thanks for the hard work. Appreciate you. Glad that you were able to stop in here. It's always fun seeing you guys again and again and again. RPR Lucy says, Ben Simmons to the Shanghai Sharks for a bag of Doritos and a pair of socks. Who declines? I think Shanghai's getting fleeced there if they have to pay him the $40 million. Just joking. Darkness says, the Kings remind me of the Knicks a few years ago. A good team, but they're still a year or two away. I kind of think same thing, honestly. Harrison says, OG is coming to the Mavs. Just wait and see. I would love it. I think Harrison. I think OG Anunoby is a very good player. I prefer Mikal Bridges, but I think OG is very good. YG says, Bulls need to do something. Shaking my head. They'll trade Andre Drummond today, I bet, to the 76ers, if I had to guess. Nuck here says his value went up since Kevin Durant's trade. Zion here says Warriors got to do something because of the KD trade. Wow Factor said, hey, bro, I know you said yesterday that KD wasn't leaving as a Suns fan. I always knew it was happening, which is why I asked you yesterday. Matt, the owner, yesterday was giving some hints of the on the best. So Matt Ishbia has completely shifted the game. And now I'm glad that the Suns don't have any tradable first, because otherwise I wouldn't know what to expect. Like, the whole thing is just kind of crazy. I wasn't really sure what's going on with that. Tato Buff with a breaking news, Lakers still stink. That's funny. Sinetric says, who would the Dallas Mavericks trade for? I think that there's some options out there for them, but I'm not sure if anything ultimately gets done. I would like Matisse Thybulle, but we'll see. Jazz say Warriors can get Caruso or any big. I don't think it's super likely with their tax bill, with where they're at. They'd maybe have to give up Wiseman to do it, which I don't know. Xavier wants to know, will the Blazers do something? My answer to that is no. I think the Blazers are at a spot where they feel pretty good. Let's see what's trending on Twitter. Let's see if we can tweet enough about utility sports to get it trending on Twitter. Some of these 2,000 tweets, I feel like we can get there. Think about it. If all of you sent a tweet right now to Utility Sports, that would be half this number. Like, that's how many people we have in here right now. We would be already halfway to trending with one tweet per person. You guys can go do it. Everyone go follow on Twitter right now and send me something and include Utility Sports in the name. So type Utility Sports in there, because I want to see if we can get trending. I've never been trending before, and I think it'd be awesome. Nets get Holiday, Middleton, Giannis. Bucks get Cam Thomas. Who says no? Clearly the Nets. Duh. Without good Cam Thomas been playing. I'm joking for the people who can't take a joke and don't understand. V Lone says, who's getting traded next? I'm not sure. It's hard to guess like the timeline of who gets dealt, right? It doesn't really matter who gets traded next. It just matters who gets traded in general. SP says, will the Nets dump Simmons with 2 to 3 first, maybe to the Spurs? Maybe. I mean, I guess they realistically could. The one thing is the Nets become an interesting player in free agency, potentially, which is kind of fun. Steven is now following as well. Thank you, Steven, for the follow. Steve as well. Steve French, Slim Reaper, thank you for the follow. And then we're back to Kiefer. Everyone, go tweet at Utility Sports. Let's see if we can get trending on Twitter. It would be absolutely crazy if we could find a way to do that. I would lose my mind probably on stream. Andres says Kawhi got sent to the Raptors as punishment. He did not want to be there. Get over it, LeBronto. Oh man, they're trying to troll. Robert Davis says something. There we go. I like that. What about this trade? Says Samuel. And it's Wiseman and Baldwin to the Jazz for Olynyk. Now that's something that I could actually maybe see. But I don't think it's the most likely, just because I don't really know how to read. I don't really know how to read the Golden State Warriors, to be honest. They're like one of the hardest teams to actually understand and look at, because they always do something. Card says I was right about something, and that something here is players I think will be traded. Okay, so we have Russ. I like that. Cards. Katie's wearing 35. He's going back to the number 35 in Phoenix, which is pretty fun to see. Meg says Raps fans are garbage like Knicks fans. Let's keep it nice. But I understand kind of the thoughts on that. But no, I like Raptors fans. They're fun. They're very passionate about their team. That's the one thing I do have to say. Colin here says, thanks for the deadline show. Let's get some trades happening. Better without D'Lo says, imagine telling Thunder fans in 2016 that 7 years later Russ would be traded to his 5th team and KD would be traded to his 4th team on the same night. Literally, that's what happened, which is crazy. Kiefer wants to know, Hornets swap Highland for Plumlee. Could help Denver. It says, LOL, no way. Emmanuel Quickly is not moving anywhere. If you replace him with Toppin and remove those second rounders, sounds great. I was not thinking the Knicks would be the one saying no to that, which is interesting. Nobody beats the bids. I like it. This is the template. Maybe we can get anything trending. Can we get anything trending on Twitter? That would be even better than getting Utility Sports trending on Twitter, honestly. Jay, thank you for the follow on Twitter, as well as in Monty We Trust, clearly a Kings fan. Ethan with the little Beetlejuice profile picture, thanks for the follow. Lekai, thank you for the follow as well. And then we also on here have a follow from By Any Means, and also, if it will ever let me look at it, right here, Bingo Bango, who is Australian seemingly. So shout out to you guys. Let's see if we can get trending, right? Here, Brian Oliver saying, please blow up the Chicago Bulls. Michael says, has a team in the top 3 of a conference ever blown it up before mid-season? That's very, very unlikely. To be honest, I'm not sure if I have my NBA history down that perfect, if I know a niche situation like that, if that's happened or not, especially before I was born. But wow. Nets making calls to teams on Ben Simmons. Brooklyn willing to attach draft compensation to move on from the former number 1 pick, which is definitely interesting. Not very often you see the number 1 overall pick having to get traded with draft picks places. Adam, thanks for the follow, as well as Haru. Hawk, thank you as well. Really appreciate all of you guys. Continue to tweet at me. Also, go give me a follow on Instagram if you want to see anything about my personal life, anything that I've got going on over there. Really do appreciate you guys when it comes to everything that you are sharing with me. I have a lot of fun with the whole situation and everything going on, of course, too. So I've been having a lot of fun. We'll see exactly what could go on. But here we got another report from Cards Motor saying the Houston Rockets are showing some levels of interest in Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson, as they should. Those would be 2 really good additions for the Houston Rockets, and some that I think would make them a lot better. Here we have questions too that are coming in. So Jack, thank you for the follow. Look at that. That's Jack Nelson. Look at Jack. Okay, Jack. Rafael Gatto, tax lawyer from Brazil. Okay, Rafael. Thank you for the follow. He's a big Utah Jazz fan, clearly. Nobody beats the Bids. Thank you for the follow as well. Dillinger says, is this sends in a little bit of the magic propaganda here. Is this anything? I like it. This is anything. This is perfect. I'm going to leave a like on that one. That one made me laugh. Bingo Bango says, I'm from New Zealand, not Australia. Yeah, sorry. I didn't really zoom in. Obviously that's my fault. But yeah, thank you. My uncle's actually Australian, so that was pretty embarrassing. As soon as I said that too, I thought, wait a minute, I didn't really look super close, so I wasn't really sure, but I was like, I don't really know. But I was like, I don't know. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream at least. And Zodiac GM wants to know, Nuggets or Suns in a 7-game series? My pick would be the Suns in 6. I think they're a bit better than Denver. And I think Denver, when you look at the matchup, how does Denver guard any pick and rolls with Jokic? How do they deal with Ayton in the post if they're not going to put Jokic on him to try and hide the pick and roll? Who do they have for Durant? Do they put KCP on him? And then if that's the case, who do they put on Devin Booker? Is that MPJ? Do you feel comfortable about that? Obviously, Aaron Gordon might be an answer to that. But again, then who do you put on Chris Paul? Is Jamal Murray going to challenge him the whole series? How about TJ Warren if they go with a hyper offensive lineup? I think it's going to be a tough series, but I think it's going to be a good one. Just because it's 6 games doesn't mean it's not going to be close. Anthony says, what do you think is the best case scenario for Westbrook? I just want to see him succeed. I think the Clippers clearly are. Honest Run and Dunk Man fan says, I'm cooking something special for real. Bucks get Jay Crowder, Royce O'Neal, and Edmund Sumner. The Nets would get George Hill, Wesley Matthews, Grayson Allen, Jordan Nwora, and 4 second-round picks. Not bad. Nwora is kind of the young piece in that deal. Now, the one thing is I'm not sure. Looking at the situation, I think the Nets would maybe want to keep Edmund Sumner. But, the Nets do save money here, which is very important for them as well, honestly. So it's not terrible. Here we got some more questions too. Let's keep going through these. You guys keep asking awesome questions, so I'm really happy about that. Better Without D'Lo says the Wolves still need to either cut someone from the active roster or make another trade since they did the 2-for-1. What would I do? So let me just Bryn Forbes. I would cut Bryn Forbes. He's been terrible this season. He's on a minimum. Just get rid of him. Bryn Forbes is not good. Jack says, breaking Mike Conley traded Grizzlies for Tyus Jones. Also sent to the Wolves would be Ricky Rubio from the Cavs. So for those of you who do not know, Jack is a big Timberwolves fan. I actually know him in real life, and I like to make fun of him for being a Timberwolves fan because I mean like that. And his favorite players are Tyus Jones and Ricky Rubio. So that's what that comment's about. It's a funny one. Lee Kai says, any possibility that AD to the Raptors for Siakam and Scotty Barnes? No, the Raptors would say no to that immediately. Looks like you guys are making friends. Terry down there liking a tweet as well. That's fun. Desto liked the tweet. Tim Preston at Utility Sports. I'm Australian. Nothing be done from Celtics. Thanks. Glad to have you in here. Crazy that we have people watching from all over the world. A whole bunch of different nationalities and everything. It's absolutely insane and mind-boggling. Raphael says, don't you think Jazz got way too little for Conley, Beasley, and Vando? Plus, absorbing Russ, the first rounder from the Lakers, is also protected. No, I think they did good. I gave them an A-. I think they could have maybe done a little bit better. But, just given the situation, think about it. Vando and Beasley were just kind of money matchers for Rudy. And I looked at them as solid players, and you guys turned around and got extra assets for them. And it's very possible that those Lakers picks, it's top 4 protected, but who knows? Maybe the Lakers pick 7th that year, and that's a really nice asset to have kind of stowed away. Darius Baisley, Trey Mann, 2 first-round picks for Cam Johnson. To be honest, I don't hate that. It'd be crazy. I don't think the Oklahoma City Thunder need to be panicked and make a deal, but if there's someone they really like, then go for it, right? Mookie here, thanks for the follow, as well as Friars. Really appreciate that. I'm just browsing. Thank you for that as well. And then Rob's Burner, Uncle Rob Parker. Thank you for the follow as well. Friars wants to know, could the Lakers trade Beverly, Lonnie, Christie, and a first-round pick for McHale or OG? To be honest, I think that's just too little. I don't know if they have enough flexibility at this point, just given, I know Lonnie's not a bad player. I know Christie's an intriguing young player from Michigan State. I liked him coming out of the draft a bit. And that first-rounder is so far away. For McHale or OG, I just don't think it's really enough. Thomas Bursch says, who plays better defense, Cat or Abu? Thomas, you know the answer to that, and it's not Karl Anthony Towns, honestly. But they also don't let Karl Anthony Towns get away with charges through a guy's chest every play. I'm just browsing. Says Şengün and Wemby championship run next year. They'd be good. They would be good. Stefano says Drummond to the Nuggets for a Bones. Highland, Caruso to the Warriors for Kuminga. I don't think Kuminga would move. If anything, the guy going back to Chicago would probably be Wiseman in a deal like that. Here we're getting a gift sent to us. Car the Motor says at Utility Sports, currently watching in the North Pole. Look at that. We got someone from Antarctica, boys. We got Car the Motor, Mr. Santa Claus himself. Mookie says OKC trade Lou Dort, Trey Mann, Darius Baisley, 4 firsts for Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges. Now we're cooking something. I'm gonna quote tweet this one. Low-key kind of like this one. Because to be honest, I mean, that's pretty scary if they get all of if they got both Cam and Mikal to put next to Shea and Giddey. I know they really like Dort there. I know Thunder fans are gonna say, no, don't give up Dort. But like the one thing I have to say here is Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges are just both better than Dort, which is why it does make some sense. Jared here sent me a DM as well on Instagram, something that if you guys go follow me over there, you can do. Jared here sent me, I think, a 3-team trade. Yep, it looks like it. Where the Hornets would get Yusuf Nurkic, Killian Tilly, Keon Johnson, and the Grizzlies' first-round pick this year. The Grizzlies would get Jeremy Grant. Maybe it's just a. Oh no, it should be a 3-team trade. Yeah. So the Hornets get those. I think the picture cut off weird. But then it looks like maybe the Hornets get Isaac, Brooks, Bamba, and a 2024 first, and then the Magic get Rozier, LaRavia, and a first in 2023 and 22nd in 2024. Not bad, to be honest. Caleb, thanks for the follow as well on Twitter. I like that, Jared. Thank you for sending those to me. Sorry, I had a little bit of issues with trying to clear up exactly what that looked like. Rob says, thoughts on a potential Mavs Suns playoff rematch? That would be crazy. Think about Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving facing off in the postseason that quickly, after being teammates. It's just insane. And it's, 2 teams that played each other last year. They already don't like each other. Booker and Luka don't get along. It'd be absolutely insane, right? So wow. If you guys are enjoying this live stream, if you're having a lot of fun, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And obviously leave a like on the stream as well. For this NBA trade deadline stream, I'm having so much fun. The tweets are coming in so fast. You guys are absolutely incredible. Here better without D'Lo says Cam Johnson to the Wolves for Nickeil Alexander-Walker getting rerouted. Naz Reid in 2 seconds. You're just going to have to give up more for Cam. Cam's more valuable than that. Here, Honest Run and Dunk Man fan says, what are my thoughts on this? Mavericks could look to target Matisse Thybulle. Again, I really like that for them. Matisse Thybulle is a good player, a good defensive player specifically, and I think Dallas needs another one of those in the wings behind Reggie Bullock and Josh Green to have a shot in the postseason. It sounds like we do have a trade, actually. It sounds like we do have a trade to report here, which is crazy. Let's see what this ends up looking like. Let's see if I can pull this up on stream. Let's see. Is Woj reporting on it at all? I'm not sure if Woj is quite yet. We will continue going through the notifications. It doesn't look like Woj is reporting on it yet, but NBA Trade Report is, which they do have a decent following. I'm not 100% certain on the legitimacy here. They have 20,000 followers. So supposedly it's Celtics are trading for shooting big man Mike Muscala from the Oklahoma City Thunder. So I guess the important thing with that is I'm kind of surprised to see Muscala traded. He's been a big part of what Oklahoma City's done this year. They really like him. But wow, it's definitely a big shakeup and a move that makes sense for Boston. I've talked about Kelly Olynyk there. I talked about the likelihood. Jordan says I need a trade sound. What would be a good trade sound? Let's look at my sounds here. I might be able to make something work here for that. Let's see. How is this? That's a little quiet. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. Let's go here. No, I hate all of these. This is not working. We'll figure out the trade sound. Maybe that'll be a next year addition. Burger Sports says F it, MPJ and Bones for Bridges and Crowder, all in, baby. I like the energy. Nick is hilarious. Okay, Nick. Air horn. Oh yeah, we need an air horn. Okay, I'll get an air horn pulled up. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do an air horn. Air horn will be fun. You guys will have to be worried a little bit, but oh, that's an ad. Nice. You can't even play an air horn on YouTube without having to deal with an ad. Some of you who just clicked in, let's do a bomb sound. Actually, I like that better because of the Woj bomb type thing. Shams reported it. Okay, let's get it up on the stream here now for Shams. Thank you guys for all the help. With all the with everything going on, it's hard to keep track of everything, but that's why you guys are in here too. You guys help me just as much as I talk about it with you guys. And okay, this is interesting. Okay, Boston is sending Justin Jackson and 2 second-round picks to Oklahoma City for Mike Muscala. So there we go. There's our trade sound. I'll find a better one. That one was pretty bad. Maybe the air horn is the move. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But this trade does go down here. So again, I talked about Boston needing a shooting big man, and they find one here with Mike Muscala in a trade with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I'm kind of surprised to see OKC. Trade him. I kind of thought that they wouldn't. I thought they would keep him around. I thought he was going to be the long-term backup big behind Chet Holmgren. Clearly, Oklahoma City's winning a few too many games. They trade one of their key centers on the roster. That KD trade was insane. G-Master says, hi from Germany. Nice work. 2 second-round picks to Oklahoma City. Those second-rounders for OKC's perspective don't really mean a lot, to be honest. And from Boston's perspective, it makes sense because Muscala can help them a little bit. You'd have to guess. Chad wants to know how many hours left. We're a little bit less than 3 hours away, or a little bit over 3 hours away, just about 3 hours left. So Braden wants to know, didn't Justin Jackson play for the Thunder last season? For Justin Jackson, let's check some of his career numbers. Remember, he's infamous for being the guy traded for Harrison Barnes mid-game. You look up Justin Jackson's stats and you get an NFL player. So careful about that. Last year, he played for the Thunder in 2020 for 33 games. That's right. He shot 30% from three. Somebody who's labeled as a three-point shooter, he shoots a career 32% from three. He's no Isaiah Joe, who I think is a phenomenal shooter, by the way. And I liked him a lot in Philly. I was kind of surprised that they left him. Lone here says all these people thinking Pascal's leaving. Yeah, Pascal's not going anywhere. Check Jack Fisher about Kevin Durant trade. We already have all the news on the KD trade, so I think we're good. Cool Time Savage wants to know what could Miami trade for. Miami could probably trade for a guard, but it sounds like right now the buyout market's more of the likely situation. Ninja wants to know, are Nets buyers or sellers even after the Kevin Durant trade, tanking or non-tanking? The other thing is they don't have to decide right now. They could just, they have enough of a lead right now in the East where they could feel confident and say, hey, look, like, we're not going to win this year. We're not going to win a title or anything, but we're going to probably be a playoff team, probably be a first round exit. And then we have all these picks. We could maybe see what's available in the offseason. Keep Cam Johnson, keep Mikal Bridges, and they're probably like 1 star away from being a really, really good competitive team again. Here, Chapa says you should have the NBA draft sound as your trade alert. I just feel like it's so iconic for the draft, though, that I don't know if it would fit the trades as much. But I mean, we could vote on it. Here, let me put a poll on Twitter. Let me put a poll on Twitter right now, and we'll do a quick little discussion about it on Twitter. So make sure if you want to have a say in what to do for the sound, that you guys go ahead over there now and which sound should we use for trade alerts? And then let's give 4 options here. So let's do air horn as the first option. Let's do bomb as the second option. We're gonna do this for 0 days, and we're gonna do this for 0 minutes, and we're gonna do this for 0 hours. And 15 minutes. Okay. And then we're gonna add a third choice. We're gonna do draft sound. And then we're going to do a 4th option here, which is like a ring alert or whatever. Like, just like, think like cell phone ring type of whatever. Okay, those are the options. I'm guessing ring alert will probably finish last, but I want to give you a 4th option at least. So go vote on there right now at Utility Sports. Which sound should we use for trade alerts? Let me know right now. All 1,400 of you awesome people. I'm just so thankful to have you guys be a part of what we're doing here on the live stream. If you haven't already, please consider leaving a like on the channel and also subscribe for more. I would be really greatly appreciated. I love what you guys do. For us, the amount of engagement's been incredible today. We're over 700 likes as well on the actual live stream, which is insane. You guys are just the best of the best. And please subscribe as well. Subscribing such an important part. That way you don't miss out on, future updates when we do go live and when we do stuff like that. 9 votes already. Bomb is out ahead. So if you don't like the bomb, you better go vote for something else. Ring alert, like I projected, probably not going to win. But bomb is kind of going crazy. 27 votes in the first minute, and bomb is the one out ahead with probably close to 11 or 12 votes already. If you do not want the bomb, you got to go vote right now. We will check back with that in 14 minutes. You got plenty of time to go vote. Oh, yeah. That would have been pretty funny, Sergio. Actually, I would have liked that. But we got a lot of follows coming in. Narf, thank you for the follow. Cohen, thank you for the follow. Twitch.tv, B. Dolan, thank you as well. A little bit of a shout out to you, I guess. Domir the Dragon, shout out to you. Jay Hill. For Domir here, I've not listened to his music, obviously, but go listen to him. If you want to listen to music, go hit him up, right? Patrick, shout out to him. Nick Hill, thank you as well. Gabriel Toms, thank you. Caleb, thank you. And Joe Sullivan, thank you as well. Absolutely incredible what this is looking like. Where's the option for Meep? I wish we got Meep. Oh, we should have hit Meep. Troy, I missed an opportunity there. That's on me. Callum says draft's the only one that won't make people jump. That's maybe a good point. Maybe I'll try and give you guys a warning before sounding it. But maybe it's less fun if I do that. I don't know. Utah and Brooklyn maybe had a deal in today's deadline. We'll see. Bingo Bango here says needs to be expanded. KD trade to move both Cam and Bridges. So let's see. Did you expand it here? So Bridges, Cam, both going to the Houston Rockets, which would be I can't emphasize enough how great that would be for the Rockets. With all the assets that they have, if they can go ahead, flip this and turn them into Bridges and Cam, I'd really like that for them. As for the Nets, Eric Gordon, Kenyon Martin, Usman Garuba, Kenyon Martin, Garuba, two younger guys, Eric Gordon, whatever, with his money, right? I don't think that's a problem for the Nets. And then they actually even saved $3 million here, which is important. Every single penny that they save turns into like 4 pennies. So, and then 3 first-round picks. So kind of right around what I'd expect, maybe a little bit more in terms of draft compensation. But since you include some young guys there, it's not like complete out of this world. And I see, some of the issues, what you're saying there, Troy, but definitely interesting. Leaky wants to know, will LeBron James be back to the Cavs this summer? They got Garland and Donovan Mitchell. Then Cavs got champions, are going to be champions next season. Better without D'Lo says Utility Sports. And then it's Kevin Durant, Kendall Jenner, leaving Ben Simmons for Devin Booker. Oh my gosh. That's too good. I like that one a lot. I'm dying here. That's a good one for sure. Holy cow. I wish I thought of that. That's hilarious. NBA Escape here tagged me in the trade here. Again, Justin Jackson going to Oklahoma City and 2 second rounders as well for Mike Muscala. To be honest, I give Oklahoma City like a B- here. I don't know. It's not like it's the end of the world trading Muscala, but at the same time, I don't really think they got like value for him. 2 seconds isn't bad, I guess, but like Oklahoma City has so many picks. Do they need 2 seconds? Like it's kind of like whatever. It's like putting, extra water in the ocean at that point to me. And then for Muscala to Boston, I think that's actually a really nice addition. And there it is. We do have another trade. Let's go to Shams Charania right now. And ultimately, it is exactly what I thought would potentially happen. I've been saying it on the channel for weeks. Milwaukee Bucks are acquiring Jay Crowder in a trade with the Brooklyn Nets for 5 second-round picks. I need to go see right now. We're gonna use the NBA draft sound here, boys. We're using the NBA draft sound this time while we still wait for our actual news. But like I predicted, there would be a actual. Here we go. Let me restart. So there we go. We have a deal. The Milwaukee Bucks are acquiring Jay Crowder in a trade with the Brooklyn Nets for, again, 5 second-round picks. Absolutely a good move for Milwaukee. Look at some of the teams that they have to guard in the Eastern Conference. You need another big physical body to present toward Cleveland. How are you going to match up with Evan Mobley? Notably, the last time the Cavs played the Milwaukee Bucks, Evan Mobley put up his career highs in terms of scoring that night. The two teams split the season series 2-2. But then Milwaukee, of course, also concerned with Boston. How are you going to deal with Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum? And the answer isn't just hitting them in the face and hope they fracture their face, right? Definitely an entertaining move here. And one that does make a lot of sense. As Shams Charania is reporting, and I've been saying it for weeks. If you've been watching the channel, you know that I've been suggesting for a very long time that Jay Crowder will get moved in a trade to the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, ultimately, he had a very quick pit stop in Brooklyn first before Brooklyn could send him elsewhere. But to get 5 second-round picks is definitely significant compensation for a player. And the other day I had a question about, like, how do you value second-round picks comparatively to a first? And I said, it's kind of like a range of 2 to 3 seconds is somewhat equivalent to a good team's first-round pick, like a team that, you would expect to pick in the 20s. I would say 2 second-rounders is equivalent. So for this year, it's almost like getting 2 first-round picks in terms of value. Now, does it ultimately really move the needle for you? No, but this gives Brooklyn a lot of different avenues to. First of all, they're stocking up on a ton of draft picks. They're adding in, so many assets that they're going to be able to make other moves later. We'll see what happens with Bridges and Cam Johnson. Of course, we could see them turn that around. But now you think about it from this perspective, trading Kevin Durant away. You trade KD. You now have Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges, 4 first-rounders that are unprotected. You have a pick swap in there as well. And then you now also have 5 second-rounders as part of the deal. And my guess is you're going to have a little bit of money coming back here too. Milwaukee did not have a trade exception big enough, I don't believe, to just outright land Jay Crowder. So because of that, I'm guessing maybe a Grayson Allen could be coming back. And if they get Grayson Allen, it's possible they could flip him around for a couple second-rounders to a team that maybe is looking for a little bit more guard or backcourt depth. Maybe a team like the Dallas Mavericks looking to improve defensively. We know that Grayson Allen on that end is at least trying. And the one thing is we're not playing hockey, so he won't get 2 minutes in the penalty box for tripping. There's some value here yet for, I think, Milwaukee to kind of pull out of this. Now we'll see if they're able to, right? But let me know in the comment section what your thoughts are on this trade for the Milwaukee Bucks. Again, I think this is good for them. They did give up a pretty decent amount of draft compensation in terms of those 5 second-round selections, but they got a player who really helps them and is really, really important to what they're trying to do, which, again, is, in my opinion, they're trying to slow down those Boston Wings. And Jay Crowder, the Bucks have been talking to him. The Suns gave them permission to do so a few weeks ago, from my understanding. And Jay Crowder's a really, really nice addition into Milwaukee, what they're looking to do. I also think Joe Ingles, assuming he's not a part of this deal going back to Brooklyn, which he very well could be, but I don't think he is. They've got some of these veteran forwards that can help this team win. Jay Crowder can knock down timely shots. Interestingly enough, he faced off against the Milwaukee Bucks in the finals a couple of years ago between Phoenix and Milwaukee. And overall, I think it's a pretty good trade for the Milwaukee Bucks specifically. Van Lee here says, at Utility Sports, no offense, but I don't think Kyrie's a Mav in the fall. Could Luka force a trade out east? No worries. You don't ever have to worry about offending me. I completely agree. I graded that trade as an F for the Mavs because I was worried about it. I really was. But, at the same time, if it works out and they win enough, maybe he could stick around. But I am very worried. And because of that, Luka could potentially ask out. Nick, everyone, let's get some Nick hype in the chat right now. He says, I think LaVine will get traded to a team in the West. He's been sitting in here. He's been watching the stream all week long, not just today. So, Nick, you're a real hero for the channel. Kareem says, Mike Muscala, he's pretty solid. He's a good shooter. He can step out behind the three-point line and shoot the ball well. RM says 30 points per game on 67% true shooting equals washed. Yeah, no. Kevin Durant is not washed. Kevin Durant is very, very good. And I'm going to actually put the user saying that he's washed in timeout once I find it. Mr. Rudy Poo says, Sheldon, what would a Matisse to Mavs trade look like? Maybe Ntilikina plus another, big and some second rounders. We have another one. We have another trade to announce. And as we go over on Twitter to the other trade, this one is a Woj bomb. In fact, as we go over, let's go ahead and take a look at what Adrian Wojnarowski is tweeting right now. The Nuggets did really well here. The Lakers are trading center Thomas Bryant to the Denver Nuggets for Devon Reed and 3 second-round picks, which I think sheds a little bit of light here to what I was expecting from the Los Angeles Lakers in terms of their starting lineup. I was asked about this yesterday, specifically last night, and also a little bit this morning about what I thought their starting lineup was going to be. And I thought, look, if they're going to do this right, I think Anthony Davis plays the 5, and I think Jared Vanderbilt's the starting power forward. But I wasn't certain on that because I thought, hey, Thomas Bryant's played really well for them. Maybe they want to keep him in the starting lineup with Vando kind of coming off the bench as a versatile defender that they could use a couple different ways, depending on how guys get into foul trouble early. He kind of is your like Swiss Army knife guy, right? But I preferred the Vando starting, and now it's pretty clear to me that he will. Thomas Bryant is going to Denver for Devon Reed, who is terrible. Devon Reed is not anything to worry about when it comes to compensation here. He's not going to be a long-time player for the Lakers. But those 3 second-round picks are very important. The Lakers, again, trying to retool. And if you want to know how important second-round picks are, I just talked about how Brooklyn getting 5 second-rounders is important. I mean, look at this. It helps you make deals. Really, this deal is created because of only second-round picks. It's very important to continue to stock up. And it works really, really well adding in moves like this. I just think it's very, very successful when you look at this as a potential option to add players. And again, Thomas Bryant to the Nuggets, really, really good option. Bojan Bogdanovic is not a Laker. I'm going to put this user in timeout. Let's just not put in fake trades, okay? You can ask about them. You can ask what would it take, but Richard says that's a draft pick for each 3-pointer he'll make for the team. I think was that for Mike Muscala. John here says that helps Bucks big time. It does. Gives them a really nice, consistent option. Welcome everyone to the stream. Glad to have you in here. As you can see, the Lakers are trading Thomas Bryant to the Denver Nuggets for Devon Reed and 3 second-round picks. So I think the Nuggets do really well here, adding a rotational big in Thomas Bryant, who, the 10 to 15 minutes a game that Nikola Jokic is not on the floor come playoff time, and it might not even be that many minutes. It might be more like 6 to 10 minutes. Those minutes are going to be Thomas Bryant's minutes, and those are valuable. It's very important. I think back to a few years ago, the playoff series that Kawhi Leonard hit the infamous, 4 bounces on the rim jump shot out of the short corner against the 76ers. Against the 76ers. Joel Embiid was a positive plus-minus that game. Greg Monroe played, I believe, for 4 minutes and was, I think, a -10 or a -8 in those 4 minutes. And, of course, that game decided at the very end like that. Obviously, those 4 minutes that Greg Monroe played were extremely important and ultimately something that shouldn't go down. Mr. Ray here says NBA needs to do away with second rounders. I disagree. So the second rounders here, we actually do have an update on what these second rounders are. Second rounders are very, very valuable in my opinion. And you look at guys like Herb Jones. If you know how to draft, you can add good players in there. Lakers get Denver seconds in 2025, 2026, and 2029. Sources tell ESPN moving Bryant opens up minutes for Jared Vanderbilt, like I had talked about. Then also Wenyen Gabriel gets in the rotation there too. That's not a huge deal to me, but I think it clears up who the starter is in Jared Vanderbilt, which is really what I think is important. We do have a donation here as well from the Gold Eagle 99. Says, does James Harden opt in at the end of the season? And if not, where do you think he'll go? If he leaves Philly, it will be for Houston. So Rockets fans, I think that the only 2 places I could see Harden playing next season are either the 76ers or the Houston Rockets. I really don't see any other options at this moment in time for where they could potentially go. Interesting. Okay, so Indiana has also jumped in on a deal. We have a lot of trade news coming in right now. This is, I think, part of the same deal as we earlier saw when it came to Jay Crowder. So this is why some of the money is moving around. It is actually now a Nets, Bucks, and Pacers 3-way trade. And like I talked about how Indiana is going to look at some young talent that could fit. Jordan Nwora, a 3-point shooter who is not afraid of pulling the trigger from any spot on the floor, is going to the Indiana Pacers, plus 2 second rounders in this Nets Bucks 3-team deal. Milwaukee acquires its defending culture piece in Crowder for the stretch run. Crowder's last 3 NBA seasons, 2 NBA Finals runs, and a 64-win season. So, like I said, I think Jay Crowder's a really good get for Milwaukee. Indiana jumps in here for Jordan Nwora, which I think is very valuable as well. For them, you kind of think about kind of the O'Shea Brissett, whatever, Terry Taylor minutes, right? Nwora is an upgrade there, in my opinion, to end the season a little bit. Now, I don't think it all moves the needle a ton, but 2 seconds is nowhere close to a first value. This is not two first. I'm talking about a pick in the 20s. D-Rock, like, would you rather have pick 25 or would you rather have pick 34 and 48, right? Like, there's really not that big of a difference between those two in terms of assets. Welcome everyone to the stream. Guilty says, is there a moderator in here? A few people need to be blocked. Yeah, try and report some of the comments. That usually that does a good job of like hiding those comments and getting them from being able to repop in with some of the settings I have for the stream. Brian K says 4 seconds equals 1 lottery protected first so they got a good value getting 5. That's I think they got a very good value getting 5. I think that's very, very good value. D-Rock says five late second rounders or nothing. Okay, I mean if that's what you want to believe. Jordan Nwora was the late second rounder. He was somewhat of an important part in this trade. Welcome to everyone in here. 1,800 people watching live as we currently speak, which is insane. It's absolute insanity. I'm really, really thankful for each and every one of you. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do so. It just takes a second of your time, as well as subscribing. Again, just a quick second to do that. We are getting up around 800 likes on the stream, which is absolutely awesome. Again, Shams Charania reporting Indiana is acquiring Bucks Jordan Nwora and second rounders in this deal. So definitely some moving pieces that do, in fact, make some sense. Let's go back over to Adrian Wojnarowski now in a deal here where he was reporting earlier. Let's go ahead and update this about, again, Bryant. He's averaging 12 points, 7 rebounds in 21 minutes. So definitely a good, strong addition into Denver. Like I said, this is, in my opinion, a more important deal for the Nuggets than it is for the Lakers. I think getting Thomas Bryant was a really, really solid add for that team. And just a reminder, go follow us on Twitter as well. A lot of crazy stuff going on. Mark Wanner, thank you for the follow. I know you just hit us up with a follow on there. Let's go over to notifications. We've got a lot of notifications coming in. Matthew here with a trade idea. Thank you, Matthew, for sending this in. Anunoby to the Pelicans for Garrett Temple, Devontae Graham, Jackson Hayes. Lakers first next year and the Pelicans first this year. I think it takes a little bit more. I think Dyson Daniels would likely have to be included, or Trey Murphy. And then I also think maybe a little bit more in terms of some other draft pick compensation. So the bomb actually won, but draft sound finished right there. I think we might stick with the draft sound. It seems like the draft sound might be, we'll mix in the bomb. We'll use the bomb a couple of times, but those were the two clear winners, so we'll use them both. Again, Mark, thank you for the follow. Here we have this fan of NBA and 2K. Thanks for the follow. Sergio, again, thank you for the follow. And back to Narf. So absolutely crazy. Make sure to go follow us on Twitter. The link is in the description, as well as my own Instagram link. Typically, I usually do not include my Instagram in these live streams, but today I was feeling generous and I was feeling like, why not include it, right? So that way you guys can, maybe DM me on there, ask me some questions. We've already had a couple viewers do that, but yeah, we've had some crazy trade alerts right now. My thoughts. Let's give I'm going to do a my thoughts segment here on the trades. So let's talk first about the Milwaukee one, because that was the one that broke in first. So the Nets get multiple second rounders. The Bucks get Jay Crowder, and it seems like the Pacers land Jordan Nwora in a deal. So to me, I like that for the Pacers. Just given their circumstances, there's nothing wrong with jumping in and grabbing a younger player like Jordan Nwora, who is very underrated. A lot of people don't really know who he is. But I think he's a valuable player. But again, Gold Eagle 99, thank you for the $10. Really do appreciate you. But when it comes to the actual trade buzz here, and my thoughts, again, the situation with Jay Crowder really enhances Milwaukee's opportunity and ability to defend Boston in the postseason. That's really one of the most important things. Golden State is making a last-minute effort to acquire. At this moment, they're trying to acquire OG Anunoby. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. There's a lot going on right now. So thank you guys for sticking with me. A lot of trade rumors kind of circulating at this moment. But again, Milwaukee, I think just you look at the East, you have to match up with, you have to have bodies to throw at Joel Embiid, which I think Milwaukee adds a guy who maybe they give some versatility to. You have to have guys to try and match up with what Cleveland's going to present you in terms of Evan Mobley. I think Jay Crowder is a good option for that. You look at Miami, right? You're going to have to deal with some of those athletic, physical wings like Caleb Martin, Haywood Highsmith, who's a really underrated player. Bam Adebayo, of course, he's the mainstay name there. Julius Randle, even for the Knicks, that's a tough matchup for some lesser wings if you're not super physically imposing. Now, for Jay Crowder, you are, right? Jay Crowder matches up really well with a Julius Randle. And then specifically, you're thinking about Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. Who is going to guard those guys? And I think those are your best options now. Jay Crowder is really the guy. And then from the Nets perspective, you turn one of the pieces that you traded for in the Kevin Durant deal, you send him out. You save a lot of money against the tax, which I think is one of the most important elements to this, while also still being in a spot where you get good compensation in terms of second round value that you can use in later deals. And that's the one component about value that people don't understand. Tradable first, you're kind of, stopped by the Stepien rule from trading those assets and using them at your disposal to improve your team. Second rounders go a long way in finalizing deals, helping deals get done. How many times do we see, they send a first and 2 seconds, or they send this player and a second round pick, or they send this player in 3 seconds. Now we have an example of a 5 second round pick trade. Second round picks are good assets to use in deals to finish deals off and say, look, if you're close with the team, you say, okay, we're going to throw in an extra second round pick. Do we have a deal? And usually it seems like with the way that these deals get reported on, that those second round picks are actually valuable. It gives you stabs in the draft if you keep them, but they can also help you finalize some other trades later on. Jason, thank you for the follow on Twitter, as well as Luke. Really appreciate you guys. Everyone should go follow us on Twitter. Again, here is our profile @_utility sports. And with how many people are watching live here, almost 2,000 people live in the stream, there is no reason not to subscribe to the channel. I would really, really appreciate if you did hit that subscribe button right now. Please, please, please subscribe to Utility Sports. It would mean a lot to have your guys' support on the channel. Again, a lot of moves have been going on during this NBA trade deadline. It has been a crazy, crazy NBA trade deadline already. Who would have foreseen Kevin Durant getting traded? Absolutely incredible. Wow Factor wants to know why the Lakers helping the Nuggets. They might have something else in plan, and they already look at Jared Vanderbilt as their starting front court player next to Anthony Davis. They're really going all in on the Anthony Davis as a center lineup. Jandolph here says, as a Lakers fan, I'm disappointed. They really gave up Bryant. I know that a lot of Nuggets fans Lakers fans, like Bryant. Nuggets fans, you will as well. But I think this is a good long-term plan for the Lakers. They get 3 seconds. It helps them move some stuff around. And I think it's gonna open them up to making some other potential moves. Luke wants to know who I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of the Dallas Mavericks. I'm wearing a sweet NBA Jam shirt right now of them. But, for the most part, I just love the NBA. I'm an NBA guy first, and I love the Mavericks as well. Big John says, I don't get it for the Rockets. They already have Tari and Jabari. They need a point guard, not more forwards. Having more forwards, the more forwards you can have, the better. I get it about Tari and Jabari, but who better in the NBA to learn from for those two guys than Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson? Those are the guys you want to have training your new rookies, right? That's a perfect, mentorship there. And to be honest, knowing Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson's kind of personalities a little bit, and knowing how they operate, I think that would actually be really, really nice for Houston if something happened. Sanzu says Devon Reed, who? Yeah, he's not very good. Devon Reed, he's not important in this deal. He's just in there to match the roster spot, make the money work. Okay. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Let's go back over to some of our newer notifications. Let's see what's going on. At Utility Sports, my Lakers cooking Zach LaVine or Buddy Hield coming. Get Rob on the phone, said it won't be long. Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, the Lakers are making moves. I'm not sure if they're going to get LaVine, but maybe Hield. Maybe Hield. It'd take a lot, but maybe. Xavier, thanks for the follow. S.A. John as well. Thank you for the follow on Twitter. Alex talking about the Mavs saying they still own the Suns. I hope so. I hope that this duo right here can continue to get some work in. I'm excited for Friday when potentially they play their first game together. Sergio says report Blazers still in the running for OG Anunoby. I'm not going to buy into that. I would be surprised if Portland is the one that walks out of the deal with OG on their roster. Cobras wants to know what's your prediction on where Levine is going to go, or is he staying or on a new team? I think he's going to stay with the Chicago Bulls. I would be surprised if a trade materializes for him. Now, I've been wrong before, but I'd be surprised, right? Golden State and Detroit are in conversation to trade Sadiq Bey. Leak sources told Yahoo Sports. The Warriors have shown an increased willingness, according to Jake Fisher, to move James Wiseman before this afternoon's trade deadline, and the Pistons hold an interest in the former number 2 pick. I would like this a lot for the Detroit Pistons. I think that's a very, very good grab if they're able to finalize something there. Julian, thank you for tagging me in that. Cards Motor says, giveaway. If Bones Highlands gets traded to the Detroit Pistons, I will be giving away a Bones Piston jersey. To enter, follow, and retweet, make sure you hit the follow button on at Utility Sports here as well. We would greatly, greatly appreciate. Zodiac GM, he's been bringing heat all trade deadline long. He says the Lakers getting all the wrong players around LeBron and Davis. Shaking my head, Zodiac chemistry is real. Let me know if you guys believe in the Zodiac chemistry or not. Hear him, Mr. Cintrone. Thank you for the little follow there on Twitter. Remember, you guys can go follow my Instagram as well. Link is in the description for that. And if you guys aren't finding the description, I'm going to go ahead and send the actual Twitter profile link right there as well. So go give us a follow. That should be in the comment section now for you. Michael says, man, I was seriously wanting Thomas Bryant as the Kings backup center. I'm kind of surprised that the Celtics, with the option to get Thomas Bryant for as cheap as the Nuggets seemingly did 2 or 3 second rounders. You know, remember the Celtics gave up 2 of them for Muscala. So, you know, we'll see. Even B says you must be drinking strong coffee if you're still on. I've actually not been drinking any coffee. I've barely been even drinking my water, to be honest. I got to drink more water, TBH. Welcome everyone to the stream. 1,900 people live. Holy cow. That is absolutely insane. Jimmy says, I love how hard Palenka is working right now. He is working the phones, making deals left and right. Sinful Believer says, Bucks didn't need another defender, really. They needed a scorer. I agree they need a scorer, but like you think about it, I get what you're saying, but trust me, Jay Crowder is going to fit. Jay Crowder is going to be very, very good there. I really think that they need. I really think that they needed Jay Crowder. I had that circled as one of my for sure, yes, this will happen trades. And it ultimately did. John Piner says Thomas Bryant is a good player off the bench, helps when Jokic is down. Exactly. That's it's going to help toward the end of the regular season a little bit. And it's especially going to help once you get to the playoffs with him. Who is Devon Reed? He's not going to be super important in this trade. Ninja Style, thanks for following on Twitter as well. Let's go ahead back over to some of our notifications here. That one guy, 916, thank you for that. Looks like a big Kings fan, Ninja Style, thank you. Mia, thank you for the follow. Akeem the Beard, huge follow as well from you. Looks like you're a Vikings fan, very interesting, and a Spurs fan. So glad to see that. And Charles, thank you for the follow. For any women in here, hey, look, Charles is single. Go hit him up. Go hit up Charles. You can find him in our followers. Okay, Charles, I'm trying to put you on. Cards here. The Sacramento Kings are among the teams who have checked in recently on Derrick Rose. This trade deadline has been nuts. It's been absolutely insane. I do hope you guys are enjoying the live stream. Everything is going crazy right now. Captain Midway says trade sound, Final Fantasy level up sound. Look it up. I'm sure it's a winner. We'll see. Well, I kind of like the trade sound that we got going on right now with the mix of a bomb and then maybe sometimes the draft sound as well. Regular says, what's good, Utility Sports? Who would have thought my Suns would get Kevin Durant? Sad to see Mikal and Cam gone, though. Where does this trade put us as far as a finals projection? I think you guys should be the favorite out of the West right now as things currently sit. But there is still a lot of room for things to change. and there's a lot of different things that could really, flip the table in terms of what is actually going on in the West. One of those things could be OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges if they do get flipped. Here I have a question. Who do you think will be playing in the East and Western Conference Finals? That's a great question, Noah. Thank you for asking that. I think right now my pick in the East would be Bucks versus Celtics. I think that's my pick. The 76ers are really good. The Cavs are really good, though, too. But I just think the Bucks and Celtics have a little bit more of that, like, the chemistry. They played together a little bit longer, which is kind of why I like them a little bit more. And I trust Budenholzer a little bit more than I trust Doc Rivers. And I definitely trust Mazzulla more than I trust Doc Rivers for sure. So there's a lot going on, right, when it comes to some of these moves and everything going on right now. So that's my Eastern Conference pick. West, I think it's Suns versus maybe Nuggets, right? But it's possible that they would even match up in the second round. So it's kind of hard in the West right now. The Grizzlies maybe would have a shot, right? But there's a lot that can still happen. Justin says, leave OG alone and send Fred VanVleet to the Magic for Bol Bol. Bol would be fun in Toronto. I'm sure Nick Nurse would find a lot of fun ways to work with him. NBA Trade Alerts, thank you for the follow. Anthony Cardante as well, thank you for the follow. Jay Wills, Chosen One, thank you for the follow, as well as Philip Rutz, thank you. And then we're back to Justin there, as well as Jefferson Bakes, and then we're all the way through to Ninja Style. But we also now have Joe. Thank you, Joe, for the follow. Looks like a Bay Area fan. Utility Sports, Blazers currently have 16 players on the roster. They absolutely have to make another move. The earlier trade and first round pick was obviously a first step. Yeah, it could be even something small. And you think about it too, like Ryan Archer-Diacono, worst case with 16 guys, they just waive him. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they need to make a trade, especially if there's not a trade that they love. They could just sit and be patient. But I think that you're maybe onto something there that they'll at least have to think about it a little bit. Scoop Moore, thank you for the follow. Whoops, didn't mean to click into your profile there, but thank you so much for the follow. I'm having so much fun. I hope you guys are as well. Literally like 2,000 of you in here watching. There's no reason for the stream to not be at 1,000 likes by now. And you guys all better be hitting that subscribe button if you appreciate the work that I've been doing here. I work really, really hard. I've been live for 4 hours, and I'm like halfway done only. I've got another like 3 hours ahead of me here to really go. Orlando said Mavs likely next trade. Center, maybe like with the Pistons doing some talk, and maybe a Nerlens Noel. That's something I could see. I could also see the 76ers expressing some interest. Here we go. Julian, thank you for the follow, Julian, as well on Twitter. Really appreciate all of you guys. We actually have a brand new one as well. You guys keep the follows coming in so fast. Jacob here with the follow too. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Crazy how the trade deadline's going. I want to see what your guys' thoughts are. MK says 800 likes. Let's get it. Let's try and get that up to 1,000 at least. There's 1,900 plus people in here. Let's see where we can go. Edgar wants to know how many hours we have left. We've got a lot of time left on the board. We got about 2.5 hours still at this point before the trade deadline. There's always stuff that gets reported after. Jason Anderson here saying Vando's the new center. Essentially, yes, right? Like him and AD are the 4 or 5 combo, whichever way you want to look at it, whether you see AD as the 4 and Vando is, of course, AD is the one who spaces out a little bit more. But we're getting a lot of follows in here. Dolan wants to know, do you think Cavs make any trades? I still think that they could make one. They could get involved in a deal like we've seen a lot of these here, where you send out second round picks and expiring contract like Kevin Love, and you try and get some wing help in. I think that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. We do have to get this up on the stream. Baron, thank you for the follow. Tabang, thank you for the follow as well. And Ajezi, thank you for the follow. But we do need to get this up here because this is kind of an important deal, and I do trust this source relatively well. NBA Trade Report reports, according to sources, Chicago, who has been hesitant in the past couple of weeks to trade Zach LaVine, are now fielding calls with less than 3 hours to go before this year's NBA trade deadline, which is crazy. Zach LaVine's the big ginormous domino that could still fall somehow, some way. Is that what the Lakers are gearing up for? Are they trying to get as many second-round picks and extra assets to jump in on a deal on Zach LaVine? Who is calling on Zach LaVine? Could the Dallas Mavericks look to create a big three of Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, Zach LaVine? What are we trying to see here? There's a lot going on. Potential other landing spots for a player of Zach LaVine's caliber. Maybe Sacramento. Interestingly enough, 4+, 5+ years ago, Zach LaVine actually signed an offer sheet with the Sacramento Kings before the Bulls actually decided to match. Ryan here says, like the stream for this content. Tanner Jack says it's dumb to trade Brian away. I understand, especially based on how he was producing. Oh, wow. Okay, we have another trade here. This trade deadline is absolutely fire, guys. I'm not going to lie. This trade deadline is going absolutely crazy right now. Let's go over to Chris Haynes. He's a senior NBA insider for TNT and Bleacher Report. And here we go. We have a deal. And just like was talked about, we had a viewer just comment a little bit ago about how the Blazers did have an extra roster spot, or had actually one too many guys on their roster. Well, here it is. We do now have confirmation that another deal is done that they did like. I was a little unsure if they were just going to, maybe waive a guy because of the, nature of their contracts is expiring. They potentially could have looked to do that. Instead, now Portland has made a trade with Philadelphia, sending Matisse Thybulle to the Portland Trailblazers. Now, as of right now, we do not have a great understanding of what the return is going to be, but it's very possible that we do see some type of return here in a deal. Again, Matisse Thybulle to the Portland Trailblazers. He's a player that I had liked in a lot of different places. Matisse Thybulle would have been awesome in Sacramento. He would have been awesome in Dallas. I think he would have been awesome in Chicago. He would have been awesome in a lot of different places. And now the Portland Trailblazers, in fact, are the team who go out to get Matisse Thybulle, who helps them significantly defensively. I'm very interested to see what the actual deal is. As of right now, we don't have the return yet. If you guys get the return, please tag me on Twitter. 2,100 people in here watching, and we're covering the Matisse Thybulle trade right now. Again, we're waiting to hear Solid Jakin, who is a big-time Kings fan. Jakin, I'm sorry. I know you wanted Thybulle. I wanted Thybulle for you guys. He would have been perfect in Sacramento, but instead, he's going to be playing a little bit north of Sac to go play for Rip City. And Blazers get a good player here, a guy who had been kind of shaved out of the lineup a little bit there in Philadelphia. His play time has gone way down. He wasn't getting any PT, wasn't getting any run. So we knew he was going to be likely traded. But now, and Ovi is saying Thybulle's unusable in the playoffs because you just double good players off of him. He sucks that bad. It depended on certain situations, right? Like, I think some teams, like, if you have a really good big man, it's hard to double in the middle of the court. Like, if you have Jokic, you're talking about, like, if you have a really good primary ball handler, right? It's a three-way trade with Charlotte, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. So let's go ahead and go over to what Woj is reporting now, as we're getting a little bit more information on this deal, which is crazy. So Charlotte's jumping in here. Wow. So Blazers are acquiring 76ers Matisse Thybulle as part of a three-way trade with Charlotte, which is absolutely crazy. 2 second-round picks, remember, went to Indiana. Wow, absolutely crazy. Oh, wow, okay. Really solid get here, actually, for the 76ers, and one that does make quite a bit of sense. And a player that I was kind of not expecting to be traded today, an under-the-radar wing who, his brother kind of has stolen the show in Minnesota. But Jalen McDaniels actually is going back to the Philadelphia 76ers here in what I think is a very, very solid move, actually, for Philadelphia. They have not addressed a backup center spot at all. But I see a lot of Kings fans. I'm sorry. I hyped it up too much. I've been talking about it for days. I thought it was going to happen. And unfortunately, it has not. Instead, Philadelphia has pivoted, traded him to Portland. And now instead, we see Jalen McDaniels heading back to the Philadelphia 76ers. Jalen McDaniels is a nice wing. He's lengthy, he's athletic, a little bit more potent offensively than a guy like Matisse Thybulle. This year, he's actually having a really nice kind of breakout season for himself, averaging a career high nearly 11 points per game. He's averaging 1.2 steals a game, half of a block per game, 5 boards a night, 2 assists a night, which is one of the areas where he's really grown for Steve Clifford there in Charlotte. And he's shooting 3 threes a game. Now, he's only shooting about 32% from 3 this season, but he is a career 34% three-point shooter, which, for this situation here, you think in Philadelphia he probably fits a little bit cleaner. Big J says, Bananas got my popcorn popping and my 2K on high alert for my roster update. Yeah, we have to keep our rosters updated on 2K. 2K's got to catch up because they're trying to keep up. They're trying to keep up with my stream. But this is absolutely insane what is going on right now. Andre here says, hello, any news for Rashawn Holmes from Sacramento? No, and in fact, right now, Sacramento is probably kind of sad. I think, I had hyped up the Matisse Thybulle stuff. According to the Houston Chronicle, the Rockets are likely to end up dealing Eric Gordon today. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes away from the live stream. There's 2,222 people watching. Twos are going wild right now. Please leave a like on the stream. Also subscribe for more. This is insane. This trade deadline is mental. It is absolutely incredible what is going on. I'm still waiting for more news here. If you guys haven't, make sure to go follow us on Twitter. Again, here is the link to do so. I just sent it in the chat right now. But like Nick is saying here, the Trailblazers are acquiring 76ers Matisse Thybulle as part of a 3-way trade with the Charlotte Hornets. Sources tell ESPN. Absolutely incredible. Shout out to all 2,000 of you in here. Now the question is, what the heck are the Kings going to do now? And the answer to that is a big I don't know. I would love for you guys to all hit that subscribe button. We're super close to 17,000 subscribers. I would love to, hopefully, if everything goes right, maybe even hit 18,000 today. Could you imagine jumping from 17,000 to 18,000 in one day? Let's see if we can do that. You guys just have to keep hitting that subscribe button. If you are new, I'm seeing a lot of new names. Richard saying light the beam. We'll see about the Kings here. Nick as well. Thank you for stopping in. Now Jim's upset. What the heck are the Kings gonna do now? We'll have to keep our eyes on Sacramento, but I thought Thybulle was gonna be the guy for them. I really did. James here says, holy cow, we gotten a lot of moves. Got a lot of moves. ITK says NBA colluding to marginalize Super Bowl week. Honestly, today is stealing the show. The NBA trade deadline, like I said, I was expecting 10 to 15 moves today, and I feel like with some of the trades with the Bucks, we see obviously. I mean, last night blew up, right? With the Kevin Durant news and Jakob Poeltl to Toronto. I mean, everything went crazy, right? But it's just absolutely incredible. We're getting some W's here for the Sixers across the. I think the Sixers did really well. It is Jalen McDaniels. That's what I'm saying. I was talking about his brother, Jaden, how he's been playing really well in Minnesota. Well, Jalen's been playing very well in Charlotte as well. Here, Arigato wants to know if there's any Heat fans. Mr. Rudy said, okay, I said this in the chat earlier, and they killed me in the chat. McDaniels to Philly. There we go. McDaniels to Philly. I like it. I'm not sure if that's the same McDaniels you meant, Mr. Rudy, but McDaniels did end up there. Mr. Ray says Jalen McDaniels has silently been nice for the Hornets. Yeah, the Hornets right now, they have a lot of players who, obviously they're not winning a ton of games, but they're kind of showcasing some of their talents. I'm happy to see Dennis Smith Jr. get another chance this season. Rozier's having a good year for himself. Kelly Oubre's playing very well. McDaniels having a nice year. And now we're starting to see some Mark Williams as well. So this is a big W for Philly here. Moving off of Thybulle for McDaniels, I think is relatively good. And let's look at Jalen McDaniels' contract as well, because I think that is one important thing to mention here too. With his contract comparatively to where Matisse Thybulle is going to be a restricted free agent this year, maybe would expect a little bit more of a bag in the offseason, just given his name. McDaniels here is heading toward unrestricted free agency this offseason, but But, and this is a big but, I think that it's very possible that he could just look to stick around. Based on this, I think it's very likely that his market in free agencies may be less just because of the name, which is kind of interesting to think about. Brian says Niang doesn't have to play as much now, thank God. That's one thing that I really, really like. By the way, there's an investigation right now that Russell Wilson's foundation only spends 24 cents of every dollar on charitable activities, but only supposedly raising millions, but only a quarter of it goes to actual charity, which is not great if you're a Russell Wilson guy. Sorry, Burger Does Sports. I didn't mean to put you on the screen right after I said that. I realized what I did on accident. Sorry about it. Sphinx here says Lakers not done trading, something big is going to happen. I think so too. I think the Lakers are still going to be active. Michael Orlando says Utility Sports, I sent you some funds for lunch, man. Get some food. Thank you. There's so many comments coming through right now that the donations, they're coming in so fast. So Michael, I really appreciate you. You've always been such a good patron of the channel in terms of, helping support what we do here. Troy says, come on, Rob. Time about Rob Pelinka surprise us. RPR Lucy says, so did Philly just give up Thibault for McDaniels? It is looking that way. I don't think we have any more information on it as of yet. I am going to update here on Twitter and see if we have any more news. But as of right now, it just seems like McDaniels in a 3-team deal. I'm not exactly sure what Portland's giving up in this. Portland, oh, here we go. The Hornets will get multiple second-round picks in this deal. And the Blazers are routing New York's Svi Mikhailuk to Charlotte in the trade too. So it doesn't even seem like the Blazers have even fixed their roster issue of 16 players right now. At least from what this is reporting, right? Because it seems like Thibault for Mikhailuk is basically the 1-for-1 in terms of roster construction. I think this is a pretty good get for Portland. Again, I talked about multiple second-round picks being kind of the price point for Matisse Thybulle, how a team wasn't going to be willing to give up a first-rounder. Today said it's going to be Oubre. Oubre is not going out in this deal. We'll see what happens. Andrea says second-round picks going like candy, and I was getting trolled. Saying that second-round picks are valuable. Look at it. That's literally what's facilitating all of the trades right now. All of the trades. Even last night, the D'Lo trade. The Wolves got 3 second-rounders in that. Second-round picks are valuable. They are valuable, and they are going at a high price right now, honestly, moving a lot of important players around. Rohan says, Subzay, go Lakers. I'm seeing a lot of new names in here, and I'm very happy to see that. Sizzy, welcome to the chat. Benoit, welcome to the chat as well. Darren Turner, Devon Reed, plus 3 second-rounders. This is for the next trade. That's exactly what I think as well. 76ers are on. Yeah, they're trying to fleece the league right now, and I think they did a pretty good job in that trade. I like Jalen McDaniels for them quite a bit. A guy who I didn't think he was going to get traded. I thought that the Hornets liked him quite a bit. But it's fun having these trades come through today. It's been a very, very fun trade deadline. Sergio Meadows here says that Utility Sports Sac fans right now. That's a good one. I got to hit the retweet on that. Sergio, that's awesome. Here we go. Scotty Siakam tagged me in this one here. Scotty Siakam has been following for a long, long time, so shout out to them. I'm guessing all of these are the same deal here. Thank you guys for tagging me in this. Sounds like the Warriors are weighing an offer from Detroit against other win now trade opportunities on the wing. So it sounds like Sadiq Bey to Detroit, or Sadiq Bey from Detroit, to Golden State could be a potential option, but it sounds like they are exploring other options as well. Outside the box, no one thinks of best teams in the NBA have their top trio. Players very compatible. Bucks, Celtics, Sixers, Nuggets. Teams that struggle have zodiac chemistry conflicts. Shout out to Carl Tremblay as well for the follow. Really appreciate you, Carl. Thank you to John Chan as well, plus Kyle Anders. And we're back to Baron. So just a reminder, go follow us on Twitter if you're not already. We're going to be very active on there. 2,300 people watching is just mental. It is absolutely incredible. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the live stream. Today I've had a lot of fun being live on the channel and talking about some of these NBA trades that have been going down. We are over 17,000 subscribers, which is, again, absolutely insane. And there's a lot that is on the move right now in terms of draft picks, specifically second rounders in the NBA. We'll see. I think the one really important thing, and the one thing I want to go back to right now, and I think it's the thing to watch the rest of the way here. If this player gets moved, it's really the game changer of the deadline. Well, I guess here's more offers too, right? Knicks have offers on the table for forward Obi Toppin. But here is the big one. 15 minutes ago, reported by NBA Trade Report, Chicago, who has been hesitant in weeks past to trade Zach LaVine, are now fielding calls with less than 3 hours to go before this year's trade deadline. Absolutely insane. If Zach LaVine gets dealt, it would change the world. Make sure to go follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/_utility sports. Go follow us on there. Troy M says, Darren, it's only 3 second-round picks and Devon Reed, who? Austin Anderson says, you are him. I'm trying my hardest here, but you guys really are the best ones. I love, talking to you guys. Interestingly enough, too, really smart move here. According to Bobby Marks, this trade also helps Philadelphia get under the tax floor or under the tax threshold. So they actually now are out of the luxury tax as well. It's very likely we see Philly done for the day. Then, unfortunately, I still think they need a backup big. I really do. But it sounds like they're not going to really address that unless they have some way to move some stuff around it and figure that out. Delco here says Thibault going back to the Northwest. Definitely a good landing spot for him. Think about Portland here. They move off of Josh Hart last night, and they come back today and get Matisse Thybulle kind of as their younger replacement for him in a way. Kean says Plum Dog Millionaire ain't getting traded. He's a top 10 center in the game. I don't know if I'd say that. He's shooting 30% this year on clutch free throws. So free throws in the last 5 minutes of a game when it's a 5-point game or less, he's shooting 30% on those. So I don't know if that's top center quality or not. But Brady Thompson says what the Hornets get. The Hornets in return got Svi Mikhailuk and second-round assets, which is pretty good. Pretty good for them, honestly. Solid here says OG, Levine, and Plumlee. I believe. We'll see. Again, there's a lot of time yet. 2 hours still until we really need to see what happens. Joel NYK says, I need my Knicks to make one more move. We'll see. In baseball right now, Yu Darvish just signed a $108 million extension. Mel here says, great channel, man. Appreciate your love for basketball. Keep it going. Thank you so much, Mel. Really appreciate you for even stopping in today and then also leaving a comment. If you haven't left a comment all day today, please leave a comment right now. I'd love to, get some hype in the chat for you. Harris says, Raptors trade OG to the Bulls for DeRozan. It'd be interesting to see DeRozan back in Toronto, but I don't think that's happening this season, at least. Dante says these trades are fire. There's a lot going on in the NBA right now. Jay Jr. here says, at Utility Sports, great stream, champ. We're glad you guys are appreciating it. I'm working really hard here. PJ Cruz has been watching the channel for a long time. He's a big-time Pistons fan. He's one of the biggest Pistons fans I've ever seen on the channel, honestly. And he says, if the Pistons drafted Carmelo Anthony, he would have ended up a top 20 player of all time. Yeah, they would have been loaded with him instead of Darko. But unfortunately, Darko was the decision on draft night, which goes to show how important drafting is for an NBA team, right? Of course, the Pistons did go on to win the championship the next year, though. Chosen One says Pistons might trade Sadiq for Wiseman. Be an interesting move and one that I would kind of down for if I'm looking at Detroit. I love Jalen Duren. I think Jalen Duren is one of the best young players in the NBA. I think he's going to become a defensive monster. I think next Bam Adebayo on the defensive end of the floor. Sean here says, loving the stream. Great work today, Sheldon. Glad you appreciate it. Okay, so we have a little bit of more news. I think this is just catching up on the Jay Crowder trade. So I'm not gonna play the trade sound. I don't think it's a new trade. If I'm wrong, I will update. Okay, and I will go back and I will of course play the trade sound because I'm not gonna do that. But here we go. Pacers are acquiring Bucks guard George Hill and a second round pick. So it seems like in addition to Jalen Noel, that's the other moving piece here in the money perspective from this trade. Now, of course, Jay Crowder out the door, 4 second round picks. And we also see now George Hill and Jordan Noir, going to Indiana today. So it's funny. George Hill kind of goes back to where it all started a little bit. Not where it all started, obviously. He was with San Antonio, but, kind of where Indiana had some crazy runs with him, right? You think about Roy Hibbert, Paul George, George Hill, kind of a really fun team that I think overachieved if you look at it, backward in history. But George Hill used to be a killer. I don't think people understand how good George Hill used to be. Jim says, if the Kings get Mason Plumlee, I'll be happy, but it's windy up on this ledge. No, Jim, it's okay. No, Jim, everything is good. The Kings are good this year. You should be happy regardless, even if your team doesn't make a big trade. I do want to thank a few more people as well for hitting that follow button. Just a reminder, please go follow us on Twitter. We have a lot going on today on the channel. We got some funny tweets out there, pretty much every single day. Look at this one, right? Sacramento fans seeing Thibault traded. But go give us a follow at _utility sports. You can tweet at us. And with that, we'll show what you're tweeting on the screen. So I'd love to see some of your guys' ideas and thoughts. Here, Jay Hill wants to know, any update on JC? Is he still available? I think talking about probably Jordan Clarkson would be my guess. Clarkson, I think, is semi-available for the right price. But I'd be surprised to see him traded to, maybe a team like Sacramento. I'd be kind of surprised. Callum here says, us Rockets fans right now. Look at this one. This is a good one. I need to hit that with a retweet. They're just sitting around waiting for the news to come in. They're a little bored right now. Michael, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Dylan, you as well. Paul, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate you. Cash, thank you for the follow there as well. Darth, Anguish, thank you for the follow. And then we're all the way back to Carl. So thank you everyone for all the follows on Twitter. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button as well on Instagram. I know last year a lot of people that now watch the content regularly on the channel found us last trade deadline. Trade deadline is a great opportunity for us to get to know you guys better through some of your comments, and also for you guys to get to be a part of the channel here a little bit. I love the live streams. We're gonna have more lives going forward. We have another follow coming in here as well. AJ here, who's clearly a Celtics fan. Again, just point out, look at the record right there. It's really hard to be that good record-wise. So Massimo, thank you for the follow as well as Kyle. So thank you all so much for all the follows. You guys are all the best. SVJ here tweets Pelicans right now, and it's a little Stanley from The Office sleeping at work. So that's kind of the Pelicans right now. Maybe just maybe they're waiting on an OG Anunoby deal, or maybe a Mikal Bridges deal. You never know. How are they gonna counter? So fire everyone. So he's a Wizards, Caps, and Nationals fan. It looks like also the Commanders in there. A Washington guy here with the follow. Glad to see that. Kevin, welcome to the channel as well. Glad to have you. Callum, Celtics fan. You also play Warzone and NBA 2K. I get down a little bit with those. So definitely excited about everything going on right now. This tweet right here is really funny. Talking about the New Orleans Pelicans. Tweet stuff like this to me. Right now I'll be retweeting a lot and leaving likes on some stuff. So make sure to tweet at me some of your funny gifts, that kind of stuff, because there's a lot going on right now. Cards Motor says Sadiq Bey for Wiseman and Moody would be great. The Pistons are a great spot for young, unproven guys to get playing time. The Pistons are. At some point, though, if you're going to keep taking in those guys, it is important to note that with the way that works, it means you're probably going to have a lot of losing seasons if you continue to just take young guys who need opportunities to play. That's just kind of the way that ends up playing out. But I do think that right now with where they're at, it does make sense. You just can't do that forever. Here we got a funny one from Tabang saying OG wondering where he's going. That's a good one. I'm going to hit the like button on that one. Appreciate you sending that one to me. Really funny there. Grooving for that one. Freelance photographer, by the way. So if you need pictures taken, go hit him up. Kevin says, any thoughts on this? Let's go look at it from NBA Central, Jake Cowley Hoops. And again, it's Knicks and Bulls are discussing a Zach LaVine trade. Very interesting. I don't know if anything ultimately gets done there. Tom Thibodeau, it's weird because you think about Tom Thibodeau. He became the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and after 1 year, he traded Zach LaVine away for Jimmy Butler. So if I had to guess, I would say that does not happen. Honestly, I would be kind of shocked if LaVine went to if LaVine went to the Knicks with Tom Thibodeau as his coach. I'd be very surprised. And Henry said, been up, literally up all night. We've been talking all day long here, so it's been a lot of fun. Callum said, what would you think of Zach LaVine to New Orleans? I just don't think it's necessary. They've got so many guys already. I don't think they really need to do that. Simo, thank you for the follow there. Lance as well, thank you for the follow from Melbourne, Australia. Look at that. Lance, I'm interested. Do you follow Melbourne United at all in the NBL? I'm interested to hear your thoughts kind of on the NBL league a little bit. So let me know in the comment section. Hopefully I see your comment. Otherwise, tweet at me too, Lance, and that way I can hopefully see it. Garrett, thank you for the follow there. Look at the little inspirational quote in there too. Bloom where you're planted. I like that. Sveen, I am who I am. I like that one too. That's how I definitely operate here on the channel a bit. I'm having a lot of fun, guys. I hope you are too. When it comes to the content today, I'm having a really good time. Tommy Murphy, Keith, thanks for the follow, as well as Daniel. We're also looking at Shangoon's team here. Y Sports Sage as well. Michelle, thank you for the follow, and Uncle Ham. Do I think the Grizzlies make a move? I think that they're engaged right now in either OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges. We'll see which one they ultimately do. Again, crazy, Massimo, that they're discussing a trade now. I'm not sure if I fully believe that, just given the history between Levine and Thibodeau, but we will see. Kevin here tweets at me saying, trade alert, the Bucks are trading Serge Ibaka to the Pacers. Yeah, so it looks like the Pacers are taking in some of that expiring and old money to get the deal done here as part of the Jay Crowder trade. Yep. So thank you for sharing that with me. Daniel here says, you're doing a great job. Keep it up, big dog. Go Raptors, go. Fred VanVleet and picks and Boucher for Brunson and Robinson. Interesting. We have not thought about it that way at all today. Alex here says, do you think the Heat are going to make a move? I'd watch for them to be a little bit more aggressive in the buyout market. Cards Motor here says, look out for Io to get traded. Skirmish, thank you for the follow as well. Goran Dragic, hater. Wow, I've never seen that in somebody's bio before. Definitely interesting. And Sergio saying now third Portland move incoming because of the roster spot. Definitely still a possibility that we could see them being a little bit more active. Here, Jakin says the Nuggets fans waking up to the Durant news. That's a good one too. I got to leave a like on that. Tommy Shepard waking up and finding out today was in fact the NBA trade deadline. I was not aware of that. That's the most Tommy Shepard thing ever. I like that one. I'm sorry. I understand why your name is Fire Everyone as a Washington fan. It's a tough life to live. Where are my Wizards fans at? Leave a like on the stream if you're a Wizards fan, because there's not a lot else to like other than the fact that you guys fleeced my Mavs last year for Kristaps. That was pretty good. Speen here says Lakers today. Let's see what this tweet is. Let's watch this one. Malik Beasley when he sees Scottie Pippen Jr. That's a good one. I like that. And that's the Lakers today. Yeah, it is a little bit. They are going out there making some moves, and for the most part, I've liked what they've done. Raptors just announced the Jakob Poeltl trade according to Keith Smith. Definitely important to note. Len Saranta with the follow. Thank you so much, Len. Ant as well with the follow. Obviously a big fan, I'm sure, of Anthony Simons, then I would have to guess. Person of NBA. I like basketball a lot. Hey, me too. You should get that on a shirt or something. I like basketball a lot. B-ball enjoyer Bob says Patrick Williams fan. Bulls pessimist. Lifelong Magic fan. Lead Mikal Bridges to, or maybe led Mikal Bridges to the Bulls recruiter. Interesting. Well, Mikal Bridges is a beast. I love Mikal Bridges. Kings fans right now watching everyone else have fun. That one's going to get a retweet. I love the SpongeBob memes. They always make me laugh. That's awesome. Ninja Style, that's a good one. You've been awesome to have in the streams, by the way, Ninja. I'm super happy to have you as a viewer and someone to kind of talk hoops with a bit. Better Without D'Lo says, at Utility Sports, best NBA trade deadline live stream I've ever watched. You actually interact with your chat, which makes it way more fun to watch. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I have a lot of fun. I think, to be honest, the most fun part is hearing what you guys are thinking, what you guys are saying. I just have so much fun, doing this with you guys and just being here talking about the NBA. And, we're keeping our eyes on the trades. It's been a little bit quieter the last, 5-10 minutes here now, but this is a very active trade deadline in general. And Jason says, thanks for carrying this live. I have a lot of fun, before I was doing YouTube, it's just, you kind of sit there and you're like waiting, right? But now when you have something like this, I'm here active, right? I'm doing a bunch of stuff, but you guys get to, interact with it as well a little bit, and you get to sit here and have a good time with it. So I'm hoping you guys are all enjoying, because it's really so that you guys can enjoy it, right? I'm basically stapled down here so that I can't move for at least 7 hours today. So I do hope you guys enjoy it. Michael thanks for the follow as well on Twitter. Shout outs to you. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you guys are all having a happy trade deadline day. I know I'm having a great one. Somehow my voice came back to me last night. It was not looking like a pretty sign, but luckily everything is coming to fruition. Bingo here says waiting on an Eric Gordon trade. Finally, he's got Jalen Green all hyped up. That's an awesome one there. I'm going to leave a like on that. That's a good one with a little bit of that meme GIF stuff. Henry says, if Charles Barkley doesn't get traded to Houston, I'll hurt my grandma. Don't do that. Charles Barkley. Right now, I don't know if you want that TNT analyst. He doesn't even know half the players in the NBA. Tommy said, would not be surprised to see something like this for the Clippers to play catch up in the West. Interesting idea, Tommy. Let's take a look at it now. Marcus Morris, Norm Powell even, and 2 first-round picks that are swapped would go out the door here for Zach LaVine. Ultimately, I think that's kind of a hard trade to see getting done for LA, especially with LaVine's injury history. I think that they'd maybe be a little hesitant on that. But I'm still waiting. There still could be that one big, oh, wow, I did not see that coming trade. And maybe that's the one. So thank you for sending that in, Tommy. I really do appreciate that. Shmuel, thank you for the follow, as well as Nicholas. He's a comp. Excuse me. Wow. there's my voice acting up again. He said he's a 2K comp player, and he went on a 115-game win streak. Okay, I like it. I'm not a comp 2K player. I get on there, and I'm terrible at the game. So I just mess around and have fun with buddies. We try to play Pro-Am. We can't beat anybody. But this trade deadline's been awesome, right? I focus mostly on the actual NBA more than anything. But you can always have some fun playing 2K. Just a reminder as well, in the description is a link to my Instagram. If you want to go follow me on Instagram, see what I'm up to in my actual personal life. You maybe see clips of me playing basketball. I got some old stuff on there. I also coach basketball. I do a lot of. If you guys can't tell, I really like basketball. That's my number one thing in life. That's what I really love to do. Karian, thank you for the follow. As well as Lyle or Kyle. Not sure whether you're Lyle or Kyle, but Lyle or Kyle, thank you for the follow. Wizards fans reacting to the yearly Ish Smith to Washington trade. Oh my God, it's every year. I guarantee you, it'll literally be like 2:59 Eastern time. It'll be like we're right at the buzzer, and I'll get a final trade alert, and it'll be Ish Smith traded from the Denver Nuggets to the Washington Wizards. Jay here says me when Troy Weaver gets another big man. That's a good one too. I like that one. Daniel says facts so far. NBA right now is the East right now, and then West is this is a really good one. Holy cow. That one definitely deserves a quote tweet there, because that is that one's having me laughing real hard actually. Thank you for sending that in. I hope you guys are appreciating the little memes section here, because I'm having fun with it. We're keeping things light here for the most part while we keep our eyes on these trades. Don't worry too. We do have a little bit of rumors from Sports New York saying that the Bucks are eyeing Derrick Rose as a potential option off the bench there, which I do think makes some sense. Aquino, another trade like the Markelle 1-2, give the Wizards much needed shot creation and ball handling. Clippers need a backup center and stable point guard. The Hornets draft capital and raw prospects to properly build around LaMelo. Let's go ahead and take a good look at this one here now from Aquino. Aquino's a big Wizards fan from my understanding. So, definitely appreciate you sending this in. So we see Wizards here get Oubre and Terry Rozier. Okay, so they get, in my opinion, 2 of the best players in the deal. Hornets get Barton. Kennard goes out. Johnny Davis, definitely tough to sell on the guy you just took in the first round 7 months ago already, but possible. 2026 first from Washington, multiple seconds in here, a Clippers first, and the Clippers get Mason Plumlee and Monte Morris. What I think is maybe a better framework in this deal is probably something along the lines of like Plumlee to the Clippers is fine. I think it's more likely that Rozier would even end up with the Clippers, where because right now, like, you think about it from the Clippers perspective, do they really give up a first and Kennard for Plumlee and Morris? To me, I don't think so, but I do think it's an interesting framework, and shows that there's a lot of ways to look at different things around the league. Marco here says, if your Nets GM need to make deadline trade for a franchise player, which player are you going to trade to become face of the franchise? I don't love any of these options, really. Siakam's the best one of the three. Cat's really good offensively. I mean, based on what they have, I would probably try and do Cat, to be honest, but I don't know. I don't really love it. I don't think I would trade for any of those three, to be honest with you. Sergio says, live luck in Sacramento. Anyone there? That's good. Oh, wow. Okay. Henry, that's a little bit of a not PG-13 one. Card Motor here says Utility Sports voice after the stream. That one deserves a retweet for sure. That's a good one. It's literally true. Here we have a trade from Matthew Swarmer saying Zach LaVine to the Knicks for D. Rose, Mitchell Robinson, Obi Toppin, and 2 first-round picks. Not a bad offer, honestly. I think the Bulls would like to have Mitchell Robinson and Obi for sure. Lyle here says @_Utility Sports. What do you think about Zach LaVine to the Knicks? I don't know if I believe it. To be honest, I just think that again, Tom Thibodeau coached LaVine for a year and then he got traded. The Game Looters here says, I know this is about sports, but I read Nuggets fans and thought this dude talking about chicken nuggets. Yeah, no, not quite talking about chicken nuggets, but funny little comment there. Let's go ahead. Senju, thank you for the follow. Strem as well. Pokemon YouTuber and Canadian. Look at that. We definitely got the Raptors fans in here, it seems like. 3-Point Rundown Podcast, thank you for the follow. Karajan, again, thank you. And Lyle or Kyle, thank you again. I know I already thanked you too, but I'm really thankful. I'm in a really thankful mood right now. And you know what I'd be really, really thankful for? Over 1,000 likes on the live. I'm going to update right now. I want to see how many we're at. I'm going to check right now. And I also want to see how many subs we're up to. We've gained 30 subscribers since the last time I looked. I think that number can jump more, guys. Come on. I don't want to call you out, but I'm working real hard here. Just all you got to do is hit that subscribe button. It's completely free to do. Please, please, please hit that subscribe button here to Utility Sports. It would be greatly appreciated. Just a reminder here on some of the trades. I'm going to put the Kyrie Irving one down on the ticker there so we can look at it. Wow, William Rodriguez not feeling the flow. He says some hair clippers traded to Utility Sports for trying to look like Creed. I don't even know who Creed is. The only Creed I know is Creed Bratton, and he's bald. I get it. William's a hater. I get it, Will. I get it. Groovin here says, scared to see OG go. Arton Ice says, I need Miami Heat to make a move. We'll see if they do. Nick gets a little bit of a Go Sports. Let's get some Go Sports hyped in the chat right now. Let's see what we can do. Emerald here sent in some stickers. Glad to see that. Regular says, Gordon Hayward on the table for any teams. Yeah, I don't know if a team's going to take him, though. Brennan wants to know if the Timberwolves are going to make any other moves. I wouldn't say not for sure. I mean, Bones Highland's an option for them. I wouldn't be surprised to see something come up from them at some point, at least. Tillman, thank you for requesting to follow on Instagram. Remember, I usually am private on Instagram, so today's the only day that I'm going to be accepting follow requests. So if you're interested at all, you want to go see what I'm up to in my personal life, whatever, go follow. The link is in the description to that. And just a reminder, here is the link to following us on Twitter. That way you guys can send us some of these funny gifts that you see everyone else sending. Mike Curtis says he's at Pistons practice. Sadiq Bey is here. He's getting shots up. Also hearing that the likelihood of an actual deal with Golden State is very low. Interesting. Thank you for leaving a like on the tweet there. Rocket Sakor. Utility Sports trade deadline streams. I'm trying to carry the dead weight. Sometimes I'm trying. Harry Smith also has requested to follow on Instagram. Shout out to Harry. Really appreciate you. There you go. You are now following. There we go. So I'm literally allowing you guys to follow literally during the stream. Linus as well. There you are, Linus. Welcome to the stream, Linus. Glad to have you in here. Eddie Rivera as well with the follow request. Look at that. You guys are all killing it. Aaron says Eric Gordon wants to light the beam. Maybe in Sacktown we could see it. Henry with a little bit of dark humor there. I'm not going to read that one out loud, but I'm hearing you. Marco says, I'm not a Knicks fan, but this package makes sense for both sides. So LaVine to the Knicks for Brunson, Toppin, and Quickly. I don't think the Bulls are getting Brunson in this deal. If the Knicks were to get LaVine, I think they would want to pair LaVine with Brunson with Randall would be my guess. But again, I don't even think that's going to happen anyway. A lot of follows coming through on Instagram, which I love to see. Connor, thank you for the follow. Adam as well. Michael, thank you for the follow. Remember, you guys are free to DM me on there if you want to. Send me some trade ideas, whatever you want. It's kind of up there for you. Eddie Rivera just sent me a DM. He says, love the stream. Eddie, thank you for stopping in. Really appreciate you today for taking time out of your day, stopping in here and having a great time with us at Utility Sports. These NBA trades got ESPN looking like Wall Street today. And then Massimo says @_Utility Sports. It's me. I'm working my tail off. I know what goes into some of that production, though at ESPN, there's a lot of hard work going on there too. Aquino says, he froze. My guy hasn't moved in 40 minutes. Aquino, that's a good one. Look at him. I like that. Here we go to the next one now. At Utility Sports playing 2K. I have no idea what's going on, but I am excited. That's about right. I can't hit my jump shots worth a dang. I had a 99 3-pointer build and I couldn't shoot. I got ousted out of my friend group trying to score the basketball. So they told me to stop shooting or else, and I decided the stop shooting route. Jay said LeBron when he missed the playoffs after trading half the team. That's a good one too. I like all the memes coming in. This is a lot of fun. Maybe we should do some of these. Yeah, I just like Primo saying here, I just don't think Brunson's going to be in any trade package. I think the Bulls would love for him to be, right? NBA Central says the Hawks are still trying to find a new home for John Collins. Yeah, this is 3 straight years of that. I'm bored of the John Collins stuff. He's not getting traded at all. Jay Hill says Clippers front office so silent this trade deadline. They're silent every trade deadline until they're not, until they aren't. So that's the one thing I would say, Jay Hill, is be patient. I think the Clippers have a big move ahead of them. I still do. Tommy here says expecting Kelly Olynyk to come back, seeing the Celtics get Muscala instead. Tommy, that's a good one too. Yeah, I do. I thought it was going to be Olynyk. I really thought it was going to be Kelly O, and it wasn't. Henry. To be honest, Henry, I'm not trained in advice. Marco says, so did Mavs wait Hawks to stop begging no one trade for Collins? I have solution. We give expiring Powell and defender shooter that can hit corner threes. For Capella, I don't like this for Dallas. Dallas can't afford to give up Bullock. He's their only perimeter defender that they have left, really. So they can't really afford to do that. Thank you to everyone who has followed on Instagram as well. I appreciate each one of you. Patrick, thank you so much. Luke, thank you for the follow. Manny, Lyle or Kyle, again with the follow. Okay, Lyle or Kyle, I see you hitting it up. We also have X2 Azaza. I'm not sure what your actual first name is, but you're following me now, so there we go. Let's go ahead and look at some of the notifications here. In a few days, we're definitely going to report like Hawks and Clippers discussed a John Collins trade, but LA quickly hung up the phone when veteran forward Marcus Morris's name came out. This is so true. I need to quote you this one. Happens every year. It honestly does. Like every single year. That's so good. Like honestly, better without D'Lo. Your comments have been hilarious today. Just been A tier comments. It's literally every single day. You guys got to go like his tweet. Like go smash the like button on this one because it deserves it. That's so true. Brendan here says at Utility Sports me when you answer Brendan's Timberwolves comments. That ain't me. That's I'm at the point of the stream where just like stuff is like really, really funny now. I hope you guys are really enjoying it. I'm having so much fun. This is the best trade deadline stream ever. Honestly, I'm having so much fun. Cobra says the Heat are interested in Kelly Olynyk. Definitely would be a fit. I talked about him as a potential option for them. We'll see if they're willing to give up a first-round pick to get off of Duncan Robinson. Matthew here says, as a Mavs fan, would you like this trade? So here, the Mavs would get OG Anunoby for Wood, McGee, Pinson, and a 2024 first. I would love it, but that's not going to happen. The Raptors would need significantly more. Raymond, thanks for the follow here. Appreciate that. Also, we look at Brandon here with the follow. Thank you so much. And then back to Sanju as well. But I hope you guys are having a lot of fun this trade deadline. I know I am. Dylan, thanks for the follow as well on Instagram. Shout out to you, Dylan. Just like your last name states, Dylan King, because you're a king for hitting that follow button. I really appreciate all of you guys. We need a big man. I know we do. The Mavs need a big man big time. We have a $1 super sticker from... Thank you for everyone who has been donating today. I know sometimes I might be missing some comments here and there, but I really appreciate all of you. Maurice says, I don't know if you remember me. I stop in every year and watch the draft content. Appreciate you and your content. I do, Maurice. I think you were in last night too, right? If I'm not mistaken. So I really appreciate you. Russell says, sup, coach. Thanks, Russell, for tuning in today. Ryan, one of the OG viewers, he's been in here for a long time watching our content. Of course, you see that little member sticker next to his name as well, showing that he's supporting the channel in a really helpful way. He says, why is everyone coming in saying Bogdan to the Lakers? It's been 4 times in a different name each time. I think it's the guy who keeps getting banned for spam. Yeah, it's Ryan, it's hard because like if people have multiple accounts, I can't obviously ban their device from my stream. So we're just gonna have to try and ignore it probably the best we can. Mark here says, Mavs looked good last night, enjoying your work big time. They did look good. I had so much fun watching the Dallas Mavericks. Even to a point where for some of you who were here on the channel watching my Kyrie Irving live stream, you're going to think this is pretty funny. Yeah, it took me 2 quarters to change my mind. I maybe ordered a Kyrie Irving jersey last night. Can't say I'm super proud of that decision. But if you think that's funny, go follow us on Utility Sports. I just can't with that. We have a bunch of message requests. Trey here sent me, we find in the West. Talking about he's a fan of the Grizzlies, and he's kind of making fun of Ja here because they are in fact not fine in the West. El Nicholas says, do you think Cavs are going to trade for Royce O'Neal or Finney Smith? I think Royce O'Neal would be the most realistic option there. Connor here sends me a DM on Instagram. Let's see what it is. That moment when you realize you're no longer a Knick, and it's Iman Shumpert and J.R. Smith hugging. Let's try and get this on the stream here so you guys can see it. That's a pretty good one. I like that one a lot, Connor. That made me laugh. I like that one quite a bit. Looking at some of these other messages here, do you think Phoenix trades for a wing? Maybe like if they give up, a couple seconds with Shamet, they would maybe try to find one. So potentially Len could be something to watch for there. As for some of these other ones, what about this trade from Samuel? Karl Anthony Towns is actually not trade eligible, so Cat cannot be traded this season because he signed a super max extension in the offseason. How about the 80 to the Raps for Siakam? I just don't really see that as very likely. I'm sure the Lakers would like to do that, to be honest. Ed here says, love the basketball talk. Just found your channel today and just subscribed. Glad to have you be a part of the channel here. Jeremiah said, had to sub. You're pretty chill, bro. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you guys are too. You guys are really the awesome ones, right? You guys are the ones who, make this really enjoyable in a lot of different ways. You bring some really good energy to the lives, and you, ask some great questions as well. So it's a lot of, fun, different things like that really go a long way in making this an enjoyable experience. I try and bring all the energy I can, but you guys meet me halfway, and it's really fun. Here we see someone retweeted that tweet. Definitely a good one for sure. The nice thing about this too is I think you guys get to meet a lot of people that you'd probably get along with in real life, like fans of the same team as you. Brendan SVA says, when at Utility Sports mentions he's still a Mavs fan. Yeah, Brendan, you I should pull up your tweet from the other day, just because it was a good one. Let's try and get there. So that one was a funny one, but let's keep going down to I think it's what was it a couple days ago? Oh yeah, here it is. Brendan SBA. A couple days ago, he traded me. I got traded during one of my live streams for KZ Okpala. I'm a Mavs fan. He tried getting me to Sacramento, so I'm gonna have to start saying we for the Sacramento Kings, which I never thought I would do. I could have never pictured that, but nonetheless, here we are. And maybe just maybe it's going to end up happening. So remember, I got traded to Sacramento. Skirmish here says, how do you feel about Zach LaVine to the Pelicans? Not really a big fan of it myself. Brady says, go Pistons. Walker here says, Celtics won the trade deadline. Mike Muscala. Yeah, he helps them. He's not bad. What I would love now is everyone comment their favorite team down in the comment section right now, especially if you haven't commented. I would love to hear who you are a fan of. Zach here says DeRozan really loved Pirtle's screens while he was there in San Antonio. Would be nice to see those two reunite in Toronto. I think so too. Marie says, LOL, you want the Bulls to do something until they do something we don't like. That's literally the truth. You have to always be careful. Ferris says Minnesota needs to trade Rudy Gobert. I don't think that will happen at all. I think they really like Gobert there in Minnesota, and I think Gobert is a very good player. It's just about doing some stuff right around him in terms of scheme and system and players around him. Cornelius here says, great job, man. Any word on Derrick Rose? For D Rose, I think the Bucks are probably the most likely option at this point, but you never know. We'll see. Guilty says, yeah, I'd go crazy if Lakers brought Caruso back. He would be awesome there. I think that would be really, really good. Justin says Minnesota needs to trade Cat this offseason. I agree, to be honest with you, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. There'll probably be maybe some trades streams later on too, covering Karl Anthony Towns and maybe some Trae Young talk too. Arnelli says hashtag Utility Sports, great channel. Glad you like it. I've had so much fun here with the live chat. We are just about an hour and a half away from the NBA trade deadline, so we are getting closer and closer. Again, there's a lot of information out there right now on some potential trades going on. There's going to be a lot of different things that we have to keep our eyes on. Let's try and jump ahead here to some of the brand new comments as well. Brian Mahoney, thank you for, or Brian Mahoney, sorry, excuse me. Thank you for joining as a member. Really do appreciate you. He says, where do you think McBuckets and Richardson will land, and what can the Spurs get? That's a great question. So for Richardson, I think Sacramento could be a landing spot there. Maybe Rashawn Holmes is kind of a money matching element there, and then maybe the Kings give up a couple second round picks. That's something I potentially like. And then for McDermott, maybe the Pelicans, a Devontae Graham number could make some sense there. Otherwise, you look at maybe, a team like Toronto, who could be potentially buying instead of selling like we had originally anticipated. Maybe that changes some things up. But Brian, thank you so much for joining as a member again. And thanks for all your comments today. It's been really awesome having you in here today. Damir says Milwaukee Bucks. There's rumors that they could be getting Bojan Bogdanovic. I'm not sure if that'll actually come to fruition or not, especially now that they did land. At this point, they landed Jay Crowder. So I think more likely would be a backup guard who could score off the bench, maybe an Eric Gordon type. Potentially, you could see someone even like a Jordan Clarkson type, which could really help that team out. Gary here says, I like the Nets trading all of their divas. Cam Thomas is going to be good. I hope so. I hope Cam Thomas plays really, really well for that team, and hopefully he's the creator that they need him to be. Warriors are actively shopping Moses Moody, but so far their asking price has been too steep for other teams listening to offers from them. Interesting. Brendan Sutherland here said, did the Nets recoup the value they gave out for Harden, Kyrie, Kevin Durant? I would say arguably yes, and the reason why is because they signed Kyrie and Kevin. Obviously they gave up in that they gave up D'Angelo Russell, but you saw D'Lo's Russell yesterday. It wasn't that crazy. So I would say arguably, yeah. Just thinking about it, they used cap space for Kyrie, Kevin Durant. They gave up their draft picks and Jared Allen and LeVert for Harden, but now they have Ben Simmons, which I know doesn't seem like value, but like if it would have been like 3 years ago, we would say, wow, it's pretty good, right? So I try to stay a little bit more even keel than most people do. And then when it comes to the picks, I mean, they just got all the picks back. They also have Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson as of right now. And there it is. There's the move. The one I called Wolves wave Bryn Forbes. That's the one that I thought was going to happen. So Admiral says, wow, there was a flurry of news that their last hour. Now it's dead quiet. We're waiting for the last wave, right? We got an hour and a half until the trade deadline. Timberwolves cut Bryn Forbes to clear space from yesterday's deal. Yep. What's the potential trades? There's a lot of them right now going around. There's a lot of different possibilities. We've heard about some, maybe Pistons trades with the Golden State Warriors. We've heard about Bucks trades with the Knicks. We've heard about Knicks trades with the Bulls. We've heard about Bucks trades with the Rockets. We've heard about Bucks trades with the Jazz. there's a lot of rumors going around right now. We've heard about Mavs, Pistons trades. There's a lot going on. Obviously, you see on the screen here that I've been traded. But let's go ahead and hit some of our other notifications as well. Better Without D'Lo says, does this mean we're done trading? I would guess so when it comes to the Bryn Forbes news. I would think that Minnesota is maybe done. Otherwise, I feel like if they weren't done, I feel like they would have just waited to waive a guy. LA Clippers star guard Paul George has already begun recruiting his former teammate Russ to join him on the Clippers, which is why I think the Clippers should be considered the favorite to land him. Here, let's look at this deal. Again, this is probably the one right here, waiving Bryn Forbes. Yeah, that's exactly what I had anticipated. Jay says, John, when he sees the West after the deadline. That's a good one. The Warriors have begun shopping Moses Moody. Yep. Romeo, thanks for the follow on Twitter as well. Thankful to have you hit that follow button, as well as Mr. Liam Worldwide. Thank you for that. And JB, thanks for the follow as well. Again, go give us a follow here on Twitter. We have over 600 followers, and we'd love to, get over 1,000 at least. I think we can do it, guys. We got about 2,000 people still in here watching, and we got more news coming. Zach says, favorite NBA team that's personal info I'm not comfortable sharing on a stream with 2,000 viewers. I like the little clever play you had there with your username. And we just hit 5 hours live on stream. Oh, my goodness. 5 hours live is absolutely mental. I hope you guys are enjoying. You guys have been awesome all day long. Chris, thank you for the follow as well now on Utility Sports Twitter. You guys have been killing it with the support over there. This has been crazy. Here, Cobra says John Collins or Levine is a dream for the Hornets. We'll see what the Hornets look to do. According to Chris Splashed, in October, there's a framework for a deal that would have sent Ben Simmons to Utah, Donovan Mitchell to Miami, and Bam Adebayo to Brooklyn. It's kind of an L for the Nets to have not figured out a way to pull the trigger on that. I don't know if I would have loved that for the Heat. Bam Adebayo is really, really good. It depends on what the picks were looking like, but it's a real L for Brooklyn to have not gotten this done, because I feel like things could have looked way different. Darth here says nothing could be better playing, and it's funny enough, this is kind of like exactly what you're talking about, that there's a framework, they discussed it, but ultimately nothing got done, right? Darth Anguish says nothing could be better playing old school RS. RuneScape, I see, watching Twitch and listening to Utility Sports on YouTube. This trade deadline has me hype. I like to hear that. Glad you're having a good time. Here we see Davni with a follow, as well as John Cox. Thank you, John, for the follow, and Willie, as well as Chris again. Thank you, Chris, for the follow. You guys have been balling out all day long. Again, I'm going to throw that link in the description and in the comment section just now if you guys haven't found it already. Wow Factor throws some fire. Sway fam saying, hey, we're 94 minutes away. Minnesota waves. At least I'm free from the memes. The Bryn Forbes one. Bryn Forbes is not good. Aquino saying, come on, do something. Looking at Wizards front office there. That's pretty good. Poking it with a stick. Come on, wake up, Bear. Come on, wake up. It's pretty good. I like that one quite a bit. You guys have been hilarious with all of these tweets. Are trading 5 second-round picks, so that's absolutely mental. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff today already, and I don't even think we're halfway done, to be honest. We are time-wise, but I don't think we are deal-wise. So I think there's a lot more deals coming. Make sure you guys stick around for those, or if you do want to, hop back in as well. I'm not going to be too picky. You can hop out for a second if you need to. I'd love for you to stick around, but as soon as you see a trade pop up, I'm going to be live on the channel. You guys have been absolutely mental today. Over 70,000 views today on the channel. So it's probably going to be the most viewed day in Utility Sports history up to this point, which is really, really awesome. Utility Sports, the best way. He's got his little gaming set up here. He's got me set up on the left. I like it. I hope you guys are enjoying the whole setup and how everything's kind of playing out at this point. I do spend a lot of time, trying to prep for these streams. So I have a lot of fun, and we're gonna take that off. We're gonna take that off right now. I knew that was gonna happen at some point. Okay, well, That's great. Some idiots can't let us have any fun. So we are no longer going to have any fun at all because some idiot here is going to get blocked. Nice. All right. Let's go ahead and block him. That is awesome. Thanks for that. Freaking man, idiots. That guy just has that sitting on his phone for no reason. So that's yeah, I'm sorry. I was worried about that happening, but you guys have been all chill. Yeah, it's something that's been a little bit of a challenge. In the basement sports podcast, go message me on Instagram or something. Yeah, MK says it was only a matter of time. That was a big yikes, a really big yikes, honestly. Yeah, that was not good. That guy's an idiot. Like everyone's saying, do not be that dude. That guy is absolutely stupid. He is now blocked on Twitter. I will be a little bit. We're gonna not hold the Twitter up on the screen anymore. I will continue to share it when I feel like we can. So let's go ahead and put it back on now, real quick. So here we have some news about a potential. New York Knicks are reportedly focused on acquiring two-time All-Star Zach LaVine from the Bulls. In the framework of a potential deal, Chicago would receive Evan Fournier, Derrick Rose, Quentin Grimes, Obi Toppin, and 3 first-round picks for LaVine and Goran Dragic. That's a very heavy overpay. Joseph, thanks for the follow on Twitter as well. Tommy Murphy, why don't people see Christian Wood as a feasible starter? He puts up the numbers and is professional through and through. Mavs, we need a wing defender, in my opinion. I think Kelly Oubre, Josh Richardson type player would fit into that roster as well. I also heard Braden poured Red Bull into his pregame coffees, which is gross, but made me like him more for some reason. Yeah, it's definitely not good. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream so far. Thanks for everyone sticking around. That was a big L on the stream. DM. Them watch. Oh man, guys, I'm sorry, I had no control over that. God. Oh yikes! That was a big yikes, for sure. 'Cause that was people are so stupid. Like, this is such an L, honestly. So, people are really, really stupid. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it is really, that's cornball stuff, as Nick Woos would say. Yeah, it is cornball stuff. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. Well, we're gonna get through, but people are just so stupid. Jeremy says he keeps me on his private screen. That's to be honest. Hey yo, that sounds a little weird. Joey says anyone fine in the East. I mean they're more fine in the East. I think the Bucks, Celtics, and Sixers are a little bit safer in the East than the Grizzlies are in the West. Brandon says, why don't the Kings have Thibault yet? That's a good question, because he's in Portland, unfortunately. So, oh, man. Game with Weezer says, do the Grizzlies make any moves? We're still waiting on OG Anunoby. We're going to see if anything comes through. Callum, thank you for the dono. Says just because of that Twitter guy. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. It's really, really stupid that somebody would do something that dumb. Venkat, I'm going to ignore your comment. I'm just going to act like I didn't see your comment, Venkat. Oh, my God. Gory. Oh, my gosh, guys. Goodness. Shadow says, go Bulls. Yeah, some humans do just suck. That was really, really stupid, honestly. So he tells me to shut up and then tell us what's going on. So how do I stop talking and then also tell you? I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. But I always get comments like this. People say stuff and that don't make any sense. Conrad says, please, Knicks, don't trade Obi. Obi's one of my favorite players. I'm a Dayton Flyers fan. I do have a lot of fun watching him play, so we'll see what happens with him. We'll see if he gets dealt or not. Brian, thank you. Really appreciate the. Oh, sorry, I called you Brian. Brian, sorry about it. Jamal says, as a Wizards fan, we need to trade everyone. Just have a giant fire sale. Definitely could be an option. Thank you to Samuel as well for the follow. Hopefully, you guys have been enjoying the stream today. Of course, there's been a lot of stuff going on in terms of streams and in terms of the movement here. Of course, Pacers take on Hills $4 million into space. Of course, we talked about that deal a little bit earlier. It's a little bit of money they have left after the Miles Turner trade. Venkat said, let me cook. RJ, welcome to the stream. Lakers would have serious interest if Kevin Love were to secure a buyout with Cleveland. I don't really know why Cleveland would buy out Love. I don't think that really makes a lot of sense to me. Spiral says big W for the audio listeners. Yeah, I agree for the audio listeners. Ryan, I'm going to put you in timeout because I don't really care what you got to say about that kind of stuff. Sorry about it. Don't really care. Light Skin Disgrace says, I guess you can say that really rubbed you the wrong way. Clyde asking if that was Josh Primo. Yeah, he has nothing better to do right now, right? Fody Outdoors says Jordan McLaughlin or Luka. Sup, Fotenhauers. Luka, I think barely. McLaughlin's pretty darn good, though. Brennan says if we aren't going to trade, we should sign Boogie for the rest of the year. I think that Boogie would help a lot of teams right now. Even as like just a depth piece, doesn't really do a lot, but play him, when you need him and could give you something. Seth here says, will the Mavs do anything? My initial feeling right now, just when you ask that is, I just don't feel like they are. I feel like we would have heard something up to this point. So maybe not, but you never know. Stick around. You never really know, right? King Lindo says, any news on the Cavaliers? The answer to that is no. As of right now, there's not really news on them. I think the big question is what's going to happen with the situation going on in with Kevin Love, right? Are they going to trade him or will they buy him out? I don't think buying him out makes any sense, but I mean, maybe. Better Without D-Lo says, random question, what's the greatest nickname in basketball? White Chocolate's pretty good. It's pretty funny. Kate, like if your initials, if your nickname is your initials, that means you're pretty darn good, right? So KD, MJ, those are like, they're very iconic. Like obviously you don't really think of them as like a sick nickname, but like it's really iconic. Here Nolan wants to know what I think about this from NBA Central and Jake Fisher. And it's Blazers are discussing a James Wiseman trade. I would like it for the Blazers. It makes sense. You think about one of their assistant GMs, Mike Schmitz. His background is the NBA draft. So that's kind of what you're thinking about when it comes to some potential deals there that make sense. So we're gonna go back over to Woj now, and we're gonna continue talking about some of the other stuff that's going on. G3 Rocks here says, what's happening with the Heat? Is there any trade that would happen? The Heat right now, everything seems quiet on them. So we're at a point now where we're kind of just sitting waiting for some more trades. Samuel and Glasson, thanks for the follows on Twitter. Really appreciate you guys, as well as a bunch of DMs here as well that I've got to answer. So Bradley wants to know, Bradley Clefman wants to know, Levine for Bones Highland, Bruce Brown, 2 first-round picks, or Levine for Poole, Wiseman, first-round pick. I don't think that Levine's going to go to either Denver or Golden State. I don't think that's likely. Here, Trossi says, I hope the next trade Fournier. I would love Patrick Beverley. Beverley would be a big addition over Fournier. I just don't know if the Lakers would be willing to do that. Going on to Sam, any updates on the Warriors? As of right now, it just seems like they are willing to at least discuss Wiseman and deals. And Ronald McDonald here wants to know, do the Mavericks trade for Anunoby and do the Warriors trade for Siakam? I think no to both of those things. Zodiac GM here says, Cavs 2016 team versus 2023 Lakers. Finding the right players around LeBron would make Lakers scary. Zodiac compatibility chart. 10-year study list goes on and on and on. It's kind of funny here. You see some of the players, and my guess is if they're green, if they're blue, they're good, and if they're green, they're not good. And there's a lot of green with the Lakers. So that's it's an interesting way to look at things, right? So we'll see what else is going on here. $5 from Eddie. Eddie, thank you. Says reading Bulls and Knicks talking Zach LaVine deal right now. What do you think? I really do not think that the Knicks are going to trade for LaVine. And if you want to know why, Tom Thibodeau coached Zach LaVine in Minnesota. His first year as the Timberwolves head coach, he was LaVine's coach. LaVine ended up tearing his ACL, and then they traded him. They had no interest in keeping him. Defensively, they wanted to upgrade over him to Jimmy Butler. You can understand why, but I just don't see why Thibodeau would trade for him now. I understand like it'd be an upgrade on their roster, but it just seems like a kind of clunky situation, just given everything kind of going on in that regard. Jaden Holmes says, good way to make use of Kev's salary this season, then buy him out next year. So you're looking at, Kevin Love for Gordon Hayward, and you're giving up some second round picks for Gordon Hayward. To be honest, I don't even think the Cavs have to give up seconds in this. I think that maybe the Hornets would give you a second to lessen the blow of Gordon Hayward's contract for next year. So you might actually get second rounders in a deal to do that. DTB, thanks for the follow, as well as Glasson again. And Samuel, thanks as well, who you look like a big Lakers fan, which is awesome to see. So thank you for all of that. I hope you guys are really enjoying. Make sure to go. Let's look at LaVine. LaVine is trending here, so let's see what that if that presents anything interesting to look at. Again, there's some reports on it. Knicks and Bulls are discussing a Zach LaVine trade. I'm sure LaVine wouldn't mind that going to New York. I'm sure he would like that. And this is really the deal that makes a lot of sense. I just heard from a source that the Bulls and Knicks are revisiting talks on the LaVine trade. Talks began yesterday but broke off, now back on. So possible. I mean, it's pretty interesting overall, but we will see what's going on. Ryan. Oh, Ryan, I'm sorry. Ryan, I wasn't talking about you, this Ryan. I was talking about the other Ryan, the problematic Ryan. Look at me, says Love is hurt and was just lost a spot in the rotation. I know, but like buying him out means you have just player XYZ as your 15th guy, whereas like Kevin Love is your 15th guy. Like if you put him in, like does he give you something in the postseason? Maybe for a minute. Can he hit a jump shot? Yes. Fuzzy Simpleton says, did I miss you getting my super chat? No. So I probably missed it actually, Fuzzy. So thank you for sending in a super chat to begin with. Just go ahead, comment normally what your super chat was about. And I'll look for your name as best as I can. It's really hard to keep up with the messages. I'm trying to do my best here. You guys have been all killing it. For some reason, my little, oh wow. Okay. Okay, Fuzzy, $50. I'm seeing it now. Wow, holy cow, Fuzzy. Thank you so much. $50 donation. I can't put it on the screen because it's the way that it works here is it's up in like a little quadrant that I can't like access, and I don't know exactly where it was. But he says this guy's the trade deadline MVP, always so positive and talks about every NBA team. Hope the Blazers can make a few more moves. Blazers have had a pretty nice deadline. Getting Matisse Thybulle, getting a first-round pick for Josh Hart. I think that they did very, very well in that, Fuzzy. And I'm glad that I was able to get to your super chat. And again, I really, really appreciate the $50. Memberships and donations like super chats are always so much appreciated. They go a long way in really helping grow the channel, and also like helping just support the channel in a way that is really awesome. And another great way to do that is subscribing as well. Like Conrad Jones here is saying, I love your stream, man. I'm 100% a sub now. Really glad to hear that. Let's see how many subs are we up to. I would love to know exactly what that's looking like right now with this current situation. Matt says, do the Thunder make any more moves? The answer is no to me. Teth here says, I bet you can't even play basketball. I'm going on Twitter and NBA TV. I suck. Well, thank you, Teth. And now I'm going to block you because this is my platform and not yours. So it sucks to suck. I'll put you in timeout first. We'll see if you behave yourself. Got to treat you like a little kid. True Man says, will Hawks make any moves? No, I think that they would like to, but ultimately I don't see them getting one done here, unfortunately. Nice. This is... people are so stupid, man. Sorry, I had to report a tweet real quick, so it's absolutely stupid as hell. People are so dumb. Jay says Nets fans looking at the Nets GM after signing KD, Kyrie, Harden just to get one playoff series. It's funny little I don't remember the name of the show, but Gabriel Tom, that's a funny a tweet there. I'm gonna leave a like on that one. Pistons are in talks with the Hawks about John Collins. If you guys want to see the tweets that I'm liking and using on the I'm using it from my phone now, so you guys aren't stuck with having to accidentally see something stupid again. Because people can't just let everyone have fun and they have to ruin stuff. So I'm gonna leave a like on it. So if you want to go check out some of the ones I liked, you can see that. We also have a new member on the channel, which is awesome to see. Jakin, thank you so much for joining as a member. Really do appreciate that. Again, that's a great way to support the channel if you enjoy what you see here today. It makes it a lot of fun to know that you guys are enjoying it to the point where you want to help support and continue to have these types of streams going forward. Robert here says you have the best deadline show, sir. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really appreciate everything that you've been doing in the comment section here, right? So I've been really appreciating all of you guys. It's been a lot of fun. Devach wants to know what I think about Denny Avdia. Turbo Denny is awesome. Wizards fans, you should be really excited about him. I think he's a good player. Sam says, hey, I'm enjoying the stream. Glad to have you in here. I enjoy having you guys all in here right now. Robert saying, I have the best deadline show, sir. Greetings from Sweden. Well, look at that. People from Sweden watching, people from Germany. Yesterday, we had someone from South Africa in here. It's crazy. A lot of people all around the world care about the NBA, and I love talking about it. B. Tom says Philly should trade Tobias, paying that guy $30 million to score 4-piece against the Celtics. Yeah, definitely not ideal there. We'll see what happens with him. Maybe Zach LaVine, right? Fire Everyone tweeted at me saying, I'm genuinely starting to get scared. Tommy actually slept in. Very possible he did. We'll see, though. Mason Plumlee tweeted a prayer hands literally like 15 minutes ago. So is Mason Plumlee on the move? Possibly. Better with D'Lo, or without D'Lo, excuse me. Better without D'Lo. Tweeted that. Jaden Holmes here shares a trade idea. Rose, Fournier, Obi Toppin quickly. And first rounders from the Knicks plus a couple seconds to get Zach LaVine. I mean, I don't hate it, but I don't love it for the Knicks really either. Silver and Blue Podcast says, what about Mavs trade for Wiseman? Seems like Wood won't get traded. This would soften the blow of him walking. I agree. It would definitely help soften the blow when it comes to trading him. I would love Wiseman, but we'll see what actually happens with him. I don't think he'll get traded to Dallas. This is absolutely crazy. Everything that's going on in the NBA today is an incredible day. Nicholas wants to know how you guys join as a member. I still don't know if they've ever fixed this or not on the actual channel or on the mobile app. I think to join as a member, you have to, I don't even know if you can from the app, which is really annoying, to be honest. Oh, wow. We have, guys. So really important. Let's go over here to Woj. Right now, this is really important. We got two moves basically simultaneously here. Shams has one of them, and the other one is Woj. So let's go over and start with Woj. We'll get over to what he has to say, and then we'll go over to Shams as well. We have two trades here, basically simultaneously. On the first one, the Nuggets are trading Bones Highland to the Los Angeles Clippers in a deal that is relatively surprising. I just never really looked at the Clippers as a landing spot for Bones Highland, despite their point guard needs. I thought that maybe they meant, maybe they were looking for a little bit more, current right now help. It's absolutely insane what is going on. So with that in mind, I mean, there's a lot going on in terms of trades, right? So Nuggets are trading Bones Highland to the Clippers. Let's actually refresh this here and get an update on what that exactly looks like. The compensation, Clippers will send the Nuggets 2024 and 2025 second round picks. So again, 2 second rounders worth kind of like a first. Look at that. Bones Highland, former first round pick, traded for 2 second rounders. Pretty good deal here for the Clippers, I think. I like this a lot for Los Angeles. Here, Chase says, bro, you're absolutely killing it. I don't talk much, but I've been enjoying your input from yesterday's stream and today. Well, Chase, I'm glad that you left a comment. I'm glad that I got to, thank you for being in the stream. Even when you're not commenting stuff, you're still, really helping support the channel by just being around watching and, taking it all in. So, Chase, I'm glad that you did leave a comment. I'm thankful for you. And I'm thankful for everyone in here watching and, leaving their comments and everything. Golden says, thanks for having a true NBA deadline show that doesn't require you having to take shots to retain our attention. Well, I'm glad that you guys feel like this is engaging. That's kind of the main goal. I try and bring good energy to it so that it stays, interesting to watch and listen to. And again, look, Clippers sending 2024 and 2025 second round picks for Bones Highland. Definitely a good move for them, and one that I really like. As Holly says here, we do have a Woj bomb as shown on the screen. Now Runner Flash says, now my 76ers need to trade Korkmaz, Springer, and 2 seconds for defense. Jim says, I usually go to Chat Sports, but I've been sitting here for 5 hours, glued to my seat. Love your show. Yeah, I hope that you guys enjoy, and I do feel like they typically only read the super chats. Not going to say that that's wrong, but I'm saying we don't do that. Jane Holmes says, I'm from Dayton. I want to see Obi get a chance. I hope so too. I hope Obi goes to a spot where he can start. But we're getting some Bones hype in here. Woj, a little bit of Woj stuff going on. Andrea, welcome to the stream. Bones Highland gone. Raw Meal here says, breaking news. Michael Jordan is so tired of his Hornets losing. He's now selling his team to Russia. Obviously not truthful. We have a done deal. Oh my gosh. Wow, Woj again. Holy cow. Trade alert. We have a trade alert. I don't even have time this time to pull up the YouTube sound. Bay is on his way to Atlanta. Oh my gosh. James Wiseman is going to the Detroit Pistons for Sadiq Bey, and Bey himself is headed to the Atlanta Hawks in a multi-team trade. We are waiting to hear what Golden State acquires. Oh my gosh, James Wiseman to the Detroit Pistons. I love this for Detroit. Absolutely incredible. Everything going on there in terms of the compensation. We don't know yet, but Sadiq Bey is an important young player to give up if you're Detroit. Clearly, they believe in James Wiseman. We'll see what the draft compensation looks like. We will get back to talking about Bones. We will, but this is kind of crazy what we got going on here now. It's fire. Taylor, no, I probably would. I'd probably change it to like a C+. Here's Solid saying, here, Solid's explaining how to become a member. He says, hit the money symbol on the bottom right for mobile. I see. So LA acquires Highland into the $11 million trade exception created last February. Highland has 3 years left, $2.2 million, $2.3 million, and $4.2. The Hawks are sending 5 second-round picks to the Warriors. Dude, it's the year of the second round pick. It is. It's the year of the second rounder. Oh my goodness. Bay is on his way to Atlanta. Warriors are trading James Wiseman to the Pistons for Sadiq Bey. This is absolutely crazy. Clippers fleeced. Dude, I really, really like this. I like this for Atlanta. I like this for Detroit. And Golden State gave up on Wiseman. Wiseman to the Pistons. And wow, the Warriors have given up on James Wiseman. Oh my gosh. Danny here very happy about his Clippers getting Bones Highland. This is incredible. Woj bomb coming through. This is insane. James Wiseman to the Detroit Pistons. Again, Atlanta sending Golden State 5 second-round picks. This is the second time today we have seen a deal like that go down. Raim here says the Warriors are trading Wiseman to the Pistons for Sadiq Bey. Sources tell ESPN. That is, of course, from Adrian Wojnarowski. No More King says James Edwards, a Detroit beat writer, claiming rumors of Bey for Wiseman swap. It is not necessarily a swap. Atlanta is actually involved landing James Wiseman, landing Sadiq Bey after the Pistons land James Wiseman in a deal. Hawks are sending 5 second-round picks to the Warriors to land Sadiq Bey. I'm not exactly sure about money, but wow, this is absolutely incredible. Again, there was that new trade. Can't believe the Pistons allowed this robbery. Could Bones be flipped to the Raptors for Van Vliet? Raptors were connected to Bones. It could happen. It could get worked out into a 3-team deal, but nothing is final. John Collins is not in this deal, from my understanding as of right now. The money would be kind of tough to make work here. These players are on kind of $9 to $5 million contracts. Quick Boy here says, Utility Sports, any big moves that you were expecting today that haven't come through yet? I thought a Van Vliet deal was going to come to fruition. He was the player I felt most confident about, just given the fact that he's expiring. But, we saw Toronto with Kyle Lowry do kind of the same thing maybe they're doing. Soggy Bread wants to know, am I going to do a video grading the trades? I haven't been able to watch your stream, and we want to hear your thoughts. Yeah, my hope is to do that either today immediately after the deadline is basically over, or shortly after, maybe into tomorrow, where I grade every trade. That way I have time to really sit through and think about everything. Guilty wants to know why Detroit loves center so much. They don't. What they love is guys who were former top 10 overall picks, top 5 overall picks. That's what they did with Marvin Bagley. I think Wiseman has even more potential here. I like the Wiseman edition a lot more than I do the Bagley edition. It happened. Wiseman to Detroit. Absolutely crazy. This is a massive W across the board, I think, for Detroit and Atlanta. And as of right now, with no certainty in terms of, what money is going out the door, I'm not aware of what Atlanta, if they have a trade exception. If they do, they could just take him in without having to worry about it. But again, you look at this situation in terms of money. Make sure you guys go follow us on Twitter, by the way. There is no situation right now where it's just crazy, right? Like 5 second-round picks in a deal. So the Warriors maybe have to take some money in, but they gave up. They gave up on Wiseman, and they decided to pass on it. Raul said, "Thank you for the money there, Raul. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate you." He says, "If the Raptors don't make the trade, he's going to be really upset." Here, Andrea saying that's Jay Crowder value. It literally is. Hayden here also says Darius Bazley to the Kings for a second-round pick and a bag of Doritos. Yeah, literally. Runner Flash says Wish Bay could have came to the 76ers and gave us bench scoring, but amazing for the Hawks. Great job. Yeah, I think they did very well. The Hawks are trading Justin Holiday and Frank Kaminsky to Houston for Garrison Matthews and Bruno Fernando. So this looks like a smaller trade, a little bit less of a this one doesn't really shatter anything that we're thinking for playoffs or anything like that, but it is still a trade nonetheless that affects these players. They are moving locations now, so let's get that on the screen. The Hawks are trading Justin Holiday and Frank Kaminsky to Houston for Garrison Matthews and Bruno Fernando, sources tell ESPN. Cost-cutting move for the Hawks. Makes sense, especially after getting Saddiq Bey, Justin Holiday. There's not really a need for him anymore. Wow Factor wants to know, did Suns get someone else? When it comes to Phoenix, they also have gotten TJ Warren with Kevin Durant. I'm sure you know that already by now, though, if I had to guess. It's absolutely crazy what is going down. There's a lot going on in the NBA world right now. And I mean, this one, I'm not going to leave up on the screen too long. This is kind of the big one to talk about right now, right? Saddiq Bey is on the way to Atlanta. James Wiseman to the Pistons. For me, this seems like an A- move for the Pistons. Now you have to give up Saddiq Bey, who is valued at, I guess, 5 second-round picks, which is a little bit of weird. I think this is a fairly balanced trade, like Brendan's saying. For, again, like A-ish for Detroit, because, like, the one thing is Wiseman might end up being nothing. Saddiq Bey has been better than Wiseman up to this point, but Wiseman, a few years ago was drafted higher than Bey, and I think a lot of people, viewed Wiseman as a better prospect, a guy who has more upside, and now Detroit gets to try that. Atlanta, I think they get a B+, A- here as well. You get a young player on a rookie deal without having to give up a first-round pick. Again, pretty valuable. And then for Golden State here, again, it's not really their fault in terms of what they traded him for, but the issue is it's a sunk cost on the former number 2 overall draft selection, where they passed on LaMelo Ball. And because of that, I have to give this an F. I just have to. They didn't stick with him. They didn't try it. They basically said, look, he's not going to work, which is, understandable. I understand that from their perspective. I do. So it's tough, right? Like, you don't love it. I don't love it either. But Daniel wants to know, what does this mean for Durant? I don't think for Durant it's really a problem, honestly. Like, I don't think this is going to affect Durant's career too much. I think this is just an attempt by Detroit to see if they can give Wiseman minutes, give him time to grow, and maybe rebuild his value. Maybe they can turn around and flip him for more if he starts to play better, or maybe he becomes a long-term piece that they want, and then maybe they have Durant and Wiseman, and then they still have, maybe Isaiah Stewart off the bench, which is pretty incredible. So we'll see what else happens here. I don't think there's any reason to be really that mad about this trade if you're a Pistons fan. I think it's an okay option. Think about from the draft. They took Bey, I believe, 15 picks later. They basically in a vacuum have traded Luke Kennard for James Wiseman. So we'll see what happens. Andrea wants to know, says, guess what team has 5 second rounders still? Let me know, Andrea. Tell us in the comment section who has 5 still. Big John says 1 hour to go. These GMs better start moving. So many deals left to do. We've had a good amount of deals today as well already, so I've had a lot of fun. A lot of buckets here. Says the NBA is greater. It is. The NBA is absolutely incredible. Christ is the redeeming bread of life. Says, why would the Warriors do that? They're giving up on him. They're basically admitting that James Wiseman's not that good, and they're also saving themselves a lot of money against the tax, which is really, really important. Here, Adam says, Durant, Stewart, Nerlens, Wiseman, throw Bagley in there too. Gross. We'll see what happens with Nerlens Noel. I think that's one thing to keep our eye on in terms of, players that could potentially move teams, right? DM says, Heat trading Kyle Lowry for Kylie Jenner. They wish. He would be better. Gary Bankston says, Rockets trade is crap for crap. Yeah, it's just a money-saving move for Atlanta. It's not really an important move. And when it comes to Houston here, you get some guys who have been in a locker room a little bit longer. You get a little bit older guys that could help save, maybe help some development, ease it along a little bit. I'm not like sold on it, but it's kind of what I think as an option. Jonesy here says Warriors getting ready to send picks to San Antonio for Collins and McDermott. I like that a lot. Such a letdown for the Rockets. King Day wants to know about a Hawks rebuild. I don't think they're going to fully rebuild. I think they're fine. Jay says, I like the trade as a Pistons fan. Wiseman is young and needs to develop, and Golden State really needs to start a rebuild, to be honest, right when Curry retires. Yeah, they've got time, but until then, though. Troy here says, not the Eric Gordon trade I was wanting. Holiday is meh. Yeah, it's another guy in the locker room that'll maybe give you a little bit of, veteran juice, which I think is important. Especially for the price that you had to pay. You didn't have to really give up that much to get him. Brett here with the 20. Thank you, Brett, with the super chat. He said it yesterday, saying it again today. Thank you for your dedication to quality content, your love for basketball shows, and I'm glad to have found a home to share my same love for it. Well, Brett, thank you so much. I really, really do love, the NBA and basketball in general. We're going to go ahead and pull up Shams here as well. Because like I said earlier, there was a Shams bomb that got dropped as well a little bit earlier on. But Brett, every little tiny bit, that you guys use in super chats, even whether it's even like $1, $1.50, $2, whatever you have, if you feel like you want to help support the channel, it is greatly, greatly appreciated, and something I really, really do like to hear a lot. That you guys are enjoying the content. That's really the most important part to me. And, I'm glad that you guys like it. That's the most important part. That's way more important than views. And honestly, I just want you guys to have a good time. Even if it means we have less subs than other channels, I want you guys to really enjoy what we do here. Because I feel like we do it different than other channels. I feel like I don't know. I'm not going to say what I was about to say, actually. I just don't want to. I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus. Jamal here says the Rockets really don't want to trade Gordon. Yeah, they seemingly do not. But as for Shams here, thank you, John, for reminding me. The Oklahoma City Thunder are trading Darius Bazley to the Phoenix Suns for Dario Saric and a second-round pick. So here at Phoenix saves a little bit of money, gets an athletic younger wing in Darius Bazley. And surprisingly, Oklahoma City spends more money now, which is interesting. It's an interesting approach. They were already over the tax by a slight amount. Now they've taken in a more expensive contract. Yes, it's expiring, but more expensive this year, which means they go further into the tax, which means that Dario Saric is going to basically cost them about $25-30 million this year, which is very, very strange. Happy Face says, hey man, interested in graphic designer. I can do sports design for all social media and YouTube. Yeah, let's talk. Go leave a comment on a different video, Happy Face, and I'll reach out to you, or go message me on Twitter or Instagram or something and let me know. Remember, the links for those are in the description. Joey here says, glad I found this channel today. I'm glad you found it too. Joey, it's been nice having you in here. I know you've been asking questions about your Knicks, and I feel like I hope you have had a good time. Okay. Well, I hope you've had a good time, Joey, but we do have to update this here because we're staying on Shams Charania, and there's a new trade with the Houston Rockets and the Los Angeles Clippers, one team that I did mention as a potential trade destination for this team, as I mentioned before, again, aforementioned on the channel. And here it is. Let's get to it. Where is it? Why is it not popping up? Let's go ahead and refresh again. It's going to be here. It's going to be here. Bear with me for a second. But again, a crazy trade here. Crazy trade deadline. We've had a ton of moves. And a lot of really good ones. The Houston Rockets are finalizing a deal to send Eric Gordon to the Los Angeles Clippers. Sources tell The Athletic and Stadium. So Eric Gordon is now headed to LA to come off of the bench, presumably for the Los Angeles Clippers. Funny enough, that is where he started his career before being traded for Chris Paul, who he ultimately ended up being a teammate with later, and now is going to be back in LA where it all started. So it's kind of going full circle here for Eric Gordon. The Rockets make a deal with Eric Gordon coming into Los Angeles, and he's going to have a role for them coming off the bench. They're looking for more ball handlers. We'll see if the Clippers have something else up their sleeves yet this deadline as well. I'm very interested to see. This is a multi-team trade. This is a multi-team deal, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. So we will keep you updated on that. I'm keeping my eyes on the notifications. I hope you guys are enjoying this live stream. But wow, the trades are really, really going down. And just as Jamal Douglas was talking, there was a trade for for Eric Gordon. So absolutely insane. ITK says, "Who wants to buy utility sports stocks?" Yeah, we'll have to get those selling or something where you guys are taking bets on if the channel is gonna blow up at some point or not. But I mean, as of right now, I just feel like it's a lot of fun, and I have a lot of really good time with you guys. Tyler and Mason here say Eric Gordon to the Clippers, and TJ Dub says Gordon's gone. Yes, he is, which is crazy. Oh wow. Okay. Who was that? Was that Shams that tweeted? Yeah, it's Shams. I'm not sure if I love this anymore for the Los Angeles Clippers. In fact, I don't feel great about it. From my initial thoughts here, they made a move that I'm not sure if I would have made, but they are sending Luke Kennard to the Memphis Grizzlies in this deal. Now, I don't know what the overall compensation is yet to this point, but it's important to note, right, that Eric Gordon is gone. He is to the Los Angeles Clippers. Looks like Luke Kennard is going to Memphis, and we do not know what the Grizzlies at this point are sending to the Houston Rockets, which is presumably what could potentially be, happening here at this spot. And Jamal's like, wow, it's like they heard me. It literally is, right? I swear teams have been, dialed into the streams this trade deadline. They say, wait a minute, if he stays live the whole deadline, we can't possibly make a trade when he's offline. So now they have to actually make trades today. I got him. ITK says no job is safe. Adam Silver getting traded for Sheldon. Yeah, I'm gonna go in as commissioner of the NBA, and I'm gonna mess some stuff up. I'm gonna go make some crazy moves. 3-point rundown says Wall to the Rockets. Is that what's being reported? That'd be funny if it was, right? Because could you imagine? Like John Wall hates the Rockets like now because of how they handled that situation. So what's going on right now? Darth wants to know. There's a 3-team deal going down. At least 3 teams. Could be 4. Presumably 3 though. Houston Rockets are finalizing a deal to send Eric Gordon to the LA Clippers. Shams Charania reports, as well as the LA Clippers are sending Luke Kennard to the Memphis Grizzlies. So at this spot, it seems like the Clippers were really interested in Eric Gordon to the point where they were willing to move off of Kennard for him, which I think is interesting to note. And supposedly the Warriors are still eyeing another move as well. Eric Gordon's contract next season is non-guaranteed, but it becomes fully guaranteed if the Clippers were to win an NBA championship this year. Welcome everyone to the stream. This is absolutely insane. Make sure we refresh. If you need to refresh the stream as well, I am refreshing on Twitter right now. Do we have more news? Oh my gosh, they actually are. Holy cow. So Memphis actually does go out, trades Danny Green. He played for like 4 games for him or something. Funny, why is this? This is Woj. Here, we need to go over to Woj. Let's get Woj pulled up here. Again, we have a big trade to announce between the Houston Rockets, the LA Clippers, and the Memphis Grizzlies. And in this deal, here are all of the components. Grizzlies are sending Danny Green to Houston. The Clippers are acquiring Rockets guard Eric Gordon. And then Luke Kennard is on his way to the Memphis Grizzlies. The Rockets will acquire John Wall in the 3-team deal with the Clippers and Grizzlies, in which they plan to waive John Wall. So John Wall will be headed toward free agency. The Clippers are sending Luke Kennard to the Grizzlies, who are sending 3 second-round picks to the Clippers. So again, it continues. A vast amount of these moves have been really centered and focused on multiple second-round picks in trades, which again is much different than previous years when it comes to how teams have been looking to prioritize moves. Rockets will waive John Wall once the trade is complete, but the Rockets will get rights to swap Bucks pick with Clippers this year as part of this deal, which is very interesting. So the Bucks right now projected anywhere from about 27 to 30 in terms of their where their draft pick's going to be. The Clippers will likely be a little bit higher, and it's actually a part of another swap that they already have. But there's a lot going on here. Again, Clippers are sending Luke Kennard to the Grizzlies, who are sending 3 second-round picks to the Clippers. So essentially for the Clippers here, you think, Okay, Kennard is gone, and on top of Luke Kennard, you're getting Eric Gordon, and you're getting 3 second-rounders, which seems like pretty decent value to me. You also get rid of John Wall, who they were going to buy out anyway in this deal, and then Houston also harbors the contract of Danny Green. Western Conference contender has been emerging as a suitor for Toronto's OG Anunoby. So OG Anunoby, there's still a little bit of rumors out there about what is going on. Danny Green is a very likely buyout candidate. As of the Dallas Mavericks right now, there's nothing certain yet at this point what is going on there. We will keep our eyes on it. Kennard is under contract for 3 seasons, though. The last year is a team option, so the Clippers end up getting off of his money, and the Grizzlies pay for him, right? I've been saying for a while that Luke Kennard is valued around the league, even on that contract, which I think is very team-friendly, specifically since it has a team option. And it is clearly viewed that way with the way that Memphis went about this. We have another trade. We have another trade to announce. Oh, my gosh. Let's go over to Shams Charania with this news. It is trade season, boys. It is trade season. We are 40 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline, and this is one of those trades that I think a lot of Lakers fans are going to be happy to see. After trading away Thomas Bryant today, the Los Angeles Lakers are trading guard Patrick Beverley to the Orlando Magic, another buyout candidate, by the way. The Magic are trading Mo Bamba back to the Los Angeles Lakers in a deal that we've talked about on the channel a bit here. But Beverley definitely becomes a buyout option, and I could really see him potentially returning to the Minnesota Timberwolves in a deal post-deadline. Post-deadline when he's bought out, assuming the Magic buy him out. Now, it's possible the Magic want to keep him around. I wouldn't completely rule that out. But again, with the current situation here, it does look like the Lakers trading for Patrick Beverley is the most likely, or trading Patrick Beverley away, for Mo Bamba, means that most likely Patrick Beverley is headed toward free agency after being bought out. This trade deadline has been crazy. There's a lot of Raptors rumors about what's going to go on here. Lakers going after Mo Bamba. He is now a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. So Mo Bamba's in LA. The Lakers have completely reinvigorated this lineup with a bunch of youth and talent. Malik Beasley, D'Angelo Russell, Jared Vanderbilt, Mo Bamba, Rui Hachimura, all pretty strong deals at the deadline, in my opinion, for the Los Angeles Lakers. And all of them have, ways out of their contract. D'Angelo Russell isn't expiring. And I think this is the important part here. Jared Vanderbilt, only $4.4 million next season. It's very cheap. Malik Beasley has a team option for next year. Mo Bamba's contract is not guaranteed for next season. So if things do not go well with the Lakers, they can opt out of a lot of these contracts and find a way to operate with cap space again in the offseason. Maybe go after a guy like Kyrie Irving while still potentially saving the season as well. Like Rico saying here, Mo Bamba is on the move, but pretty solid moves across the board for the Lakers, where it actually seems like there's a little bit of competence in that front office, which I like to see. I'm glad to see that. Rogue Moonchild said, "LO, we just won a championship. Relax. You're the one continuously posting about why the Raptors should tank. You take your picks and rebuild. We aren't interested in that." He's talking to Raptors fans clearly. Why the Raptors should tank? Okay. Just won a championship. You mean over 4 finals ago? Yeah, but sure, just won one. Don't know. Sources: Lakers are trading Patrick Beverley to Orlando for Mo Bamba, and we got Mo Bamba playing in the background here a little bit. Obviously, remember the trade deadline is 3 p.m. Eastern. Warriors are interested in OG Anunoby as well. We will see what ends up happening there with that situation. Storm says Lakers need Bojan still. They could use him for sure, but we'll see if anything materializes. Allen says, why do you trade Beverley, who defends and shoots, for Bamba? Because they need more size and rebounding in the West, and Bamba's younger, a little bit more athletic at this point. Trust me, it's a solid move. It is. Ali says it's over, LA in 4. I don't think that is quite necessarily the truth, though. Doesn't really stand out to me as like a, oh my gosh, watch out for the Lakers move. Why are you worried about who's going to be re-signed? Wasn't OG supposed to get traded? What happened? That you still got 40 minutes to beg. Just a reminder that Kristaps Porzingis last year got traded with, I think, 10 minutes left on the clock. So, and no one even saw that one coming. So, I don't know, Rogue. I'm gonna actually star that one, because in case something does happen, you're gonna feel like an idiot, and it'll be hilarious for me. Senju says, another failed trade deadline. Good job, Toronto. This team makes it hard to stay a fan when they just do dumb bandwagon fan appealing stuff. JJ says, dude, Monty McNair needs to wake up. He's playing quiet at the deadline. Maybe something's big coming. You never really know. Richard says people are getting a bit testy about OG not being traded. Yeah, they can chill out. I mean, who cares? North Ender says huge rim protection, baby. Yes, that's what the Lakers need. They need a little bit of size that could maybe protect the rim for them. Again, with this here, we've got a lot of stuff going on when it comes to the NBA trade deadline. Brendan, I saw your tweet. I'm going to end up tweeting that later. San Antonio Spurs are trading Josh Richardson to the New Orleans Pelicans, actually, which is it's a move. Sources said the Lakers are sending second-round draft compensation with Pat Bev to Orlando for Bamba, a major get for a reworked front line around Anthony Davis and LeBron James. So second-rounders supposedly going to Orlando in a deal. Again, it's the year of the second-round pick. It's been massive. After the Kevin Durant domino fell out of nowhere, out of the middle of the sky, above the clouds where no one could see it. We now have this situation going on where more second rounders are dealt this time. Oh my gosh, even more second rounders this time around as well. Shams Charania reporting here on the compensation for what's going on in this deal. And it's actually a pretty interesting one. And they used it, from my understanding here, it looks like the Pelicans, who, from the beginning, I said that Devontae Graham contract was not good. They actually give up 4 second rounders in this deal to get off of Devontae Graham while still bringing in Josh Richardson, who is on a more team-friendly deal in terms of longevity, the length of his contract. We got Twin Towers, Mo and AD, Mary Ortiz. What's your thoughts on it, Mary? Obviously, Bamba's out of Orlando, and in return, you're getting second-round draft compensation and a likely buyout candidate in Patrick Beverley, which is Lakers have been pulling off trades. They have been. Lakers worried about Clippers youth talent. Yeah, they're trying to get more young guys for sure. Sky here says great coverage, by the way. Thank you, Sky. I really appreciate that. Rich Love here says, or Rico Love, says, why need Mo Bamba? He's trash. Should get Boyan. Mo Bamba's not that good, but he's cheap. He's not costing first-round pick. Thomas Bryant got traded. He got traded for a bunch of second-round picks. So they've moved some stuff around. They've been making good moves. Okay. Pistons are sending forward Kevin Knox to the Warriors as part of the multi-team deal. That brings them James Wiseman. Knox may be moved on to a new team. So I don't think that the Warriors were like, oh my gosh, let's get Kevin Knox. I don't think that's ever been a part of the deal. Mo Bamba is a better defender than Bryant. He's a little bit more switchable, and he's lengthy, right? He's going to block some shots around the rim. Thomas Bryant's just not naturally that good on that end of the floor, but he rebounds. Thomas Bryant rebounds really well. Robert Carter says, would Hero and Caleb and 3 first be enough for OG? Would Miami have to throw in Jovic for? Oh my gosh, no. That's not going to happen. OG is not that valuable. Holy cow. Mo Bamba is shooting 50% from the field and 40% from 3 this year, by the way. RPR Lucid says to refresh. I did there. So everything should be updated here when it comes to the Devontae Graham information. Again, interestingly enough, for this deal here, the Pelicans trading Devontae Graham in 4 seconds. I can't say I love it. I understand getting off of it. I never loved the Devontae Graham contract to begin with. Spurs do really well here, in my opinion. Again, I talked about why not take in longer-term contracts. You are not building to win next season. You're building to win 2-3 years from now if you're San Antonio. Devontae Graham's long-term contract is not a problem at all. and it's definitely an improvement in terms of draft assets that you possess. So 4 second rounders. There's a lot of second round picks being traded this year. It's a nightmare. It's going to be a nightmare to keep up with. I feel bad for the people whose job it is to keep track of what picks are where, because this is a nightmare, honestly. Dil Kia says, it's funny hearing Raptors fans complaining, trust in our GM. Michael says, I'm happy Monty McNair is being silent. I don't want to see any Keegan Murray trades. Yeah, that's the one thing. I'd be scared of a Keegan Murray trade popping up, because Keegan's really good. I wouldn't want to give up Keegan. Michael says, did y'all say rim protection and Mo Bamba in the same sentence? Now, I know y'all don't watch basketball. I mean, he's lengthy and he blocks some shots, right? Like, it's not like he's we mean shot blocking. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what we're talking about. Like, he averages a block a game, and for 17 minutes a night, that's, pretty good. And his career averages 1.5 blocks a game for a career average of 18 minutes a night, which is per 36, he'd be averaging nearly 3 blocks per 36 minutes, which is kind of what you're talking about, right? But again, is he a good paint protector? No, but does he block shots? Yes. Right. Yeah. Ryan says my fellow Raptors fans are angry in the chat for saying. Yeah, I don't know why. I haven't even really talked about the Raptors that much, but everyone's really upset. Omar says Kyrie domino, and we got KD and bloodbath after that. Really, it has been. This has been insane. It's been an incredible trade deadline. We have 2,000 people in here watching. Please smash that subscribe button if you haven't already. It's completely free to you. Really helps me out a lot here on the channel. I have a lot of fun covering the NBA trade deadline, especially with the intensity that I do. It's been a grind. A lot of work has gone into this. But supposedly Thomas Bryant had requested a trade, actually, from the Los Angeles Lakers once Anthony Davis had returned. So maybe the Lakers did really well moving off of him when they did. It makes a lot of sense given the circumstances and the situation. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this live stream as well. I'm having a lot of fun. For sure. Daniel Avalos says 4 seconds. Is that what the deal ultimately was? Knicks going back and forth on multiple deals for Obi Toppin. I would love for the Mavericks to jump in and get Obi Toppin. Holy cow, would I love that. I would really, really love for Obi Toppin to be a Dallas Maverick. I would probably buy a jersey instantaneously. Oh, yeah, 4 second rounders in the Devontae Graham one. Yeah, that's a lot for Devontae Graham. Jamal Douglas says the voice cracks are killing me, bro. Appreciate you putting your health on the line. I'm working hard here. I'm working real hard. I hope you guys see the commitment. Senju says, I don't mind holding OG at all. He's an amazing defender, great shooter, but it's about what we can retain. It's about, can we retain him while building Scottie up to be the star we want? I don't know. It just doesn't add up. I mean, yeah, if you get great value for him, that's what you have to prioritize, right? Mo is 7'2". Yeah, he's tall. He's not that good of a player, but he's tall. Here, Kings fan saying Dorian Finney-Smith for Holmes is my final hope. That would be really good if you can get that. Dorian Finney-Smith would really greatly improve Sacramento. It would make me really, really sad to see that, but it would make them really, really good, honestly. JJ here says Monty must be talking to the Hawks to Fox. Some protections to get to Knicks, some protections to get OG or something, because he's driving me nuts. Yeah, let's see what the Kings are doing. CL Oracle says, what are you gonna do, bro, when the Suns get Kyrie in the offseason? I'll be sad. Oracle, I thought of you literally instantly last night when the whole Kevin Durant trade went down. I thought, wow, Oracle's gonna be in the comment section tomorrow, and I'm gonna have to say, yeah, we got Kyrie and you got Kevin Durant. I get it. But no, I'm very happy for your organization, even though I don't like the Suns. I don't like the Suns because, hey, they're the Suns. You guys stole Steve Nash from me. You guys, a whole bunch of reasons, right? Suns and Mavs don't get along typically. That's called the Lucas special. But no, it's Kyrie to the Suns is probably going to happen. I'm going to be really, really sad. Jonesy here said, if I'm sacked, Barnes, Davion Davis, and some picks for OG. That's a lot to give up, though. And I don't even think Toronto would take it, to be honest. Bamba gives length, and he can play D and shoot as a 5. Again, he's not a great defender, but he's at least lengthy. He's a little bit better than He's a little bit better than what's his name, Thomas Bryant. At that point of the stream where I said Thomas Bryant and I called him what's his name. Omar here says, LOL comments, really upset with the OG talk. I haven't even really been talking about OG that much. 30 minutes, Monty McNair. We are actually 27 minutes away now from the stream. Or not from the stream, but from the trade deadline. So we will see what actually goes down. Again, there's a lot yet to potentially happen. Jack wants to know anyone the Timberwolves should look to get. The answer to that is probably nobody right now. I think the Timberwolves are done. They didn't get Bones Highland. He went to the Clippers. So in my opinion, what I think is kind of going down here is the Wolves are done for the deadline. Clippers getting Bones Highland, I think was really, really good. Deadline right now from this time is 26 minutes away. So we are getting closer and closer every single second as we approach. Deadline closes in 30 minutes. Here we go. Jamal says, LOL, Golden State Warriors get their man. And Kevin Knox. Yeah, no, that's not quite the guy that they were probably looking to get at this moment. So we'll see what happens. But what Guilty's saying here, played behind AD Smith, but now behind Jokic. Yeah, he's not going to get a bigger role in Denver. But I don't even know if the Nuggets knew he demanded a trade or requested a trade, right? So it's not going to be better for him now. It's probably going to be worse, which is kind of funny, right? So we'll see what all happens here. But this is some of the most recent news here on the channel. Again, let's go over to Woj here and see what if Woj has anything new up on the channel for some trades that have gone down. Again, Kevin Knox is going to the Warriors right now. He could get retraded. Again, they could work that to a fourth team if a team has any interest in Knox, which I don't know why they would, honestly. Brian Kohler says, Detroit basketball, I'm sure you're hyped about James Wiseman. I really like that for them. I really think James Wiseman's a kid that's worth betting on a little bit here. Vegas wants to know if I think Danny Green will be bought out. Yes, Mike, I do. I think that they would be really, really good. He'd be a really good buyout option for a bunch of different teams, honestly. So I think he will get bought out. David here says 4 second-round picks for my Spurs. We learned how valuable second-round picks are today. What do you think the Spurs will do with all these second-round picks? Trade up into the first round? They could do that, or they could just, stockpile them, use them in moves maybe next year or to trade for guys that they like. I think this is a really healthy spot for the league to not just throw second-rounders around like they're nothing. They're actually getting valued and used in trades in a way as like they're almost the main component. Yes, you're having to load up a bunch of them, but some of the teams stocking second-round picks here are going to be better because of it. They're going to have way more ways to make trades. They're going to have more avenues to improve their team, and they're still going to have stabs in the draft to, hey, let's take an upside guy here, right? Think about Jaden Hardy for Dallas. They took him 37th overall. Now Mavs fans, quiver in fear anytime you talk about maybe trading Jaden Hardy. They don't want to. So it's possible, right, to find some decent players, some valuable players in the second round of the draft. Think about Herb Jones for the New Orleans. Shock Universe says, I hope Celtics get Mitchell Robinson. That's just not going to happen. The Celtics already got their number one guy in terms of Mike Muscala from Oklahoma City. Michael here says Dorian Finney-Smith covering Luka this weekend would be great. It would be. That would be, with the doubleheader basically between Sacramento and Dallas, that'd be tough to stomach for me as a Mavs fan, or should I say as a Kings fan, right? Right, Brendan. I remembered this time. Jamal said the NBA games tonight are going to be terrible because no one is going to be playing for their teams. Yeah, there's gonna be players thinned out. Every team's gonna be playing like 7 guys, but that's always how the trade deadline is. It's always a tough one. Ghostly here, who's been in the stream pretty much all day. Shout out to Ghostly, says number 1 NBA talk stream. Well, I really appreciate that, Ghostly. I hope you've had a fun time here on the channel as well, sitting there watching and enjoying the content. So I've had a lot of fun. I hope you have as well. Jojo here says Raptors even a play-in team right now. They are. They're currently 10th in the East, so we'll see if they stick there or not. But we'll see. Thomas Bryant, what an idiot. Now he's backing up a center that barely misses games. Yeah, he did not put himself in a better situation. Brady Thompson just got back, and these trades are crazy. I know, it's literally all over the place. There's trade going down left, right, and center. It's been absolutely nuts what's going on right now. Matthew here says, thanks for taking the time to do this. We're loving your grind. Well, I'm glad to do it. You guys been awesome. Remember, we're going to go all the way through the trade deadline and probably a few minutes after as well to kind of recap everything as some information kind of comes in late towards the end. Newton wants to know, why would Oklahoma City Thunder do that in terms of the deal for the deal to take in more money? I don't really know. I don't know why they would do Baisley for I don't really understand why they would do Baisley for Saric. That didn't really make any sense to me, to be honest. Clippers going crazy. Yeah, Clippers have had a nice day today, I think. We'll see if they make any more moves. Alex says no Mavs trades today, and a little bit of a frowny face. Yeah, we'll see if they do anything else. 67 says, you do a good job covering the trades. Anyway, anything new on the 76ers? As of right now, no. Of course, they made the trade of Matisse Thybulle today. I think they did very well in that. They got out of the tax, which is very impressive for their team, especially the moves they made this offseason. To have gotten out of the tax and still have a valuable wing in Jalen McDaniels, I think it was a really good move for them. And I'm very happy about what they have on their roster now with McDaniels. I think it consolidates their roster while saving them money, which is a very smart move. BJ here says, Jae'Sean Tate to any team. We've heard rumors about him, but I don't really know if there's actually a destination. I feel like Houston, who's been involved in a bunch of deals already now, 2 of the last 3. The Clippers again strike. Holy cow, the Clippers make another move here, reported by Adrian Wojnarowski. And it is, in fact, for a backup center. We talked about this quite a bit on the channel during this week, and specifically today. The Hornets are trading center Mason Plumlee to the Los Angeles Clippers. We will have to see what other components of this deal there could be. But the Hornets are definitely looking to sell some players, and Plumlee to the Clippers is one we had talked about quite a bit as an option as a backup center. And we do have an update on one of the players going out in this deal, and it is, in fact, a point guard, which is very interesting. So after getting Eric Gordon and Bones Highland today, the Clippers now trade away Reggie Jackson and John Wall in basically back-to-back moves. So Hornets are trading center Mason Plumlee to the Clippers. Clippers are sending Reggie Jackson to Charlotte in the deal. And we will have to monitor who else is going where in the trade tonight, because right now, obviously this is not going to be a 1-for-1. I would expect either draft picks, maybe a young player. We'll have to see what's going on here. And then also money-wise, are the Hornets sending anything else with Plumlee? What is really going to be all in on this type of trade? It's kind of crazy, right? We've seen a ton of trades. I think it's been even more active than what I was initially expecting. Plumlee is an expiring contract of around, I believe $9 million or so. I don't know if it's $9 million flat or not. It might be a little bit more, a little bit less, but he's kind of right around that $9 million mark. So it's been kind of crazy. Andre says, here at work listening to you from Toronto. Keep up the great work. Andre, I'm glad you're in here listening. I hope you're enjoying it. Big J says, I guess my Wizards just going to buy out Barton and give Goodwin a 2-year, $2 million and use the rest for Kuz. Kind of seems that way a little bit right now, unless they find something for Barton here in the last 20 minutes. We are 19 minutes away now from the NBA trade deadline. We are getting closer and closer every single second here now to the deadline, and we're probably going to see a flurry of deals still coming in. We're still looking at some right now. Rob Meal says Green could punch Knox in the first day, in his first days of Warrior. Yeah, I don't even know if the internet would be mad about that one though, unlike the Jordan Poole one. Bryce Hopkins says, yo, what's good with the Bulls? Any update on Zach LaVine? No update on LaVine yet. He's the big domino we're waiting for. Does something happen with him? How about OG Anunoby? How about Mikal Bridges? Notice how the other fan bases aren't going to get mad other than Raptors fans. When I say those things, they're already typing at the time I'm saying this. They're upset. But Woj has been bringing some heat today. No Ryan. And again, another trade, right? Plum Dog goes to the Clippers for Reggie Jackson. And we're still waiting to see if we can figure out some of the other components on that. Kings wanted Plumlee, according to Ninja Style. Not getting Plumlee, I think, is okay. Rip Kobe says Knicks need to wake up. I think they did their work yesterday. The big strong trade for Josh Hart. I like that for them. I think they made a nice move yesterday. Probably a guy that they would like to keep around. Here we have a question from Wiki on the mic. Says, do you think Lakers are making another trade? I wouldn't rule it out. They've been very active, kind of reestablishing this roster. My guess is they have another second-round pick yet to use and a deal as well. Eric here says, impressed by your command on the financial nuances to all these trades and your NBA basketball savant knowledge. Well, I appreciate that, Eric. A lot of work goes into it, a lot of preparation. Before I even started streaming on Monday, I ended up putting together like a list of teams over the tax. I was kind of aware of how much they're all over the tax right now. Now, of course, things have been changing, right? Because teams have been making moves and their money numbers change. And while I'm live here reacting to you guys, it's hard to specifically think about who's where or what's going on with that. You have to have a good feel kind of for what's going on. But I put a lot of work in to be prepared for that. So if you guys are impressed by any of that, or if you guys do enjoy what you're seeing, just hit that like button and subscribe. It just lets me know that I'm doing a good job and that you do appreciate. The comments go a long way too, and let me know that you guys enjoy everything I'm doing. Philip here wants to know, do you think Miami's making a trade? I ultimately do not. I think Miami's going to actually be pretty quiet. I think that they're going to sit still and be patient when it comes to the buyout market. I think that they're going to really look at Russell Westbrook. The Clippers maybe feel, after trading Reggie Jackson and John Wall, really right now the only point guard they have on their roster is Bones Highland and Jason Preston, who has barely played for them. So do they rely on one of those two young guys, or are they confident they're going to get Russell Westbrook? Or do they have another trade lined up here as well to maybe go out and get a Fred VanVleet to fill the point guard position, or maybe a Terry Rozier? Is Terry Rozier part of this Hornets trade? Unlikely, I'd have to guess, but we'll see. Here, Grooven says the prep work is paying off. Good job, bro. Thank you so much. My trade guides before, is really helpful doing the trade guides. I'm going to continue to do them for sure going forward. And we actually have a donation here with the super chat. Mavs man, who's been watching all week long. Thank you so much. Says, was all the reports of the Mavs definitely making moves just smoke? Anyways, you earned the due today. Well, thank you, Mavs man. You've been watching all week long, and I've always appreciated your comments. I feel like you always have a pretty good basis for some of the things you're saying. I am forgetting about Terrence Mann Lucid. Thank you. They have Terrence. He's been playing as a point guard. Realistically, he's more of like an off-ball guard in my opinion, honestly. But like I don't know. Man's not like a true point, but he's been playing point, I guess. Yes. But when it comes to the Mavs stuff, I do think a lot of it was just smoke. And to be honest, I think the Mavs were shopping. I think the Mavs were trying to see what they could get for Wood. I just don't think there was enough value out there for them to decide, yeah, we should do this, or no, we shouldn't. And if things go well, the Mavs could always pivot and keep Christian Wood and keep Kyrie Irving, hopefully, if things go well. But Mavs man, really appreciate you and the super chat as well. It's been a pleasure having you in the live streams this weekend. It's been a lot of fun. Bones Highland. Oh, Atlanta Hawks plan to keep John Collins past the trade deadline. Every single year. I've been telling you, every single year it happens. Bones Highland, thanks, Denver. Bones Highland tweeted, Mile High City, love y'all forever. Thanks for everything and how much love you guys showed towards me. It's been real. Does not thank the organization, which I don't blame him. Any more moves for the Pelicans, you think? Well, they made their one move, right, with getting Josh Richardson getting off of the contract that I the whole time I knew they wanted to, and Devontae Graham. Even since they signed it, I said, wow, that was weird that they signed him to that contract. But they ultimately pay 4 second-round picks to get off of him. So Varsity Kick says, hey, would anyone like one of these 6 centers the Pistons have? I'll take whatever. Yeah, getting off of Nerlens Noel seems really desirable right now for Varsity Kicks. David here says, is Richardson an expiring contract? I believe so. Let me look at that real quick just because I want to be sure of exactly what is going on. Yeah, he is on an expiring. He's got $12.2 million this year, and then he's off the contract at the end of the season. D-Lore says, Pat to Minnesota. I think that's the most likely thing. I think Orlando buys him out unless they want to keep him there, which wouldn't completely shock me. But assuming they want to, be patient, wait on it. and not really rush anything forward. You could cut Pat Beverly or, buy him out, and I could see Minnesota being a good reunion spot for him. Back with a team that needs a little bit of mojo and physicality. Sawyer here says, where are my 2K players at? Can't wait to play with all of this after all the roster changes. Of course, a lot of crazy stuff going on right now. In the NBA, of course, a lot of moves, kind of moving some stuff around. It's been nuts. Runner says, I would love to get Doe and O'Neal for seconds, but that is unlikely because they are worth more. Yeah, I just don't think the Sixers really have a way to go get them. And to be honest, I don't know if Sean Marks has any real desire to help James Harden or the Sixers win this season either. Oscar here says, Suns need another score. Yeah, they don't have enough with CP and Ayton and Booker and, of course, Durant. Yeah, I think the last thing they need is a score. They need someone who can stop the other team from scoring. Derek says, so far the Rockets trades have been meh. I think they're probably going to ride it out, though, and hope they land Wemby or Scoot in the next draft. I do like the pick swap from the Clippers, though. I think that was a very smart move. You get to move up your first rounder, even if it's only like 3 or 4 picks. It was really good, right? So I like that for them a lot. Here we have a question about why isn't Pelinka cooking? He's already been busy today. I mean, he's done a pretty good job at this trade deadline. So if you're a Lakers fan, I'm the king of hating on Rob Pelinka. I don't think he really has deserved his job in the NBA. He definitely didn't deserve that extension that they gave him. But today he put in some good work, and last night he did some good work as well when it came to D'Angelo Russell, getting him on the roster with Beasley and Vando. To be honest, it's kind of a dream scenario for the Lakers this deadline. They don't give up both first-round picks as of right now. You make good trades for younger players that help you fill your needs. It's actually a surprisingly good deadline for the Lakers. I usually get ready every stream to kind of hate on them and say, look, they don't know what they're doing. But seemingly they actually do this time. So credit to them for sure for that. We are getting closer and closer. Medic says, y'all don't know anything about the NBA looking at these comments. Yeah, there's some funny ones every time. But, for the most part, I'd say a lot of the comments are relatively good. TJ Dub here says, will you do a buyout video with possible landing spots? Yeah, that'll probably be a video for tomorrow or Saturday. So make sure you guys are subscribed. It's not going to be something that immediately takes place today, just given the situation. Jim says, Sheldon, as the newest member of the Kings, when we beat the Mavs tomorrow night, you can light the beam. Can I hit the button? I want to be the one who lights the beam. I'll definitely be the one doing it. I'll practice after the stream today. I'm going to practice pressing buttons and lighting the beam so that I'm ready to do it for tomorrow night. Pelinka needs another splash. We'll see if he makes one, but so far he's done a lot of nice stuff. So I would be happy if I was a Lakers fan, to be honest, which I haven't been able to really feel that way for a while. So Antonio says he's enjoying the live. Thanks, mate. Of course. And we actually do. Oh, wow. 5 second-round picks are traded again. Wow. Okay. Let's go over to NBA draft or NBA trade report. This up here. Come on. A lot of moves, and they're reunited. This is something that I think makes a lot of sense for the Warriors, who we typically do not see make trade deadline deals. But Blazers are trading guard Gary Payton II to the Warriors for 5 second-round picks. The Blazers have been very active this deadline. Remember, they gave up Josh Hart in a deal. They also then brought in Matisse Thybulle, and then now they trade Gary Payton II. So GP2 on his way back to Golden State for 5 second-round picks. Clearly, the Warriors are looking at this and saying Jordan Poole is going to move to the bench. I think Gary Payton II will move back into the starting lineup for Golden State. Defensively, that team has not been very good this season. You look at their defensive rating comparatively to last year versus this year. That's the reason why they're way worse. And without Steph Curry, obviously, you can still see Poole being the starting point guard then, in a way. But I think once Steph is back healthy, we probably do see GP2 take the starting shooting guard spot. And ultimately, I almost said Anthony Simons. Ultimately, Jordan Poole does come off the bench, which is what I think is best for them, to be honest. I really do. John here says, Philly Sports been going hard since 8 a.m. this morning. You're a beast. You're going to need a rest after this. I'm going to need a rest, but I have to actually go coach a basketball game because I'm a high school basketball coach as well. But this is a really good trade in my eyes. Again, this is the year of the second rounder. I've been saying it now for hours. Second round picks are valuable. A lot of people doubted me on that. People like to roll their eyes at second rounders. Look at what it's doing. This trade deadline. Yes, it's a collection of them, but it's getting good, solid rotation players on good teams, right? The Gary Payton going to the Warriors from Portland. He's gonna have to work his way back down south from Portland down to the Bay, but ultimately, this is good for Golden State, and I think this is a really good value for the Blazers as well. You have to take in Kevin Knox's contract. That's what's going back here in this. But GP2 back with the Golden State Warriors. I really like this for the Warriors. Like Owen's saying here, the Warriors are back. I would say that this is significantly improved their moves today. Joel says, what do you rate the Clippers trade day? So they get Eric Gordon and 3 seconds for Kennard. They get Mason Plumlee. We don't exactly know what the compensation looks like for Plumlee yet at this point. But to my understanding, he at least helps them, right? You keep EG, which is pretty solid, and you get Bones Highland for seconds, which I like. For the most part, I think they've had a pretty good day. I'd give them a B+. I don't think that they've been perfect. I don't think it's been flawless by any means. But for the most part, I would say it's been a pretty good day for them. So I've liked a lot of what I've seen. I've liked a lot of what I've heard. The trade deadline has been absolutely crazy. I'm still waiting for more information on that deal between the Clippers and the Hornets. Of course, a lot of stuff is going on. We are just 5 minutes away now. BJ obviously a few minutes ago said 7 minutes. We're down to 5 now. Who is Phoenix? It's funny. Jordan says, please Pacers do something of value. Are Mavericks making any more moves? Wants to know Nick. As of right now, I don't know, but last year they moved in silence before trading Porzingis. So as of right now, I don't have any great ideas, but we'll see what exactly happens here down the stretch. We got a Pistons fan begging for Bojan to get dealt. GP2, man, I'm excited for Warriors fans. GP2 is a really, really good, strong addition back into the team. Rob Blink and Rob Lowe are interchangeable. They literally look like 90% like the same. Jamal says Pelinka just went on 2K and did the trade finder. He ain't do nothing. Yeah, kind of, honestly. He probably put Patrick Beverly in the trade finder. He said, I wonder if Magic would give me Mo Bamba if I give a second round pick in there. Probably what happened, to be honest. Nav says, bro, that Pat Bev trade for Orlando. I think it's fine. I don't think they're going to miss Mo Bamba at all. And they get some second rounders. It gives them some stabs in the draft. I don't mind it. I know it's not hype. I know it's not like, oh my gosh, Orlando, right? But it is what it is. Kicks here says, can you trade pick swaps that the other team owe you? For example, the Rockets pick swap from the Nets trading to number 1 seed. Yes, you can trade those. So the Rockets could trade the Nets swaps to a different team. For example, the Pelicans this year can trade the Lakers swap that they own. RPR Lucid wants to know who starts in LA, Bones or Man. I would say Man probably starts. That's who I would likely see. There's a starter. Richard here says, I, for one, look forward to the new Brooklyn Socialites. Brooklyn's a completely different team than they were a week ago. Levine to the Knicks, highly unlikely to happen. That's what I've been telling you guys for an hour now, an hour and a half. It's just not going to happen. I just would have been really shocked by that. Senju says, facts, Irwin Raptors always failed at the trade deadline. Literally don't remember any trade deadline they have done anything hugely successful. Sawyer says, hey, you actually brought liquids today. I did. Successful day for me, and it wasn't Mountain Dew this time. Eric says, congratulations, Chicago. Nice job, Arturas Karnisovas. Avery says, could you please explain to me why the Magic made that trade? Is he really only worth a second round pick? Yes, I think so, honestly. Mo Bamba's not that valuable. Mo Bamba's not that good around the league. The only thing he's really got going for him is he's young. So that's and he's lengthy, right? He's tall. Christian Wood is indeed staying put in Dallas, so it looks like the Mavericks are not making any more moves. Haiti says, I guess Spurs are not doing anything. Let's see exactly what happens. No, here says Masai's too stubborn, but he knows what he's doing. I think I would trust Masai. Masai's smart. Wow Factor says Clippers think they beating Philly in a playoff stream, or Phoenix probably is what he meant. In a playoff stream on Booker and KD are enough. Forget the rest. Yeah, that's going to be tough to guard, but luckily the Clippers do have PG and Kawhi, who are probably two of the best matchups for that in the league. Sixers are screwed in the playoffs with Trez. Avery wants to know how many second rounders Orlando got. I believe it's a couple, is my understanding of it right now. We are 2 minutes away. Kings fans watching, and that's it. We got a lot of Kings fans in here, but we also got a lot of Blazers fans. We got a lot of Raptors fans. We got some Mavs fans in here. I know we got some Jazz fans, a lot of Timberwolves fans as well. So there's fans of every fan base in here for sure. Lakers for sure. Mavs need a center. They do. We'll see if something happens, but I'm guessing it's not going to. Ark says I'd say Gasol in 29 was pretty darn successful. I would agree with that. I forgot to mention that, but yes, I loved that trade when they did that. Sending Valanciunas away. That's a big part of why they won the title. Gasol and Serge Ibaka. What are you talking about? Yeah, I forgot about Serge too. That was a long time ago already. That Serge got dealt for T. Ross. That's kind of crazy. JR says last major moves the Raptors made a trade deadline. Yeah, they won a chip. Yeah, definitely helped a little bit. Yeah, it's GP, not JP, but yeah, that's all right. They're figuring it out. We're working through it. Raptors a poverty franchise. I didn't say it. I just read it. Raptors fans don't murder me. BJ says, have a good night, folks. A lot of players going back to former teams. Crazy. There is quite a bit of that. Even Eric Gordon to the Clippers, Gary Payton II to the Blazers, or from the Blazers, to the Warriors. And then, of course, Jakob Poeltl back to Toronto as well. Mavs traded just right, kept Christian. I'm hoping Wood plays well in the second half of the year, like he has been in the first half. Little Tree says OKC's going to need a center within the next minute. We'll see. I think that Oklahoma City's just looking at themselves, and to be honest, I think they're trying to lose some games. But secondly, what I think is as well, they're looking at their long-term team building and say, hey, we have Chet Holmgren for that next season. Montrez is going to kill us in the playoffs. Same about the Sixers. Yeah, you can't play him in the postseason. That's going to be a problem. The one thing I'm going to say, maybe why the Sixers didn't trade for a big and instead why they traded for a lengthy wing is maybe they see Jalen McDaniels playing a little bit of 3 or 4 in the postseason since he's athletic and lengthy, while PJ Tucker's playing the 5. That's maybe the option of what Daryl Morey and the Sixers are going for there. LA Vegas Mike wants to know, is it over yet? So it is the time of the trade deadline, but hear me out here. Stuff always trickles in at the end. There's going to be like 1 or 2 more trades that I would guess get reported here toward the end. ITK says, if you haven't heard your names here, congrats, you're not being traded. There's a lot of stuff. Goran says Kawhi was off-season trade. Yeah, they're talking more about the Marc Gasol trade, though, and how that helped them. Fantasy says, and it's over. It's all over. And that's all they wrote. Remember, it's still possible we get some reporting. Think about it. The information we're getting is from somebody sitting there with their phone typing and tweeting. As of right now, doesn't seem like there could be anything else. But the trade deadline was insane. A lot of fun. Zach says the Raptors needed a center. They got one. Good moves for Raptors. Think of what Gasol did for us in 2019. Yeah, the only issue is you guys don't have Kawhi Leonard this season. that kind of goes a long way in whether you're going to win or lose in NBA Finals. And the Raptors are not going to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to keep that to myself. Brady Thompson says, what a great trade deadline. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys did enjoy the live stream. Again, if you haven't already, if you enjoyed the live stream, if you enjoyed the trade deadline, you guys got to smash that like button and just let me know that you've had a really, really good time. It's very possible that LA and Toronto could still work out a deal as well here. Which is very interesting. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this as well. I've had a lot of fun today. Interesting. So we're still waiting on a little bit of news here for potentially what could go on. Make sure to follow us on Twitter if you haven't already, and also go leave us a little bit of a like on the stream if you guys enjoyed it. Here, Dom, you're saying, thank goodness this is over. Kay wants to know any trade with the Clippers. That's really the last little bit we're waiting for here. I think that for the most part, trades can come on yet. After that, we're done. So there's a little bit more. There's potential for a little bit more possibility of a trade to be reported yet at this point, but more news is potentially coming. So we do have to sit around and wait for a little bit. I had that perfectly planned. I knew I was going to be on the stream here for a long time today. I knew that. So we're going to be sitting here and waiting. People are asking, is it over? It's like 98.8 or probably 99.9% over. We're just trying to see if there's going to be one more move or not at this point, because it's possible, very possible, that we could still see another move yet. 3 p.m. Eastern update on the NBA trade deadline. 55 second-round picks moved. The year of the second-round pick. Like I said, it's the year of the second-round pick. Breaking news: due to high demands, NBA announcing another trade deadline this Sunday. ITK. I would literally need a new voice box. You know how little kids think about the little voice box. I would need a new one of those. Isaiah, let's not be doing that. RPR Lucid says, what a fun day. Don't know says, enjoyed your stream, man. More power. Appreciated you being in here. Don't know. I'm going to be cheering for your Magic for the foreseeable future. I hope that they find a lot of success. And I hope that everything, pans out for them, honestly, because got a fun little young core there in Orlando. So I'm excited. Danger here says, much love for the live stream. GG's. Thank you for everyone that was in here. Zach says, great job, man. And we also get Conrad here saying, good luck coaching your game tonight. I hope they play well. My players sometimes, you just got to go out and perform. So I'm hoping that they do. Big J here says, hey, bro, stellar coverage. Incredible fun knowledge, knowledgeable energy. Thank you. Good luck with your boys tonight. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you so much. One of my favorite viewers on the channel for sure. Jay, you're a beast in your own right. I'm going to be cheering for your Wizards too going forward. Especially Porzingis. You know how much I love the big fella. Zachary here says Raptors aren't going to win, but having the center improve their offense, especially with Freddie on the court. Gasol increased his efficiency. Yeah, he was also coming off the bench at that point, though. It's a little bit different, I think, than what is kind of currently going on as a starter. But Arc Sign says good coverage. I'll be back next year. Well, make sure, Arc, to check out some of the other videos as well on the channel. We have a lot of different stuff, especially an NBA mock draft that I would recommend checking out as well, where cover all the NBA draft prospects. If you guys think I know a lot about the NBA trade deadline, I know even more about the NBA draft, and I spend a ton of time on that as well. So I would recommend going on there and checking that out as well. I would love for you guys to get to see everything that we're doing here on the channel. I would hope you guys really do enjoy everything we got going on. Again, there is that NBA mock draft there. On the left, you get this nice one, this brand new one right before the trade deadline now. Didn't account for any first round picks being traded, but you can kind of figure out what would go where as you watch, right? Graham Christie says, awesome content, long-term Spurs fan, hoping they get some more picks. That'd be awesome if they did, for sure. I would like to see that a lot for them. I'm going to actually go ahead and share this here too. Let's get the shareable link, and then let's put this in the chat so that you guys can click on this if you want to watch it. Again, that's my mock draft. Minnesota is not expected to pursue a reunion with Patrick Beverley if the veteran guard hits the buyout market. Interesting. I don't really understand why, to be honest. Here we go. We have a comment here from Purple Dynasty saying that still can surprise everyone with a chip this year. I'd be surprised, but it'd be crazy. Mason here with some GOAT emojis. Mason, you're the GOAT. You know that. Mark here says, already looking forward to your 2023 draft info. Great job. Brett here. Thank you, Brett. Again, $5 more. Brett has been awesome. It's been awesome to have you in the chat all day long, all week long. And he says, anyone new to Utility Sports and enjoying this trade deadline coverage, just wait for Sheldon's NBA draft coverage, S-tier content. Well, I really appreciate you for those kind words. And, I'm really excited to get after it. Some people might think of it as, here I get a little bit of a break. I'm starting to just ramp up now. It's going to get even more crazy, more content coming out on the channel and a lot of fun covering the NBA draft, where I already feel like I feel like I'm very well prepared for it, to be honest. But just a little bit more work to be done there, and we'll get to a spot. Osama says Jaden McDaniels to Sixers not bad, but I thought we'd get someone better. It wasn't Jaden, it was Jalen with an L, not a D, which is I'm not correcting your spelling. These are two different people, right? So I just want to make sure you know that it's not the Timberwolves Jaden McDaniels, it's the Hornets Jalen McDaniels. So it's completely different people. Cesar Ramirez says, great job as always, bro. Appreciate all the streams. On to draft season. Most definitely, we're getting over there, right? And don't worry, I plan on keeping some streams as options going forward to talk about NBA draft prospects. And I know you guys always appreciate having like kind of the little back and forth that we always do. Like Nav says, I feel like the streams are always a ton of fun. So I hope you guys have been enjoying them throughout the board. OG here, or Grooven here says OG not moving was the biggest surprise. I thought Van Vliet was even more likely. So we'll see if something were to potentially open up. Warriors save roughly $7 million in the luxury tax this season because of this. Raptors ended up not making any moves. Definitely interesting. They have a tough offseason now. They're gonna have to live with that if they lose. If the Magic sign Van Vliet in free agency, they're gonna have to deal with that. Eric says, thanks, coach. Good stuff. Thanks for being in here. Adam says, I'm not Australian. Awesome work, brother. Thank you, Adam, for all the love. John wants to know, where do I think Mavs finish after all this? I think that they could be a second round exit, maybe a conference finals team if like Kyrie and Doncic mesh perfectly. But I think that's kind of pushing it. I think second round exit's most likely. And they're probably going to be, a 4 through 6 seed, somewhere in there is what I would have to guess. Gremlin here says, which Thompson twin gets drafted higher? My guess would be Amen. It just seems like everyone's a little bit higher on him than Ausar, who he is catching up to him. I think, at the start of the year, people thought there was a bigger gap than there really is. And it seems like that's closed down a little bit. Brady Thompson says, yo, great stream as always. Really enjoyed this week. Seeing all these trades on this channel. Now ready for the draft. I am ready too, Brady. Thanks for all your mock trades that you sent in too. It was a lot of fun getting to interact with you. Daniela says thanks for the streams. Most definitely, Daniela, really appreciate you as well in terms of everything that you brought to the streams. You always left a lot of great comments. So as for my last name, no. I do not know of any sports reporters in New York with the same last name as me, but maybe have her get in contact so that maybe if it's a long lost relative or something, maybe she can get me in the business or something. That'd be awesome. ITK says all the Raptors got traded to Jurassic Park franchise. Seemingly so, right? Here, Ricky Cornflakes wants me to play Fortnite on the stream. Probably not going to do that. I'm not very good at gaming. Conrad says, I am glad I found the stream today. Love your attitude. Conrad, it was awesome having you in here. You left some awesome comments. It was a lot of fun. Jalen and Jaden are brothers, both good talent. I completely agree. I think Jaden, the Timberwolves Jaden, is a little bit better. He's a year younger too in terms of like his experience in the league, right? Jalen came to the league a year earlier. But in terms of talent, I still think Jalen has a good amount of that. Danielle wants to know who the Nuggets added. They got Thomas Bryant, so they addressed their backup center position, which was a really, really big need for them to address for the playoffs, and they got a pretty good option for that. RPR Lucid says, when will you consider the deadline over the next 10 minutes if we don't hear anything else? Yeah, I think we're kind of getting to that spot here, like probably like 2:15 Central, 3:15 Eastern. If we don't really have anything by then, we're kind of at that point, right? Let's go ahead and let's get a tweet out here now. And I see this comment here about doing a deadline winner poll. I'm going to tweet it, not at this. So let's tweet here. Who won the hashtag NBA trade deadline? Leave a GIF below or a comment to share your thoughts. Put that out, so that'll be on stream now. As you guys can tell, tweeted that out. Let me know who you think won it in the comment section. And remember, go follow us on Twitter. We'd love to see exactly who you think. I'm going to go ahead and post the link again to that NBA mock draft that I recorded a week ago or so. Brian, thanks again for joining as a member today. Really appreciate you. He says, is there any real value in all the second round picks the Spurs got? Yes, I think so. It gives you opportunities to draft guys and see if you find a steal. Think about guys like Herb Jones, right? He was a second round pick. Jaden Hardy's a second round pick. There's good players that go in the second round. Make sure to check out my draft content. An example of that this year will be Trace Jackson Davis. He'd be the perfect center for San Antonio to replace Jakob Poeltl with, and he'll be a second round pick this year. He's going to be awesome in the NBA. Brian, here's his great insights today. Thank you. Really appreciate you, Brian. Again, it was awesome having you in here. Jay says, I'm disappointed for the Pistons. I don't think you should be. You got Wiseman. I think that's really the fun, good addition that they had that hopefully that he turns into something. Jorge says, Lakers traded Thomas Bryant for basically Thomas Bryant. A little bit. But a younger Thomas Bryant, a flashier name Thomas Bryant. Jared says, bro, I don't know. I don't want Knox. We had GP2. Why not keep him with Dame? Just because I think that they weren't in love with the contract. Now, do I think that Knox's contract is good? No, not really. But they just, I guess clearly they just didn't feel like he was fitting. And to get 5 second rounders is not bad at all, Jared. I wouldn't be worried about that too much. Mark here says, I'm honestly absolutely upset that the Raptors didn't do anything. You got Jakob Poeltl at least. At least you got him. Ryan says the Lakers improved the most. I think that they did a pretty good job. Rob Lowe here. A lot of people saying Lakers. Jamal says, I don't know who won, but I can tell you most definitely wasn't the Wizards. Yeah. Jason wants to know if it's over. At this point, I think so. I think it's safe to say that it's over, that we're past the deadline. I really hope you guys did enjoy. Just again, one more time, I would really appreciate it if you could leave a like on the stream. And also, if you enjoyed this NBA trade deadline stream, I would really, really ask you to subscribe to Utility Sports. It would mean a lot to me if you guys would do that. I put a lot of work into this. I've been live for 7 hours today, and I've been live for like 25 hours this week. So a lot of work goes in. I know you guys appreciate it. I know you do. If we're at 1,000 likes, that's absolutely crazy. You guys are the best. If we're at 1,000 likes, that's incredible. But today's been unbelievably great. I've had an awesome time today with you guys here on the live, and I'm looking forward to continuing to build everything up going forward. For some reason, Lakers fans always got to keep doing that, but 1.2 thousand likes is insane. Holy cow! You guys are the best. Honestly, top to bottom, I can't believe how good of a viewer base we have and how fun you guys all are. Ninja here says Dallas got better, Suns got better, Clippers got better, Warriors got better, Lakers got better, Kings do nothing. I feel sick. Yeah, it's okay, but you guys are still a good team. I wouldn't worry too much. I understand the concern, but sometimes teams make deals and it doesn't necessarily mean they always get better. I think for the most part the teams you included did, but sometimes things don't pan out the way that we think. Andrea says Celtics are scary. NBA champs for sure. I think so. Important to note, Nets saved around $100 million with some of the trades they made. Darren Turner says Pat Bev for Mo Bamba. Michael wants to know, what are your thoughts on Knicks not pulling the trigger on the Levine deal? Smart. I don't think that they should have gotten involved in Levine, and I'm glad that they didn't. Angelo says, what can you say about Pat Bev traded to Magic for Bamba after saying the gang is back? It's kind of tough. Poor Pat, man. Poor Pat. He'll end up finding himself on a different team than the Lakers, and probably not back in Minnesota either. The Mike says, fire stream, you kept me well informed during work. Well, I'm glad that I could help you out there with that. Hopefully you guys did enjoy. Again, I'm probably going to be wrapping up the stream here. Just thanking you guys a little bit more. OG did ultimately not get traded. Although, it depends on what the offers were. Troy says, what's Wall thinking now? 2 buyouts on consecutive years by the same team. Yeah, he's close to done, honestly. Omar says, good stream, man. First time here, like a lot of others. Looking forward to your working content. I'm glad. Make sure you go check out this NBA mock. Again, I'm going to link it in here. I'd say copy that and go watch it, because that was that's one of my I work really hard on the NBA mocks. It's an hour-long video. I know you guys have been listening to me for probably too long today, so maybe save that for later. But I really hope you guys have appreciated the content. Lakers got rid of all those small guards. I completely agree, Darren. Rainey here says, if I'm counting right, only 3 teams did not do any deals: Wizards, Bulls, Cavs. Let me look through one last time. Celtics made a move, Bucks made a move, Sixers did. Cavs did not. Yeah, Cavaliers didn't, which is interesting. Nets made a couple. Obviously, the Heat. Let me look at that. Did the Heat? Oh, yeah, the Heat made the Dwayne Dedmon trade, obviously. Knicks made moves. The Hawks did as well toward the end. Bulls did not, right? Yeah, the Bulls did not make a trade. Wizards did not. Yeah, Pacers did. They got involved in some little stuff. Magic did. Hornets did. Pistons did. And then the West, Nuggets did. Grizzlies did. Kings did not. So the Kings didn't make any deals today. At least I don't remember if they did. My brain is mush at this point. I don't think the Kings did. Mavericks did. Suns did, obviously. They made the biggest one. Clippers did. Pelicans did. Wolves made a move yesterday. Warriors made a couple moves. Interesting ones, too. No Wiseman anymore, which is tough for them. Blazers did. Jazz did, of course. Thunder, Lakers, Spurs, and Rockets all do. So I think 4 teams in the NBA. I think the only one you missed was the Kings. So crazy everything that we saw go down. Brett, again, thank you so much for all your comments. I feel like the Knicks were relatively quiet after how often I heard them using the plethora of first rounders they have. Yeah, they'll trade down a bunch and they'll keep all those assets and continue to build it up. Conrad, thank you for the stream. Have a great day, my brother. Hey, thank you for stopping in, Conrad. You have a great day too. I really appreciate all of you guys. JJ, another W utility stream. Hey, you know it. We had to put our work in today, and I hope you guys had a fun time. Drew Blackwell says, I think I'm okay with Cavs not doing anything. Yeah, I don't think it hurts them really that bad. John here says, I really like our squad in Dallas. Honestly, once Kleba gets back, defense should improve, and the emergence of Green is up. Green looked so good last night, John. I don't know. I hope you got to watch the game against the Clippers. I mean, Green is really, really growing into like a really, really good young player this season, and I'm really happy about it because I liked him a lot coming out of Arizona. The only player I wanted more than him really for the Mavs was Desmond Bane. And of course, that would have been nice, but ultimately, I feel really good about what Green's turning into as well. Eric wants to know my thoughts on the Hornets moves. I think they did well. Angela wants to talk about the Thomas Bryant to Denver. Denver did well in that. I think, given the fact that he requested a trade, I have to say the Lakers did really well on that too. Jay says, thumbs up. Thank you, Jay. Everyone smash that like button if you haven't already. Eric says, good job. Go Spurs, go. Eric, thanks for being in here all trade deadline week long. You've been awesome. Trevor says, I'm sad about my Pistons. What do you think about the trade? I'm fine with losing Sadiq, but for Wiseman, it just makes no sense. A source said Moody and or a pick would be in the trade for Bay. Think about it this way. You guys drafted Bay in the same draft that Wiseman was selected second overall. That's the way I would think about it. You basically moved up your draft pick from a couple of years ago up like 15 picks. Or you could look at it as, hey, we traded Luke Kennard for James Wiseman, because that's ultimately what you have done. TLGS Services says NBA deadline is such a cruel mistress, but I can't hear her and she's all I can afford. Or I can't quit her and she's all I can afford. Yeah, it's funny. The NBA deadline is a different kind of business. It is. Trevor says, I'm surprised the Nets didn't trade Seth Curry. Now with all their wings that they have, I mean, Seth Curry could probably play quite a bit and fit. So I kind of like the Nets roster is like kind of low-key good. You think about it like Dinwiddie, Cam Thomas, Seth Curry, Joe Harris, Dorian Finney-Smith, Mikhail and Cam, Nick Claxton. I mean, that's pretty good top 7 or 8, right? They're like 1 star away, which is why I think if they would have, to be honest, I think they're kind of a sleeping giant this offseason to maybe go out and make something really big happen, which would be cool. Julian says, Utility Sports, do you think John Moran is still good in the West? No. I don't even know if he was good in the West before. Leon, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you still in here. Samuel, what are your thoughts about Westbrook? I think he'll land with the Clippers. I'd be surprised if he doesn't, just given some of the moves that they made. I think they have a pretty good feel. Jean wants to know, is it over? It is. We are just wrapping things up here. I'm thanking some of you guys for sticking around today. Anthony wants to know if I'm surprised the Kings didn't make a move. I am, especially for the price that Thibault went for. I would have liked to see the Kings jump in on Matisse, but ultimately they didn't. It's okay. It is what it is. If you guys want to see my instant reactions as well to these moves right here for the Suns and the Raptors trades, I would say go check those out. I thought those were fun videos last night to record. I had a lot of fun recording them. Of course, they were kind of like, whoa, what's going on here? But for the most part, I've had a really good trade deadline. Again, I just want to say thank you guys so much. And how much I really do appreciate you all. You guys are the best. So please go check out some of the other content. Make sure you follow us on Twitter at Utility Sports or at _Utility Sports. Thank you. And then we'll just be seeing you guys around, right? We'll have more content. Probably do a trade deadline winners and losers video for tomorrow. Right now I'm kind of exhausted, honestly. After streaming this week, I've streamed for. Let's look at how long this live stream's been live for 7 hours. And then we look at, the other ones. Last night I was live for 2.5 hours during the day. Yesterday I was live for 5.5. So that's 15 hours, 20 hours, 23.5 hours, 25.5 hours I've been live for in the last 5 days. So I'm kind of at the point where I'm exhausted. I'm really at a point where I'm getting tired. I've been live so long that ITK is addicted, and he said he's going to have withdrawals when I sign off. It's okay. We'll get through it together, ITK. Feel free to DM me on Twitter or on Instagram if you want to talk anything about basketball, because I still love talking about it, but my voice probably needs a little bit of a rest. Mazman says, GG, man, get that rest. He also wants to know quickly, most surprising name not moved. I think it's Fred VanVleet. Just given his contract situation, I think there's a real flight risk in free agency to a team with cap space. But the Raptors clearly willing to call his bluff, and we'll see if they end up keeping him around long term. Brendan says Kings made the best trade days ago. In terms of Kessler Edwards. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about the Kessler Edwards trade. So they did make a deal this deadline, but it was very little one. Osama says D'Lo will snitch on someone on the Lakers again. Honestly, only Swaggy P. My favorite thing about that is for some reason the NBA media and NBA fandom seems to flame D'Angelo Russell for that, when literally Nick Young was the one in the wrong, right? Oh man. And then Goran says Fred should be gone. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen, but I don't know. It was a fun, exciting trade deadline. But ultimately, some of the players I thought were going to get traded didn't. And Gio, don't worry about the Heat. They still have buyout options. And the Heat are starting to figure out some of their rhythm, right? The Heat aren't bad. The Heat are pretty good. They've been healthy again lately. For the most part, they're 5 games above 500. Now they're only 6-4 in their last 10, but I think they're figuring some stuff out. They're 18-9 at home. I think they're a problem. So we'll see what can happen. But I'm excited to get some rest. I really thank you all for sticking with me here at Utility Sports. Goran says I got him excited for Terrence Mann and Raptors jersey. I'm sorry. My fault. Art here wants to know what grade would I give the Clippers from A to F? I would give them a B plus, kind of in that range. I don't think they hurt themselves at all. But I appreciate all of you guys. It's going to be fun to watch how this all plays out. I'm excited for next year's trade deadline already. Glad that I have a little bit of time until then. I'm not going to lie, this is the longest duration I've ever streamed for in terms of days in a row, pure hours, and it's starting to catch up to me a little bit. So I appreciate all of you, and I'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video.